and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 12 plus hours of Earth Mysteries, a sleep science compilation. This series includes mysteries about the dinosaurs, deep-sea creatures, geology, nature and life on Earth, for over 12 continuous hours of soothing calm. This earthy compilation draws on the soothing frequencies and concepts to create the ultimate backdrop for deep sleep. Tune into the void, let this sleep science wash over you, and sleep soundly through the night. These videos provide a unique, deep auditory background for the perfect night's rest, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 deep-sea creatures mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the vampire squid, cloaked in inky darkness, vanishing into the abyss. The anglerfish, wielding a glowing, hypnotic lure to tempt the unwary. And the immortal jellyfish, endlessly looping through life and death, defying nature itself. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body... There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open, otherwise just drift. Now, let's drift into space. Imagine, somewhere beyond the edge of everything you know, there's a nebula turning so slowly that even if you watched for your entire lifetime, you wouldn't see it move. It's clouds of gas and dust, stretching across light years, spiral in patterns that take millions of years to complete. Thump, thump. One full rotation, lasting longer than mountains rise and fall on Earth. The colours there, reds and purples and deep indigo blues, shifting imperceptibly, like watching paint dry across the canvas of infinity. Heavier, heavier. Your eyelids growing heavy as those are ancient clouds. Drifting, always drifting. Performed in absolute silence, in absolute darkness, where no audience exists. The bioluminescent organs on its body, photophores, tiny galaxies of light, can produce blinding clouds of glowing mucus, expelled from the tips of its arms, not ink like other cephalopods, but light itself, weaponized, a burst of stars, and the vampire squid drifts away, barely moving, conserving every precious calorie in a world where food falls like snow, so slowly. It has the largest eyes, relative to body size, of any animal on Earth. Great glass orbs, gathering every photon, every whisper of light that somehow finds its way down here, 3,000 feet below the surface, where pressure builds. There are stars that sleep, brown dwarfs they're called, failed stars, too small to ignite fusion in their cores. They glow faintly with leftover heat from their formation, cooling over billions of years. Their gravity still pulls, still shapes, still holds, but silently, without the violence of fusion, without the burning, just a gentle mass, curving space around it, the way your body curves into the bed, sinking. These sleeping stars scattered throughout the galaxy, emitting mostly infrared light, invisible to the naked eye, but there, always there, in the darkness. Swimming toward what looks like food or salvation, swimming instead into oblivion. But here's where the story becomes strange. Stranger than fiction. The male anglerfish, so much smaller, fraction of her size, lives only to find a female. Following pheromone trails through the dark, chemical whispers in the void. When he finally finds her, his purpose crystallizes into something unsettling. He bites into her skin and never lets go. His body slowly fuses with hers, their tissues merging, their circulatory systems becoming one. He loses his eyes, his organs, everything, becoming nothing more than a sperm-producing appendage, parasitic, yet somehow symbiotic. She gains the immortality of a sort, dissolved into her, two become one in the deepest dark, where boundaries blur, where identity melts away. Some females have been found with multiple males attached, a gallery of genetic options, all fused, all waiting, all breathing through her blood, all dreaming her dreams. If anglerfish dream, deeper, let's go deeper, where we find the barrel-eye fish, Macropina microstoma, one of the ocean's most peculiar innovations. Its head, completely transparent, a dome of clear tissue, like a fighter pilot's canopy. And inside this dome, two glowing green orbs. Rotating upward, these are its eyes, tubular, pointing straight up, toward the faint shimmer of surface light, far, far above. For years, scientists only found dead specimens, mangled by nets, crushed by the journey to surface pressure. They thought the eyes were fixed, pointing only upward, but then cameras descended, ROVs drifting in the midnight zone, and captured something extraordinary. The barrel eye, swimming slowly, its transparent head glowing faintly in the sub's lights, and its eyes rotating forward. It drifts beneath siphonophores, those long colonial jellies, stealing food caught in their stinging tentacles. Its flat fins, spread like wings, hardly moving, conserving energy in a realm where every movement costs, every calorie precious, everything moving slowly, slowly, like you're breathing now, slow and deep and easy. The barrel-eye's mouth, so tiny, so precisely adapted for picking off small prey, tiny crustaceans, stolen meals, a thief in the dark, translucent, nearly invisible, a ghost, drifting, watching the dim cosmos above through its crystals. The gulper eel, Eurypharynx pelecanoids. In these depths, the water itself changes, becoming thicker, denser, not quite liquid, not quite solid, something in between. The pressure here, at 3,000 feet, approaches 90 times surface pressure, crushing, but only if you're not adapted. The deep-sea creatures, they don't feel crushed. They feel nothing. This is their normal, their cells, their proteins, uniquely structured to function under immense weight. Your body knows this feeling in a different way. The weight of blankets, the pressure of mattress beneath you, holding you, heavy, heavier, sinking, deeper. The universe is expanding. Every second, the space between distant galaxies grows larger, not because galaxies are moving through space, but because space itself is stretching, like dots on a balloon being inflated. Each dot moves away from every other dot. The vacuum itself, the nothing between things, is growing. This expansion began 13.8 billion years ago, and it continues, accelerating, driven by something we call dark energy, an invisible pressure pushing outward, everywhere, all at once. The vacuum expanding, the way your awareness expands now, becoming bigger, looser, less defined. There's a sound in space, not a sound you could hear, but a hum in the electromagnetic spectrum, the cosmic microwave background radiation. The afterglow of the Big Bang fills all of space with microwaves. If your eyes could see these wavelengths, the entire sky would glow, softly, uniformly, in every direction. This radiation has been traveling since the universe was only 380,000 years old. When it was still hot and dense, now it's cooled to just 2.7 degrees above absolute zero. Thump, thump, that ancient warmth, that primordial hum surrounding everything, including you, as you sink deeper into the background, into the static, into sleep. Its snout, elongated into a blade, filled with electromagnetic sensors, ampullae of Lorenzini, detecting the faint electrical fields generated by living things. Every heartbeat, every muscle contraction sends ripples through the water, invisible to eyes, obvious to ampullae. The goblin shark sweeps its snout, side to side, reading the electromagnetic poetry of the deep, seeking the signature of prey. When it detects something, its jaw, suddenly, explosively, shoots forward, extending outward from its head, slingshot mandibles snatching prey before it can react, then retracting, pulling back into place, the whole process taking milliseconds. When astronomers point their telescopes at a tiny patch of empty sky and leave the shutter open for days, they capture what they call a deep field image. Thousands of galaxies appear, each one containing billions of stars, all in a space no bigger than a grain of sand held at arm's length. This is the deep field lullaby, the revelation that everywhere we look, in every direction, in every seemingly empty patch of darkness, there is light, ancient light, from galaxies formed when the universe was young. Thump, thump. The darkness is full, crowded with distant fires, but from here it looks like perfect, peaceful nothing. On the ice giant planets, Neptune and Uranus, there are shadows, clouds in the upper atmosphere, moved by winds faster than any hurricane on Earth, cast shadows on the cloud layers below. These shadows drift across the face of the planet, enormous, covering areas larger than Earth, but moving slowly, majestically. The sunlight there is 40 times fainter than on Earth, everything bathed in a dim, twilight glow, blue-green, cold. The shadows deepen that twilight, creating pools of darkness, drifting across an ocean of atmosphere, the way darkness drifts across your closed eyelids now, shapes moving, melting, dissolving. The lanternfish, among the most numerous vertebrates on Earth, more individuals than perhaps any other backboned creature, yet so few people know their name. Nyctopheidae, little lights, dotting the darkness with their photophores, patterns unique to each species, recognition signals, courtship displays, a constellation drifting through inner space. Some lanternfish species have light organs on their bodies arranged to counter-illuminate. Viewed from below, their belly lights match the faint downwelling light from above, erasing their silhouette, becoming invisible to predators looking up, camouflage by addition, by matching, by becoming one with the last whispers of distant wide. For let's sink deeper, below the midnight zone, into the abyssal plain, 2 to 3 miles down, where the seafloor finally appears, a desert of soft sediment stretching farther than continents. Nearly 3/4 of Earth's seafloor lies in the abyssal zone, cold, dark, still, the temperature hovering just above freezing, 2 degrees Celsius, unchanging, while continents above experience seasons, storms, cycles of life. Down here, eternal autumn, eternal stillness. The tripod fish, Bathypteroi grallata, stands on the bottom, literally stands, using 3 elongated fin rays, 2 pelvic, 1 caudal, like a surveyor's tripod. Interstellar clouds, vast regions of gas and dust between the stars, drift slowly through the galaxy. They move through the spiral arms, taking millions of years to complete a single orbit around the galactic center. These clouds are where stars are born, but most of the time they simply drift, dark, cold, lit only by starlight scattered through their edges, creating glowing nebulae in some places, but mostly just darkness, drifting. The migration of these clouds, reshaping the galaxy, slowly, so slowly, the way continents drift across Earth, imperceptible but inevitable. You're migrating now towards sleep, slow, inevitable. The sea pig, Scotoplanes globosa, waddles across the abyssal sediment, a sea cucumber, inflated, almost balloon-like, walking on tube feet, elongated into leg-like appendages. They gather in herds, sometimes hundreds together, moving in the same direction, responding to some signal, some chemical gradient, leading them toward food falls, their bodies, translucent pink, soft, filled with water for ballast and structure. No bones, no shell, just skin and determination. They feed on detritus, organic particles in the mud, extracting nutrition from what seems like nothing. They're feeding tentacles, probing, sifting, finding sustenance in the waste of the first light in the universe after the Big Bang came from primordial hydrogen and helium gas, glowing as it cooled. This faint glow, stretched by the expansion of space, is what we now detect as the cosmic microwave background. But before that, for 380,000 years, the universe was opaque, filled with a hot plasma that light couldn't travel through. That primordial gas, that first faint glow, it's still there, all around us, redshifted into microwaves. Invisible, but present. The oldest light, the first light, cradling the universe, cradling you as you drift deeper. There are comets that got lost, ejected from their original orbits by gravitational interactions. They wander through the galaxy, some traveling in interstellar space between stars for millions of years before perhaps, by chance, entering another star system. These lost comets, frozen, dormant, carry with them ices from their birth system, water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, memories frozen in their nuclei. They drift in the darkness, waiting for the warmth of a star to wake them. But for now, just drifting, sleeping, the way you're sleeping now, heavier, heavier. Every planet, every moon, every object in space has a magnetic field, or the ghost of one. Earth's magnetic field, generated by the churning of molten iron in its core, creates a protective bubble around the planet, shielding us from solar wind. Some planets, like Jupiter, have magnetic fields thousands of times stronger. Others, like Mars, lost their magnetic fields billions of years ago, leaving only traces in the magnetized rocks of their crust. These invisible fields stretching through space, channels for particles, guides for solar wind, shaping space around them, quietly, invisibly, thump, thump, like the field of your own awareness, expanding, then contracting, then releasing. Near a black hole, time bends. An observer far away, watching something fall toward the event horizon, would see it slow down, taking forever to cross that boundary. From the falling object's perspective, everything proceeds normally, but from outside, time stretches, dilates, approaches infinity. This isn't metaphor, it's geometry. The shape of space-time curved so extremely that the flow of time itself changes. Where gravity is weak, like here on Earth, time flows normally, but near the ultimate nothing, the collapsed nothing of a black hole, time becomes like honey, flowing, slower, slower, the way time feels now as you sink towards sleep. Seconds stretching, becoming longer to thicker, heavier. Crabs arrive, swarms of them, deep-sea red crabs, chasson, their shells bright crimson, though in the darkness, all colours fade to grey. They clamber over the skeleton, picking, cleaning, their numbers growing, days becoming weeks. the soft tissue slowly consumed. Then the bone-eating worms arrive, Osedax, meaning bone-eater. These worms have no mouth, no gut. They anchor to the bone and penetrate it with root-like structures, absorbing lipids, fat stored in whalebone. But they can't digest these fats themselves, so they house bacteria inside their roots, symbiotic bacteria that break down the lipids, converting them to nutrients the worm can absorb. Male Osedax, microscopic, live inside the female's tube, sometimes dozens of males per female. They never leave, never mature beyond sperm production, their entire existence dedicated to one function, like the male anglerfish, dissolved into something else's story. The Osedax worms can persist for decades, slowly dissolving the skeleton, until nothing remains but impressions in the sediment. The whale returned fully to the sea, every atom redistributed, every molecule recycled. This is the logic of the deep. Nothing wasted, everything used, the entire ocean connected in a slow-motion circle. What falls feeds what waits below. What waits below eventually returns in different forms to feed what swims above. A closed loop, nearly, almost, with just a little input from above. Sunlight driving photosynthesis, starting the chain. But even that rule has exceptions. In the cold, outer regions of space, water ice takes on crystalline structures different from the ice you know. The ice on comets, on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, on Kuiper Belt objects, forms in hexagonal crystals, layers of molecules arranged in precise patterns. In the steep cold, near absolute zero, this ice can survive for billions of years, unchanged, preserved. Each crystal, a tiny structure of perfect order in the chaos of space. Thump, thump, like your thoughts crystallizing, becoming simpler, more ordered, more still. The solar system has a boundary, not a sharp edge, but a region where the solar wind finally stops pushing outward. The heliopause, where the sun's influence ends and interstellar space begins. The Voyager spacecraft crossed this boundary, reporting back a change in the particles detected. Suddenly, instead of particles from the sun, they detected particles from the galaxy at large, from other stars, from the interstellar medium. The boundary is not a wall, but a transition, a gradual fading from one realm to another, the way waking fades, gradually, into sleep. Oxygen, both present at the vents. The worm provides habitat and access to chemicals. The bacteria provide all nutrition, a partnership so complete that neither can exist without the other. These worms can grow 6 feet long, living in water that alternates between near boiling and near freezing, depending on current. They've evolved proteins that remain stable across this temperature range, adaptations that fascinate scientists because these proteins might hold keys to understanding life's flexibility, its resilience. The Pompeii worm, Alvinella pompeiana, lives even closer to the heat. Its tail, anchored in tubes, can withstand temperatures up to 80 degrees Celsius, the hottest temperature any animal is known to tolerate. Its head waves in cooler water, 20 degrees Celsius, creating a temperature gradient across its body of 60 degrees, a living experiment in thermal tolerance. Its back covered in symbiotic bacteria, a fuzzy coat protecting it, feeding it. The bacteria may provide insulation or chemical nutrient or both. Another partnership forged in fire, in darkness, in isolation. Deep inside some exoplanets, far from any sun, the core heats slowly from radioactive decay, from leftover heat of formation, from the pressure of the planet's own weight. This internal heat rises slowly, taking millions of years to reach the surface. On some worlds, this creates volcanism, plate tectonics. On others, it merely warms the planet slightly, keeping it from cooling to the temperature of space. This slow heating, this deep warmth, rising from within, the way warmth rises in your body now, as your metabolism slows, as you settle, as everything becomes softer, warmer, heavier. Gravitational waves, ripples in space-time itself, pass through the Earth constantly, caused by colliding black holes, merging neutron stars, cataclysms billions of light years away. These waves stretch and compress space as they pass, by amounts smaller than an atom. We built detectors sensitive enough to feel this, to hear the universe ringing like a bell when massive objects collide. But most gravitational waves are undetectable, too subtle, too faint, just the fabric of space, gently rippling, constantly, imperceptibly, the way water ripples, even when it seems still. You're rippling now, gently, your awareness expanding and contracting, in waves, softer, softer, thump, thump. Around the vents, predators gather, vent fish, eelpouts, prowling for smaller creatures, octopuses, pale and delicate, tending their eggs near warm water, brooding for months, years even, not eating, just protecting until they die and their offspring emerge into the same strange world, starting the cycle again. Molecular clouds, the vast dark nebulae where stars form, are composed mostly of molecular hydrogen, H2, with traces of carbon monoxide, water, ammonia, and other simple molecules. These clouds are cold, just 10 or 20 degrees above absolute zero, and dense by space standards, though still far more tenuous than any vacuum we can create on Earth. Inside these clouds, in the darkest, coldest cores, gravity slowly pulls matter together over millions of years, until eventually a star ignites. But most of the time, these clouds just are dark, cold, silent, their composition unchanging, waiting, heavier, heavier, like you're waiting now, in the darkness, quiet, cold, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing. Let's drift away from the vents, back into the cold dark, where the viperfish hunts, Choliodus, with teeth so large they cannot close their mouth, fangs extending past the jaw, past where any reasonable design would place them, curved, needle-sharp, some hinged, folding back when the mouth opens wide, then snapping forward, impaling prey. The viperfish's skull hinged behind the eyes, allowing the jaws to open at angles up to 90 degrees, creating a cave lined with daggers. It strikes with speed, sudden acceleration, then back to stillness, waiting. Its photophores lining its belly, its sides can glow, steadily or in patterns, perhaps attracting prey, perhaps counter-illuminating, perhaps sending signals to other viperfish, courtship, or territory, or something we can't imagine. There are planets without stars, rogue planets, ejected from their birth systems by gravitational interactions, drifting through the galaxy, alone, in the dark. These worlds, some perhaps Earth-sized, some larger, receive no warmth from a sun, only the faint background radiation of space and whatever internal heat remains from their formation. They wander through the interstellar medium, taking millions of years to cross from one star system to another, perhaps never to be captured, never to orbit again, just drifting endlessly through the cold, the dark, the silence, thump, thump, drifting like you're drifting now, untethered, free, floating in darkness. Comprehend, until too late, some dragonfish produce red bioluminescence, unique among deep-sea creatures. Most bioluminescence glows blue or green, colours that travel farthest in water. But the dragonfish sees red, has special pigments in its eyes, allowing it to detect red light, while its prey cannot. It illuminates them with a colour they're blind to, seeing them while remaining unseen. A private spotlight in the universal dark. The cosmic web, the large-scale structure of the universe, forms filaments, long strings of galaxies, connected by invisible threads of dark matter and gas, stretching between galaxy clusters. These filaments, hundreds of millions of light-years long, shimmer faintly with the light of countless galaxies, creating a web-like pattern that looks, from a great enough distance, like neurons in a brain or frost on a window. The galaxies within these filaments move slowly along them, following the gravitational channels, the rivers of dark matter flowing, drifting forever. The shimmer of that cosmic web, too vast to comprehend, too beautiful to look away from, drawing you in, deeper, heavier. These waters, the bathypelagic zone, the midnight zone, stretch from 3,300 feet down to 13,000 feet, a mile, 2 miles of vertical space, where the only light comes from life itself, where food is so scarce that everything has adapted to feast or famine, meals separated by weeks, months, bodies designed to stretch, to store, to wait. Your body knows waiting, knows stillness, lying here, muscles released, breath slowing, the waiting before sleep, the drifting toward dreams, deeper, always deeper. Binary star systems, 2 stars orbiting each other, dance through space, bound by mutual gravity. They might orbit close, completing a revolution in hours or days, or far apart, taking centuries. The dance is silent, perfect, each star falling toward the other, but always missing, creating instead an eternal orbit. Some binaries are so close they touch, sharing material between them, creating a peanut-shaped system. Others are so far apart they barely interact. Just 2 stars, happening to move through space together, circling, always circling, thump, thump, like your thoughts circling now, slower, wider, losing coherence, losing connection, but still moving, still dancing, until they stop. Xenophophores, giant single-celled organisms the size of pancakes, even dinner plates, sprawl across the seafloor, their fragile tests, built from sediment grains, glued together into branching mazes. They feed by absorbing organic particles and hosting microbial gardens inside their own cytoplasm. They're living ecosystems within a single cell, forming miniature reefs for small invertebrates, shrimp, brittle stars, even young fish, hide within their folds, protected by a creature that is mostly silence. The solar wind, that stream of charged particles from the sun, creates storms in space, interplanetary storms. When these particles interact with planetary magnetic fields, they create auroras, radiation belts, magnetic substorms. But between the planets, the storms are invisible, just fluctuations in particle density, in magnetic field strength, measured only by spacecraft. The faint trail of these disturbances, rippling outward from the sun, washing over the planets, bending around their magnetic fields, creating turbulence in the solar system. Turbulence you'd never know existed unless you looked with the right instruments. Everything invisible, everything silent, everything hidden, like the processes of your body now. Breathing, heartbeat, all continuing while you drift away from awareness, from noticing. Saturn's rings, those magnificent structures, are not solid, but composed of billions of ice particles, ranging from grain-sized to house-sized. Each particle follows its own orbit, creating the appearance of rings, the shepherd moons. Small moons orbiting near the rings use their gravity to keep the rings in place, preventing them from spreading. The arc of this distant ring system, visible through a telescope from Earth, glows softly with reflected sunlight. The rings are thin, incredibly thin, sometimes only 30 feet from top to bottom, despite being hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Like paper, like a whisper, like the thin boundary movement. Instead of light, the ping-pong tree sponge, clusters of perfect white spheres, perched on thin stalks, studding the deep Pacific sea floor. Each sphere hides a labyrinth of channels, lined with tiny hooks. When zooplankton drift inside, they become ensnared, trapped in a maze that narrows with no exit. The sponge thrives in cold, nutrient-poor depths, making its forest of orbs look like a forgotten orchard, growing in perpetual night. Venus flytrap anemones, tall, flared, cup-like predators, perched on mud slops of submarine canyons. Their tentacles curve inward, forming a trap. When fish or shrimp touch the edges, the anemone folds, not with speed, but with certainty. Its nematocysts fire, delivering toxins paralyzing prey, which is then drawn slowly into the column, consumed in pieces over hours. Mushroom-soft corals, dome-shaped colonies, rising from rocky outcrops, their tissues, nearly all water, supported by flexible skeletons of calcium carbonate spicules. They extend polyps at night, combing currents for plankton. They glow faintly under bioluminescent flashes, reacting to touch or to drifting particles. Their softness, bamboo corals, jointed skeletons, alternating between hard calcite and soft protein nodes, giving them flexibility in deep currents. Some colonies are millennia old, their growth rings recording changes in deep ocean temperatures and carbon levels. Like living climate scrolls, they host brittle stars, crabs, worm colonies, creating entire vertical cities in the twilight zone. Black coral forests, dark, woody skeletons, rising like drowned trees from slops and seamounts. Their polyps are white, delicate, feeding on drifting plankton. They grow incredibly slowly, fractions of an inch per year, but can live for 4 millennia. They form essential habitats. Deep-sea bamboo whips, tall, slender gorgonians, bending like reeds, and slow abyssal currents. Their surfaces buzz with life, polyps extending to catch detritus, and tiny zooplankton. Some whip corals reach 10 feet, swaying over plains like lonely silhouettes, each branch home to symbiotic worms, shrimps, and miniature crabs, tucked into crevices of living bone-white stems, sea-pen fields, whole colonies anchored upright, their central stalks buried in sand. Their feather-like leaves pulse with water, lined with polyps specialized for feeding and breathing. When disturbed, they glow blue-green, bioluminescent waves rippling across entire crinoid meadows, feather stars perched on stalks, extending delicate arms to capture marine snow drifting from above. Some lift off, swimming with rhythmic motions of feathered limbs, moving like living pinwheels. They gather in groups, forming gardens that sway with currents in perfect, synchronized slowness. Ophiuroid graveyards, vast gatherings of brittle stars, thousands, tens of thousands, forming matted layers over canyon floors. They converge on food falls, consuming them in frenzies, then lie still, arms intertwined like tangled roots. When currents shift, their bodies leave patterns, star-shaped imprints, geometric echoes of feeding events. At the intersections of cosmic web filaments, where multiple strands of galaxies meet, there is hidden mass, concentrations of dark matter and gas, too diffuse to form galaxies, but massive nonetheless. These nodes in the cosmic web shape the flow of matter on the larger scales, pulling on galaxy clusters, affecting their motion. But the mass itself is invisible, inferred only from its gravitational effects, hidden but present, influencing everything, like the hidden processes of your mind, influencing your dreams, your sleep, your breathing, all happening without your awareness, without your control, just happening. Heavier, heavier. Maris orthocana, a crimson siphonophore, its swimming bells pulsing in transparent chains. Tentacles trail beneath, a curtain of stings, catching prey, funneling it upward to digestive zoids. Its light patterns flicker red and gold, not bioluminescence, but reflection from internal pigments, a drifting ember in black water. The light from the most distant galaxies, visible in deep field images, is ancient. So ancient that we see these galaxies as they were when the universe was less than 1 billion years old. These galaxies are small, irregular, intensely forming stars. They're building themselves, creating their first generations of stars. These ancient starlight shifted so far to the red by the expansion of space that it appears as infrared light now, carries information from an era we can barely understand. The pale drift of this ancient light, travelling for 13 billion years just to reach us, to show us the past, is like memory, like ancient memory, drifting through time, fading, but still present, still there. Thump, thump, if you look, if you remember. But you're forgetting now, drifting past memory, past light, past time, brown dwarfs, those failed stars. Some wander through space alone, ejected from binary systems, or born in isolation. The haze around these wandering brown dwarfs, clouds in their atmospheres, creates complex weather patterns, storms of molten iron rain, temperature variations from pole to equator, layers of different chemical compounds creating banded structures, like Jupiter, but dimmer, cooler. These objects, radiating mostly in infrared, are invisible to the naked eye, but through infrared telescopes they appear hazy, indistinct, surrounded by their own heat, slowly radiating into the cold, like warmth radiating from your body now into the cool air. The hatchetfish, Sternopticidae, has evolved the flat silvery body, thin as paper when viewed head-on, nearly invisible. Its eyes point upward, tubular, always watching for prey silhouetted against the distant surface glow, and along its belly, photophores arranged precisely, creating counter-illumination, matching the light from above, erasing its shadow, becoming nothing to anything looking up, in a realm where being seen means death, invisibility is survival. The hatchetfish masters this better than most, its mirror-like sides reflecting what little light exists, its ventral lights calibrated to brightness and angle, everything engineered over millions of years to disappear. Neutrinos, nearly massless particles, were created in enormous numbers in the first moments of the Big Bang. These relic neutrinos, cooled by the expansion of space, drift through the universe. There are billions of them in every cubic meter of space, passing through you, through the Earth, through everything, without interaction. They carry no charge, barely interact with matter. The slow drift of these relic neutrinos, remnants from the birth of everything, is invisible, undetectable. They flow through you right now as you drift towards sleep, ghostly, ancient particles from the beginning of time, passing through, leaving no trace. Thump, thump, like thoughts, like moments, passing through, leaving nothing. Around young stars, disks of gas and dust orbit, protoplanetary disks where planets will eventually form. But these disks have gaps, cleared by forming planets. The quiet swirl of material in these gaps, where a planet is sweeping up debris, creating a clearing in the disk, happens slowly, over millions of years. The gas and dust, forced outward or inward by the planet's gravity, leaves a dark band, visible in high-resolution images. These gaps, these absences, these empty places, speak of something forming, something growing, something becoming. But all you see is the gap, the emptiness, the quiet space, like the quiet space in your mind now. Empty, becoming more empty, heavier, heavier. When galaxies collide, when they merge, tidal streams form, long arcs of stars, pulled out from the galaxies by gravitational interactions. These streams, stretching across hundreds of thousands of light years, glow softly, starlight from stolen stars. The soft glow along these tidal streams marks the violence of galactic collision, but the glow itself is gentle, beautiful even, like fireworks reflected in water, the beauty of destruction, transformed by distance, by time, into something peaceful. The stars in these streams will eventually settle into the merged galaxy, finding new orbits, new homes. But for now, they drift along their tidal stream, homeless, unanchored, like you now, drifting, unanchored. Cosmic voids, the largest structures in the universe, are vast regions with very few galaxies. These voids, hundreds of millions of light years across, are not completely empty, but nearly so. The breathless calm inside these voids, where the galaxy density is less than 1/10 of the cosmic average, is profound. An observer inside a cosmic void would see galaxies only as faint smudges on the horizon, in every direction, but far away, very far away. The loneliness of such a place, the empty, silent vastness, is almost peaceful, almost like floating in sensory deprivation. No input, no stimulation, just being in the void. You're entering your own void now, a place of no stimulation, no thought, no sensation, just darkness. Only a few specimens have ever been examined, most from the stomachs of sperm whales or accidentally caught in deep-sea fishing gear. Their beaks, found in whale stomachs, allow scientists to estimate that some colossal squid might reach around 1,400 pounds, maybe more. Giants in the dark, rarely seen, rarely caught, mostly just dreaming, drifting in waters so cold metabolism slows to near hibernation. This phenomenon, deep sea gigantism, appears again and again. The giant isopod, Bathynomus giganteus, a pillbug's nightmare cousin, growing up to 16 inches long, while its shallow water relative measure fractions of an inch. The giant isopod scuttles across the abyssal floor, or sometimes swims using its legs inside from supermassive black holes, from the centers of active galaxies. Jets of material shoot outward near the speed of light. These jets, powered by the rotational energy of the black hole or by magnetic fields, extend for thousands, sometimes millions of light years. The gentle twist of these distant jets as they spiral through space, following magnetic field lines, creates helical patterns, visible in radio images. The jets themselves, mostly empty space with a thin stream of high-energy particles, appear almost like smoke, like a distant chimney. The twist, the spiral, the gentle curve draws your eye, draws your attention, spiraling down, following the curve, around and around, deeper, deeper, heavier. Animal and bacteria, so common in the deep that it seems symbiosis is the rule, not the exception. Some crabs have adapted to the brine pools, Munidopsis, swimming in and out, tolerating the salt, feeding on mussels and worms. They walk along the boundary between water and stranger water, between one impossible environment and another. At some brine pools, especially in the Gulf of Mexico, methane bubbles up from beneath, and where methane reaches oxygen, certain bacteria oxidize it, creating mats, microbial films covering the seafloor, yellow, orange, white, vast carpets of bacterial life, converting methane, the same gas heating our homes, into biological energy. Deep sea's alternative to photosynthesis, to sunlight, to everything we think. We know about how life works. The tube anemones, Seriantheria, extend from burrows in the sediment. Their tentacles can number in the hundreds, spread in a spiral, creating a net to trap plankton or marine snow. They can retract instantly when threatened, pulling down into their tube, constructed of mucus and sediment and specialized threads called tychocysts, like a collapsible building that can pull itself underground. The solar wind, blowing outward from the sun, encounters planetary magnetospheres, creating complex interactions. The whisper of solar wind across Earth's magnetosphere, bending the magnetic field lines, compressing them on the day side, stretching them on the night side, creates currents and auroras and radiation belts. This whisper, this gentle but constant pressure, shapes the environment around every planet with a magnetic field, protecting some, eroding the atmospheres of others. The whisper, barely there, but persistent, like white noise, like ocean waves, like the sound of your own breathing, constant, fading, becoming background, becoming nothing. Just whisper, just sound, just breath. During the day, they coil tight, pulling all those arms inward, becoming a ball, a fist, waiting for darkness, though in the deep, day and night might mean nothing, but rhythms remain, biological clocks, ticking, even without sun, even without cues. The body knows time. Your body knows time, knows that now is time for rest. The brittle stars, Ophiuroidea, carpet the abyssal plain. In some regions, hundreds per square metre. Their 5 arms, thin, serpentine, used for walking, for feeding, for sensing. They eat detritus, filter feeders, scavengers, forming, essentially, forests of themselves, arm forests, waving in gentle currents. On Saturn's moon Titan, beneath an orange haze atmosphere, there are lakes, but not of water, of liquid methane and ethane. These frozen methane lakes, under alien twilight, reflect the dim sunlight filtered through Titan's thick atmosphere, creating a landscape both familiar and utterly strange. Lakes, shores, islands, but made of materials that would be gas on Earth, existing because Titan is so cold, so far from the sun, that methane is liquid. The twilight there, perpetual. The sun appearing only as a bright spot through the haze, creates a mood, melancholy, quiet, like dusk that never ends, like the twilight of consciousness, the dimming, the fading of awareness into sleep. Thump, thump, ancient, silent, still. These coral forests provide habitat, structure, in a world that's mostly mud and darkness. Fish shelter among the branches, crustaceans hide, octopuses hunt, an ecosystem built on stone-slow growth, decades to grow inches. The coral polyps, filter feeding constantly, patient. Everything here is patient. Some black corals, recovered from the deep, have been carbon dated to 200 years old, growing when humans was just building pyramids, still growing, now in darkness, in cold, witnesses to time we cannot comprehend. They were alive when so much history happened, and they simply grew. How does it feel to be ancient, without memory, to persist, without awareness of persistence? Perhaps peaceful. Perhaps this is what rocks feel, if rocks could feel. Pure being, without reflection, just continuing. The chimeras, chimeridae, ghost sharks, ratfish, swim through these depths, not true sharks, but related, cartilaginous fish, with smooth skin, big eyes, and a venomous spine on their dorsal fin, defensive, because down here, Even predators need protection. Their snouts, elongated in some species, stubby in others, trailing whisker-like barbels, extensions of their nose, chemosensory, tasting the water, reading chemical signals, finding prey buried in sediment, crustacean, heavier. When two neutron stars collide, when they merge, they create something called a kilonova, an explosion, releasing gold, platinum, heavy elements, forged in that instant of collision. The distant lantern of this kilonova afterglow, fading over weeks and months, glows in infrared, in optical light, in radio waves, painting a picture of cosmic alchemy from Earth, billions of light years away. We watch this lantern, this distant signal, growing dimmer, dimmer, like a candle in a window seen from miles away, slowly going out, the glow, orange and red, fading to darkness, like your thoughts, like the light behind your eyes, fading, going out, heavier, heavier, thump, thump. The lantern dims, and you dim with it, drifting into darkness. The sun's heliosphere, that bubble of solar wind, pressing against the interstellar medium, has a boundary, thin, delicate. The thin membrane of this heliosphere boundary, separating what is solar from what is interstellar, flexes and moves, breathing with the solar cycle. When the sun is active, the boundary expands. When quiet, it contracts. This membrane, invisible, intangible, marks a threshold, like skin, separating inside from outside, self from other. The membrane, so thin, barely there, but crucial, essential, like the membrane between waking and sleeping, so thin now, so permeable, thoughts leaking through, awareness seeping out, the boundary dissolving, thinning, until there's no separation, no inside or outside, just one, continuous, darkness, heavier, heavier. There are moons orbiting too close to their planets, inside what's called the Roche limit, where tidal forces exceed the moon's own gravity. The slow tide that tears a moon apart pulls harder on the near side than the far side, stretching, deforming. Eventually it was to you. Over millions of years, the moon breaks, becomes a ring, particles orbiting individually, the tide pulling, pulling, relentless, patient, inevitable, like sleep pulling at you now, gentle but insistent. You can resist for a while, but the tide always wins, always pulls you apart, dissolves you into separate pieces, separate thoughts, separate moments, until you're no longer one thing, but many, or nothing, just particles, orbiting in the dark. Thump, thump. The tide pulls, and you surrender, heavier. The frilled shark, Chlamydocelicus anguineus, looks prehistoric, because it is ancient lineage, largely unchanged for millions of years. Its mouth, terminal at the front of its snout, not underslung like most sharks, its teeth needle-like, recurved, 3 points each, designed to snag slippery prey. Squid mostly, it attacks by bending like a snake, lunging, its body eel-like, flexible, allowing it to twist in tight spaces between rocks and crevasses. When filmed, it moves slowly, jerkily, almost robotic, but attack speed, when it strikes, is explosive, contradictory, like everything in the deep. Stillness, interrupted by brief violence, then stillness again, always appearing, then vanishing, leaving no trace, heavier, heavier. The ghosts flicker and fade, and you fade with them. Jupiter, with its powerful magnetic field, creates radio storms, bursts of radio waves, triggered by the moon, Io, by the interaction of Jupiter's magnetosphere with the solar wind. These storms, inaudible to human ears, but detectable with radio telescopes, sound like static, like interference. The soft static of these Jovian radio storms, crackling across millions of miles, is the sound of a planet breathing in radio frequencies. The static, chaotic, unpredictable, but somehow soothing, like white noise, like rain on a roof, like the static between stations, between thoughts, between moments of consciousness. The static grows, fills everything, until all you hear, all you feel, is static, soft, enveloping, pulling you under, thump, thump, heavier. On Titan, Saturn's largest moon, beneath the surface, beneath the dunes of hydrocarbon sand, there may be caves, caverns formed in water ice by some ancient process, now hidden, sealed. The crystalline caves beneath Titan's dunes, if they exist, would be lined with ice, not water ice alone, but mixed with ammonia, with methane, creating structures, alien, beautiful, untouched by any light, for billions of years. In these caves, if you could visit, you'd find silence, absolute. No wind, no sound, no movement, just crystals growing slowly, molecule by molecule, in the dark, in the cold, forever. The caves waiting in darkness, like the caves of your unconscious mind, deep structures hidden, where dreams form, where memories hide, everything crystalline, everything preserved, everything sleeping, heavier, heavier. Brown dwarfs, those failed stars, sometimes have auroras created by charged particles interacting with their magnetic fields, just like Earth's auroras, but different. The faint blush of aurorae on a brown dwarf, glowing in infrared, in wavelengths invisible to human eyes, creates bands of light around the poles of these dim objects. The blush, barely there, fainter than anything you could imagine, marks the presence of magnetic fields, of charged particles, of processes, continuing even on a star that failed to ignite. The blush, like the flush of blood in your cheeks, fading now as your circulation slows, as your body cools, preparing for sleep, everything blushing, then fading, then cooling, then still. Thump, thump, heavier. Every star has a lifetime. Stars like the sun burn for 10 billion years, then begin to die. The long goodbye of a retiring main sequence star takes millions of years. First, the star swells, becoming a red giant, consuming its inner planets. Then it sheds its outer layers, creating a Crossota jellies, deep red medusae, hovering motionless until prey approaches. Their bells are small, but their tentacles are long, lined with stinging cells. They pulse gently, conserving energy, releasing brief flashes of bioluminescence when disturbed. They brood their young, holding developing medusae. Beneath the bell, a quiet nursery in cold mid-water, benthic stenophores, comb jellies that live on the seafloor, unlike their drifting cousins. Their bodies adhere to rocks or anchor into sediment. Tentacles spread in sticky fans, catching amphipods and copepods. Their rows of cilia beat in iridescent waves, even in darkness, shimmering with reflected bioluminescence. They creep rather than swim, inching across substrate. Invisible when watching a single moment, becomes clear when simulated. When time is compressed, the galaxies approach, intertwine, separate, return, merge. Their stars rarely collide. Space is too empty, but their shapes deform, stretch, create tidal tails, spiral arms, disrupted structures. The choreography, complex, beautiful, violent and graceful, all at once, takes hundreds of millions of years to complete, like the choreography of your breath, your heartbeat, your brainwaves as you fall asleep. Everything synchronized, everything dancing to rhythms you don't control, don't choose, just follow. Thump, thump, heavier. The dance continues without you as you drift away. Lavaceans, tiny tadpole-like animals, building elaborate mucus houses, delicate spherical filters that can be many times their own size. They beat their tails, drawing water through layers, capturing bacteria and particles. When the house clogs, they abandon it, letting it sink, contributing to marine snow, then build a new one, a life spent constructing and discarding. Miniature mansions, Tomopteris, polychord worms, agile, translucent, their bodies segmented with paddle-like limbs. They swim with surprising speed, their limbs beating like wings. Some species produce golden bioluminescence, flashes that pulse from limb to limb as if fire were running along their bodies. They hunt small crustaceans, striking with sudden, fluid twists. Swimmer bombworms, polychaetes that release glowing spheres, bombs when threatened, gelatinous orbs that drift away, pulsing with green light, distracting predators. Their bodies are long, pale, supported by paddle-like parapodia. They swim with quick bursts, vanishing into darkness, while their decoys continue to glow like drifting ghosts, chaitanaths, arrow worms, sleek, transparent predators hovering horizontally. Their mouths are ringed with grasping spines, snapping shut on copepods with shocking speed. They are ambush hunters, tracking prey through vibration. Their bodies, nearly invisible, ripple with faint muscle waves as they strike with needle-like precision. Heavy, compressed, until there's no space left between anything, everything, touching, everything else. No boundaries, no separation, just density, just weight, pulling down, down, heavier, heavier, thump, thump. In some planetary nebulae, in the expelled shells of dying stars, there are knots, dense clumps of gas. These knots, shaped by magnetic fields, by stellar wind, by turbulence, create intricate structures, like tangled thread, like rope, coiled and twisted. The knots, moving outward with the expanding nebula, slowly untangle or tighten further over thousands of years, like the knots in your muscles, in your shoulders, in your jaw, slowly untangling now, loosening, releasing as you sink. Amphipod clouds, fast-moving swarms of tiny crustaceans darting in all directions. Their bodies are laterally compressed, allowing tight maneuvers in complex flows. They gather around food falls, covering carcasses in minutes, devouring soft tissues, leaving only bone. Their numbers astonishing, enough to form clouds that look like drifting smoke. Circle, slower now, wider orbits, longer periods, until the orbit is so slow, so wide, that it's almost not moving, almost still, thump, thump, heavier, circle, and still, and sleep. Comets, when they approach the sun, heat up. Gas erupts from their surfaces, jets of vapor, creating the coma, the atmosphere around the nucleus. These jets, triggered by sunlight, by rotation, by the comet's composition, shoot outward, then slow, then drift, like breath, like sighs, like the sigh you take now, releasing, releasing. The comet sighs, vapor into space, and you sigh. Tension into air, everything, releasing, everything, evaporating, lighter, but somehow heavier. The paradox of letting go, feeling. Phronema, predatory amphipods, infamous for hollowing out salt bodies when riding them like transparent barrels. They carve the interior, shaping it into a mobile shelter. Their large eyes, adapted to faint light, track prey as they row their barrel through mid-water. They raise their young inside the stolen chamber, a drifting nursery built from another's body. Hyperid amphipods, hitchhikers of the deep, living on jellies, siphonophores, and salps. Their large eyes, tuned to detect bioluminescent glows. They cling to gelatinous hosts, feeding on mucus or on the prey the host captures. Some species burrow into bells, living inside like tenants in a soft, drifting home. Deep-sea ostracods, gigantocypress, giant seed shrimp, orange, spherical, with mirrored eyes that act like telescopes, focusing faint light. Their bodies are encased in smooth shells, within which limbs move, unseen. They hover motionless, scanning for prey or predators, their reflective eyes glinting like metallic moons in black water. Bathypelagic polychaetes, long-bodied worms, drifting or swimming through the water column. Some glow blue, others red, their parapodia fluttering like delicate wings. They feed on detritus or capture small drifting animals, using jaws hidden within soft heads. They are ribbon-like hunters, moving with sinuous calm through still layers, everything becoming simpler, prettier, quieter as you drift, farther away, heavier, heavier. The storms, still raging, but silent now, distant now, beautiful and irrelevant, in nebulae, in the clouds where stars are born. There are Bok globules, small dark clouds, dense, opaque. These globules, blocking the light from stars behind them, appear as dark spots in glowing nebulae. Inside these globules, in the darkness, stars are forming, or will form, eventually. The darkness, pregnant with potential, with future light, is like sleep, dark, but not empty, not nothing, but marine snow, the name itself, poetic, describes the constant shower of organic particles, dead phytoplankton, fecal pellets, pieces of dead animals, molts, mucus, everything that sinks through the water column, taking days, weeks to fall from surface to sea floor, most of it consumed on the way down by filter feeders, by plankton, by fish, by bacteria, breaking down, transforming, so that what reaches the abyssal plain is greatly diminished, a fraction of what started above. But still it comes, this constant gentle rain of nutrients, of energy, connecting the surface to the depths, everything falling like your eyelids, like your attention drifting away from thought toward nothing, toward sleep. In this marine snow, sometimes larger pieces, a shark, a tuna, a squid. These food falls create temporary oases, attracting creatures from far away. How they know remains mysterious. Chemical signals spreading through water like scent on wind. The deep-sea creatures detecting, responding, converging on opportunity. Scientists study this, by creating baited cameras, lowering them to the abyssal plane with bait and lights and time-lapse recording. Hours pass in the video, days, nothing. Then suddenly, a snailfish appearing, then a sleeper shark, circling, more fish, amphipods. Eventually, the bait consumed. It always does. The cusk eel, Ophidiidae, another abyssal resident, elongated, eel-like though not true eels. They're actually fish with reduced fins, adapted for a life of swimming slowly or resting on bottom. Some species give birth to live young. Unusual for deep-sea fish, most lay eggs, but the cusk eel retains embryos inside, protecting them in the safest place. They know their own body. Like the boundary you're crossing now between states, between waking and sleeping, wavering, shimmering, then settling into one side, the dark side, the sleeping side, heavier, thump. Some moons in the outer solar system have no atmosphere. Their surfaces exposed directly to space. Occasionally, a micrometeoroid impacts, vaporizing a tiny bit of surface material, creating a momentary puff of gas. On some moons, like Europa or Enceladus, ice sublimates directly into space, creating the faintest hint, the faint scent of ozone, of water vapor, but there's no one there to smell it, no one to notice. Just molecules escaping into vacuum, drifting away, joining the thin exosphere, then escaping entirely into interplanetary space, like thoughts escaping, drifting away, leaving your mind, evaporating into nothing. The moon, Earth's moon, is geologically active, even though it appears dead. Deep beneath the surface, in the regolith, moonquakes occur, caused by tidal stresses from Earth, by thermal expansion and contraction, by the slow cooling of the lunar interior. The tremor of these moonquakes, too subtle to feel on the surface, propagates through the solid moon, ringing it like a bell for hours after each quake. That subtle tremor, that barely there vibration, deep beneath a lifeless surface, is like the processes of your sleeping body, subtle, unconscious, continuing while you're unaware. Everything still moving, still processing, deep beneath awareness. Thump. Comets have tails, 2 of them, a dust tail that curves, following the comet's orbit, and an ion tail made of charged particles that always points directly away from the sun. The silver thread of this ion tail, glowing blue from charged carbon monoxide and water, stretches millions of miles behind the comet, but it's so tenuous, so thin, that you could fly through it and barely notice, like spider silk, visible only when light catches it, otherwise invisible, barely there. The thread, stretching, thinning light? Or is it peace, freedom from crowding, from noise, from the bright chaos of the surface world? Down here, space is abundant, pressure is constant, temperature unchanging. Perhaps this is not isolation. Perhaps this is your tranquility. Your room, now dark, quiet, could be anywhere, could be nowhere. The darkness, the same, whether eyes open or closed. The weight of blankets, like water, pressing, holding you. Heavy, heavier. This is safety. This is where you belong, in stillness, in quiet, in the soft dark. In the rings of Saturn, some particles are made of water ice, coated in organic molecules. When sunlight hits these particles, some wavelengths are absorbed, others scattered, creating the colors we see. But there's something else. Some ring particles contain tritium, radioactive hydrogen, created by cosmic ray impacts. This tritium, decaying with a half-life of 12 years, glows faintly, imperceptibly, with beta radiation. The glow of tritium in those ring particles, invisible, undetectable except by instrumentation, is like the glow of metabolism in your cells, continuing even as you sleep, energy being released slowly, constantly, invisibly, keeping you alive, keeping you warm while you drift away from knowing. Thump, thump around some massive stars. The intense radiation and stellar wind pushes on the surrounding interstellar medium, creating bubbles hundreds of light years across. Inside these bubbles, the gas is hot, tenuous, almost empty. The slow bloom of these interstellar bubbles, expanding at speeds of tens of kilometers per second, which seems fast, but on these scales is incredibly slow, takes millions of years, like a flower opening in extreme slow motion. The bloom, the expansion, the growth, happening, but imperceptibly, like your awareness, slowly blooming into dreams, expanding, but so slowly you don't notice the transition from waking to sleeping. Heavier, heavier. The phantom jellyfish, Stygia medusa gigantea, grows large, 6 feet across, with 4 arms, thick, ribbon-like. Instead of many thin tentacles, these arms can grow over 30 feet long, trailing like banners. They've rarely been seen. Less than 200 sightings ever recorded, despite existing throughout the world's oceans. In the midnight zone, where seeing anything is rare. When ROVs encounter them, they swim slowly, pulsing their bell, their arms waving, hypnotic, ghostly. The phantom jellyfish likely feeds on plankton or small fish caught in their arms, delivered to mouths along the arm length, eating slowly as they drift, always drifting. Gamma ray bursts, the brightest events in the universe, release more energy in seconds than the sun will release in its entire lifetime. These bursts, caused by collapsing massive stars, or colliding neutron stars send out beams of gamma rays that travel across the universe. The echo of these bursts, arriving at Earth after travelling billions of years, is detectable only by satellite instruments. By the time it reaches us, the fury has faded, become just an echo, a memory of violence, translated by distance into something almost peaceful. The echo fading, like anger fading, like intensity fading, everything fading with distance, with time, into quiet, into calm. Thump, thump. Some asteroids travel in resonant orbits, their orbital period a simple ratio of another object's period. These resonances, like musical intervals, create patterns, the silent shepherding of these resonant orbits. The way Neptune's gravity organizes the Kuiper belt, creating gaps and concentrations, is like an invisible hand, arranging things. The pattern, emerging from chaos, from random gravitational interactions, becomes order, becomes structure, becomes predictable, like you're breathing now, falling into a pattern, a rhythm, without effort, without thought, just resonating with the natural frequency of rest. Heavier, heavier, expand their cells, rupture their proteins, kill them as surely as vacuum. We think of pressure as limiting, but for them, pressure is home, is necessary. Surface pressure, too low. Deep pressure, just right, like you and your bed. The pressure of gravity holding you down, just right, not too much, not too little, perfect for sleep. The six-gill hagfish, primitive, jawless, nearly blind. It ties itself in knots to feed, to escape, to clean slime from its body. A living fossil, unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Because it works. Because this design, simple, effective, needs no improvement. In the deep, old designs persist. Why change? What functions? Evolution, in the deep, is conservative, slow, cautious, changes, expensive, risky. Better to stay the same. If same means survival, means existence, continuing. On shield volcanoes, on Mars, on Io, on other worlds, micrometeorites rain down constantly. Each impact, tiny, insignificant individually, pits the surface. The soft rain of these micrometeorites, over millions of years, erodes even the hardest rock, creating the weathered, ancient surfaces we see. That soft rain, barely noticeable, but constant, relentless, is like time itself, wearing everything down, smoothing everything. Eventually, even mountains become plains. Even sharp memories become smooth, vague, forgotten, everything worn by time, by patience, by the soft, constant rain of moments heavier. Most human will never see a bristle mouth, never know they exist, yet they might be the most successful fish. Success, not measured in size, in intelligence, in power, but in numbers, in persistence, in existing quietly, endlessly, in the spaces between spaces, doing what they've always done, what they'll always do, until something changes or ends. The bentopelagic sharks living at the boundary between open water and seafloor, neither fully of one nor the other, existing in the liminal space, the transition zone where bottom dwellers swim up and open water creatures swim down, meeting in the middle. Opportunistic, adaptable, flexible, in a rigidus environment, the prickly shark, Echinorinus cookie, covered in thick, thorn-like denticles, making it unpalatable to most predators. Its skin, armor, without weight, without rigidity, just texture, creating defense. It hunts octopuses, other sharks, crabs, whatever it can catch. In the deep, food is food, no preferences, just calories, just survival. The firefly squid, what a senior scintillans, though not the deepest, still remarkable. Its entire body covered in photophores, thousands of them. It can control each individually, creating patterns, light shows, communication, predation. Red giant stars, old stars, swollen and cool, slowly exhale their outer layers, creating planetary nebulae. The slow exhale of these dying stars, releasing material that will seed the next generation, takes thousands of years, like breathing out forever. The material drifts away, glowing, creating those beautiful, symmetrical nebulae, shells of gas, expanding, thinning, eventually, mixing with the interstellar medium, disappearing. That slow exhale, releasing, letting go, is like the exhale you're taking now. Releasing, everything, letting go of the day, of tension, of consciousness, just breathing out and not bothering to breathe back in, heavier. Neutron star, with their incredible density, have crusts. The outer layer, just below the surface, is solid, made of atomic nuclei arranged in crystalline lattices. This crystalline song, if you could hear it, would be the vibration of the crust, ringing from starquakes when the crust cracks under intense magnetic stress. The frequencies too high for human hearing, but they're nonetheless mathematical, perfect. The crystal singing as it breaks, as it reforms, as stress releases, like your own body releasing stress, muscles, finally letting go, everything, crystalline, everything, structured, dissolving into chaos, into randomness, into sleep. Thump, thump. At the center of globular clusters, ancient spherical collections of stars orbiting galaxies. The stars are packed densely, separated by light weeks instead of light years. The velvet darkness inside these cores, between the stars, is not truly dark, illuminated by the combined light of 1,000,000 suns, but to our eyes, from Earth, looking at these clusters, we see only a bright, fuzzy ball. The darkness inside, the space between, hidden by glare, is like the space between thoughts, between moments, hidden by the brightness of awareness, but becoming visible now as awareness dims, as the brightness fades, revealing the velvet darkness beneath, heavier. At certain points in space, Lagrange points, gravitational forces balance perfectly. An object placed at a Lagrange point will stay there, requiring no fuel, no energy, just staying. The gentle tug holding it is the equilibrium of forces, sun and earth pulling equally, creating a point of stillness in the motion of the solar system. That gentle tug, that balance, that perfect point of rest is where you are now, balanced between waking and sleeping, between thought and no thought, between being and not being, just balanced, still at rest. Heavier, heavier, thump, thump, inside some stars, in a moment of crisis, when the core contracts suddenly, helium fusion ignites explosively. This helium flash, releasing enormous energy in seconds, happens deep inside the star, invisible from outside. The pale fire of this event, seen only in computer models, in calculations, affects the star's evolution, but invisibly. Without the flash, the star would die differently, but no one watching would know. The flash happens in darkness, in the deep, in the hidden places where fusion occurs, like insights, occurring in sleep, in dreams, processing, happening, in darkness, in depths you'll never see, never remember, but that change you nonetheless. Heavier, a bent-tooth bristlefish, another strange design, teeth projecting forward outside the mouth, because in the deep, mouths don't need to close, don't need to fit together neatly, just need to hold prey. Once caught, the eating can be slow, no rush, never a rush. The sea pig we mentioned, but there are so many species, scotoplanes, peniagone, cycropotes, all variations, all walking cucumbers, grazing the abyssal mud, finding nutrition in almost nothing, processing the unprocessable, surviving where survival seems unlikely. The scaly-foot snail, at hydrothermal vents, armor-plated with iron sulfide, metal scales, growing naturally. On living tissue, the only animal to use metal in this way, its shell, black, iron-rich, protecting it from toxic vent water, from predators. A medieval knight, born of chemistry and evolution, the Pompeii worm, already described, but worth remembering. The heat it endures would kill almost anything, yet it thrives, finding that perfect spot between too hot and too cold, between death and death, living in the narrowest margin. Near black holes, near neutron stars, space-time curves so severely that light bends, creating optical distortions. The shimmer of birefringence in this warped space-time creates multiple images, gravitational lensing, light following curved paths. What should be straight becomes curved. What should be single becomes multiple. Reality itself distorted by gravity, by mass, by the curvature of everything, like perception, distorted as you fall asleep. Things seeming multiple when they're single, or single when they're multiple. Time stretching, contracting, space bending, nothing quite real anymore. Heavier. The Dumbo grubs, Siconassa larvae, drifting in plankton before settling to bottom to metamorphose into different forms. Everyone in the deep changes. Nothing stays the same. Development, transformation, different stages, different needs, different forms, but same creature underneath. All these creatures, all these adaptations, all this diversity in darkness, in cold, in pressure, in isolation, life persisting, thriving, even succeeding by metrics we barely understand. What drives them? No consciousness, no ambition, just DNA, replicating, just chemistry, responding to environment, to pressure, to opportunity, the drive to exist, built into every cell, every molecule. Keep going, keep trying, keep being until you can't. But for now, they continue, swimming, drifting, feeding, reproducing, in the dark, in silence, in the deep. They continue, as they have, for millions of years, as they will, for millions, more and less. Something changes. The ocean, breathing, above them, currents, flowing, around them, the planet, turning, beneath them. But in the deep, none of that matters, only of existence, your breath, now slowing, each one deeper than the last, your body heavy, so heavy, sinking into mattress, into pillow, into darkness, your own personal midnight zone, the sounds around you fading like marine snow, settling softly on sea floor, thoughts dissolving like bioluminescence, dimming after the flash, consciousness drifting away, deeper, deeper. You're sinking through layers, past surface, past twilight, past midnight, into the abyssal, into the hadal, into depths where thought cannot follow, where worry cannot reach, where only stillness exists. Some binary stars orbit so close, their surfaces touch, contact binaries, where two stars share an atmosphere, orbit each other in hours. The slow pirouette, slow only compared to thought, not to other stellar processes, creates a peanut-shaped system, neither star-independent, but merged, combined into one system. The dance so close, so intimate, that separation is impossible. They'll either merge completely, eventually, or continue in this contact forever, like body and mind, separate, but not touching, inseparable, in sleep, everything merging, boundaries dissolving, until you can't tell what's you and what's dream. Thump, thump, on super-Earths, planets larger than Earth but smaller than Neptune, with deep oceans. The sky reflects in the water, creating a mirrored sky. On a calm day, on such a world, if there were days, the ocean would reflect clouds, stars, moons, perfectly, creating a sense of floating and between two skies, between earth and heaven, between the mirror, perfect, seamless, above and below, the same, like the state you're in now, between waking and sleeping, where both are the same, where neither exists, just floating between mirrors, heavier, heavier, everything reflected, everything doubled, then fading, some stars ejected from their galaxies by gravitational interactions, by supernova explosions, by encounters with black holes, travel through intergalactic space, alone, the lonely vigil of these hypervelocity stars, moving faster than escape velocity, taking them out of the galaxy into the void between galaxies, is a journey with no return. They'll travel for billions of years through nearly empty space, growing more and more isolated. Eventually, their galaxy of origin will be too far away to see, and they'll be truly alone in the dark between everything, like a thought escaping from your mind, drifting into nothing, never to return, heavier, heavier, gone. Let the deep sea hold you in its cold embrace. Let the pressure support you. Let the darkness comfort you. You're safe here, in the deep, in the dark, in sleep. The ocean keeps turning, the tides keep flowing, the creatures keep drifting, and you keep breathing slower, slower, each breath taking you deeper into rest, into sleep, into dreams of dark water and bioluminescent stars and creatures that fly through liquid space. The universe keeps turning, and the silent depths of deep-sea creatures keep dreaming and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 deep-sea creature mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump matching the rhythm of space itself. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. In the Kuiper belt, some objects are shaped oddly, tilted strangely. Their surfaces, cliffs of water ice, methane ice, towering thousands of feet high. The frost-bitten cliffs of these distant worlds, never seeing sunlight, not real sunlight, only starlight, stand eternal, unchanging, sublime in their isolation. The cliffs, carved perhaps by ancient impacts, or by outgassing, or by tidal forces, remain frozen, no erosion, no weather to speak of, just standing forever, like monuments to nothing, like thoughts frozen at the edge of sleep, standing, meaningless, but somehow important, heavier. When a supernova explodes, the shockwave travels outward, compressing the interstellar medium, triggering new star formation. The soft bruise of this shockwave, marked by glowing gas, by regions of compression, spreads across light years. Like dropping a stone in water, the ripple spreads forever, growing fainter, but never quite stopping. That soft bruise, that mark left behind by violence, becomes, over time, beautiful. A ring, a shell of glowing gas, the mark of ending, becoming, the cause of beginning. Everything cycling, everything to returning, like consciousness, ending. Each night to begin again, each morning, but for now, ending, heavier, thump, thump. Some quasars, quiet now, dormant, will wake again when new material falls into their central black holes. The slow awakening of these dormant quasars over millions of years as gas slowly accumulates and finally begins falling inward, reignites the engine of radiation, of jets, of brightness. But for now, dormant, sleeping, quiet, like you, will wake eventually. But for now, sleeping, quiet, the quasar dreams, perhaps, of the matter it will consume, of the light it will emit. But for now, nothing, just darkness, just waiting, heavier, heavier, thump, thump. In the Kuiper belt, some objects are shaped oddly, tilted strangely. Their surfaces, cliffs of water ice, methane ice, towering thousands of feet high. The frost-bitten cliffs of these distant worlds, never seeing sunlight, not real sunlight, only starlight, stand eternal, unchanging, sublime in their isolation. The cliffs, carved perhaps by ancient impacts, or by outgassing, or by tidal forces, remain frozen. No erosion, no weather to speak of, just standing forever, like monuments to nothing, like thoughts frozen at the edge of sleep, standing, meaningless, but somehow important, heavier. Some quasars, quiet now, dormant, will wake again when new material falls into their central black holes. The slow awakening of these dormant quasars over millions of years as gas slowly accumulates and finally begins falling inward, reignites the engine of radiation, of jets, of brightness. But for now, dormant, sleeping, quiet, like you, will wake eventually. But for now, sleeping, quiet, the quasar dreams, perhaps, of the matter it will consume, of the light it will emit. But for now, nothing. Just darkness. Just waiting. Heavier, heavier. Thump, thump. When a galaxy passes too close to another, a larger one, tidal forces can strip away its outer stars, its gas, leaving behind only the core. The quiet morning of this stripped galactic core, a galaxy reduced, diminished, stripped of its ability to form new stars, continues to orbit, a ghost of what it was. Everything taken by tidal forces, by gravity, by violence made slow. The core, all that remains, orbiting in silence, mourning, perhaps, or simply being, without memory, without longing, just existing, diminished, quiet, like consciousness, diminished, stripped, reduced to its core, which is nothing, or everything, or sleep, heavier. Some exoplanets, planets orbiting other stars, and are rich in iron, their cores enormous, their crust metallic. The trembling crust of these iron-rich worlds, responding to their star's magnetic field, to tidal forces from other planets, creates, if there were anyone to hear it, a low hum, a vibration, felt more than heard. The planet trembling, constantly, like a bell, continuously struck, but so gently, so subtly, that the vibration is almost nothing, almost stillness, almost silence, like your body trembling at the edge of sleep, muscles releasing, relaxing, trembling with the effort of letting go, until finally, they stop, and there's only such stillness, only silence, only sleep. Thump, thump, thump. The universe keeps turning, and the silent vastness of space will hold us, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 space mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden world, drifting in the void that astronomers swear should exist, but can't quite prove. The faint cosmic murmur that behaves like a star but refuses to shine like one. The invisible tension stretching space so fiercely that it's quietly reshaping the universe itself, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, heavier, heavier, thump, thump, into the calm, the quiet, the dark, drifting, always drifting through space, through sleep, through the endless night. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 Dinosaurs Mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the blazing colours, hiding on T-Rex's scales, lost to time but waiting to be seen. The hidden, feathered world of velociraptors stalking forests long vanished, and the deep, earth-shaking voice of a brachiosaurus echoing across a prehistoric sky. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into dinosaurs. Imagine a morning so ancient, the sun has risen and set 100 million times since then. A brachiosaurus stands, neck stretched impossibly high into air you've never breathed, its head 50 feet above the ground, swaying gently like a ship's mast in slow motion. The shadow it casts stretches across a canyon wall, longer than 10 cars, darker than midnight, moving slowly, so slowly, as the sun arcs overhead. Your breath, matching its breath, slow, steady, in and out. This creature, this giant, weighs as much as 12 elephants, 70 tons of living warmth, but its movements are almost silent. Almost. You can hear, if you listen carefully, the creak of ancient araucaria branches bending under that impossible weight, wood groaning, but not breaking. These trees, these conifers, have learned, over millions of years, to hold the heaviest things that ever walked. Let your jaw soften even more, tongue heavy, teeth apart. The brachiosaurus reaches for the highest leaves no other creature can touch. Its teeth, shaped like pencils, dozens of them, made only for stripping, for pulling, never for chewing. It swallows everything whole, everything sinking down that long throat, disappearing into the warm darkness of its body. Inside that body, stones it swallowed deliberately, gastroliths, sitting in its stomach like a mill, grinding, turning tough plants into something softer. The slow grind of stone in a seismosaurus gizzard, a sound like distant thunder beneath the earth, constant, hypnotic, thump, 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 your heartbeat slowing to match it, thump, thump. These sauropods, these long-necked giants, have the quietest diet. No hunting, no chasing, just standing, reaching, pulling, swallowing, hours and hours, eating 500 pounds of plants every single day, but peacefully, so peacefully, their eyes half closed, barely noticing the world beyond the next branch. Feel yourself sinking deeper into softness. Now drift back, further back, to when these giants were small, to the mystery of dinosaur eggs, in nests, hidden beneath ferns, beneath cycads, eggs no bigger than grapefruits, even for the largest species. How can something so small become something 70 tons? The eggs rest there, in a circle, carefully arranged. The mother Myosaura, her name means good mother lizard, stays close, watching. The fossilized nests of Myosaura tell us this. Tell us she returned year after year to the same nesting grounds, like salmon swimming home, like something ancient and automatic, written in bones. Your breathing, automatic too. No need to think, just drift. Inside each egg, warmth, the buried nest generating heat, decaying plants below, like a compost pile, keeping the babies warm. And when they hatch, they're small, vulnerable. They stay in the nest while their mother brings them food, chewed plants, regurgitated, soft enough for tiny mouths. This is care, this is attention from a creature who lived 175 million years before you. Let that number drift through you like smoke. The babies grow, but slowly, heavier, heavier, adding grams, then pounds, then hundreds of pounds, over years and years. Some sauropods didn't reach full size until they were 40 years old. 40 years of slow growing, slow eating, slow walking, a whole lifetime spent getting bigger. Imagine that pace. Imagine moving through life that slowly. Now, drift back further still to the very beginning, to the Triassic, 230 million years ago, when dinosaurs were just beginning, just learning how to be. Gentle breezes through the Triassic fern forests, warm, humid. The air smells different. The first rains on a Triassic riverbed, washing away red dust, revealing stones, revealing clay. Everything is red here. Red rocks, red earth, oxidized iron, like rust, like the surface of Mars, but alive, so alive. Your eyelids, heavier, heavier, like stones. Small dinosaurs move here. Curlophysis, only 3 feet tall, weighing as much as a large dog, slender, hollow-boned. Their name means hollow form, because their bones are filled with air, making them light, quick. The twilight calls of a Curlophysis pack, sharp, bird-like, cutting through the humid dusk. They hunt together, these small theropods, learning pack behavior, learning coordination, millions of years before wolves, before lions, before humans. Feel your body, lighter now, hollow, floating. These creatures, these early dinosaurs just live in a world, still recovering from the greatest extinction, the Permian extinction, when 90% of all life simply disappeared. The earth, nearly silent, nearly empty, and into that emptiness, into that space, the dinosaurs walked. The rustle of ferns under a Plateosaurus foot, soft, cautious. This creature, one of the first large herbivores, stands on its hind legs to reach higher branches. Sometimes Sometimes it walks on all fours, still deciding, still evolving, testing what works. Its thumb has a huge claw, not for hunting, but for pulling, for gripping, for stripping bark from trees. Let your fingers uncurl, completely relaxed, no gripping, nothing to hold. Time passes, millions of years, compressed into a breath, compressed into a heartbeat. The continents shift. They're all connected here. One giant landmass, Pangaea. When Stegosaurus walked, the earth beneath its feet was still moving, still grinding. The shifting plates of the earth, so slow, you'd never feel it in a lifetime, but over millions of years. Africa, pulling away from South America. India, drifting north toward Asia. Mountains rising, seas opening, deserts spreading. Everything in motion, even when it seems perfectly still. Your body perfectly still now. Only breath, only heartbeat. The Triassic ends in fire, in ash, in another extinction. Volcanoes erupting for thousands of years. The drifting ash from a volcanic eruption. They're all connected here. One giant landmass, Pangaea. When Stegosaurus walked, the earth beneath its feet was still moving, still grinding. The shifting plates of the earth, so slow, you'd never feel it in a lifetime, but over millions of years. Africa, pulling away from South America. India, drifting north toward Asia. Mountains rising, seas opening, deserts spreading. Everything in motion, even when it seems perfectly still. Your body perfectly still now. Only breath, only heartbeat. The Triassic ends in fire, in ash, in another extinction. Volcanoes erupting for thousands of years. The drifting ash from a volcanic eruption, covering forests, burying rivers. The slow drift of volcanic ash over a sleeping dinosaur valley, settling like snow, like silence. Some creatures don't wake up, but the dinosaurs survive. They walk into the Jurassic. 180 million years ago, the world is wetter now, greener. The dawn chorus in a Jurassic wetland, so loud, so full. Not birdsong, not yet, but the calls of pterosaurs, the bellows of sauropods, the hiss of steam from hot springs, the splash of fish, the drone of insects, all blending go into one soft wall of sound. Let that sound wash over you, through you. A young sauropod, still small, maybe only a ton, moves through shallow water. The whisper of leaves as a young sauropod explores, each step careful, uncertain. It's learning which plants are soft, which are bitter, which make its stomach hurt. Learning slowly, the way all creatures learn. Above, a Dimorphodon glides, its wings leathery, stretched between elongated fingers. The gliding shadow of a Dimorphodon passes over the water, passes over the young sauropod, passes over the ferns, a shadow within shadows. Everything here lives in layers. Small creatures beneath ferns, larger creatures beneath trees, flying creatures beneath clouds, your awareness layering too. Thoughts beneath thoughts, sleep beneath sleep. Deeper in the forest, an Allosaurus rests. The last light on a sleeping Allosaurus, golden, filtering through the canopy, touching its scales. It has been hunting, chasing, killing, but now it's still, breathing slowly, digesting, its eyes closed, nictitating membranes sliding across, protecting, even in sleep. The tremor of approaching Allosaurus footsteps is something every creature here has learned to fear, but not now, not in this moment. Now there's only rest, like you're resting. Heavier. This Allosaurus, this predator, is only 4 tons. Small compared to what's coming, compared to what will evolve. But here, now, it's the apex. It has killed a Stegosaurus just yesterday. The quiet stir of a herd of Stegosaurus at dawn had caught its attention. It had chosen the smallest, the youngest, the one that wandered, just slightly, too far. The Stegosaurus, with its distinctive plates, the patterns on a Triceratops frill, are unknown to us, lost. But Stegosaurus plates, we can imagine. Blood vessels running through them, warming in sun, cooling in shade, like radiators, like solar panels, turning the animal into a living thermostat. The plates, arranged in 2 rows, alternating down its back, and at the tail, 4 spikes, the Thagomizer, swinging, capable of punching through bone. But this young one never got to swing. It was too slow. Stegosaurus, despite its armor, despite its weapons, has a brain the size of a walnut, the smallest brain-to-body ratio of almost any dinosaur. It doesn't think, it just reacts. And yesterday, it reacted too late. Your thoughts, slowing down too. No need to think, just drift. The Stegosaurus herd moved on. They don't mourn, don't look back. They just walk, slowly, grazing, existing. The last grazing of a Diplodocus herd looks the same, moving through forests, leaving paths, trampled vegetation, broken branches. These paths become highways for smaller dinosaurs, for mammals, for beetles and lizards. Everything following in the footsteps of giants. Time folding forward, seasons passing, the soft patter of rain on a Parasaurolophus crest becomes snow, becomes sun, becomes rain again. This creature, this hadrosaur, has a crest, a long hollow tube extending back from its skull. And through this crest, it calls. The whispers of wind through a Parasaurolophus crest become music, become resonance, low notes, travelling miles, through fog, through trees. I am here. I am here. Your breath, a call to. I am here, even as you drift away. These hadrosaurs, they migrate. The secret migration paths of hadrosaurs crisscross continents, following the seasons, following the food, north in summer, south in winter, hundreds of them, thousands, walking together. The ripple of mud under the feet of a walking ankylosaurus, multiplied by thousands, becomes thunder, becomes an earthquake that no earthquake made. Feel that rhythm in your chest. Thump, thump. But not all dinosaurs. Migrate. The hidden dens of small Jurassic theropods stay put, dug into hillsides, into riverbanks. Rictodromus, a small herbivore, barely 5 feet long, actually burrows. The hidden burrows of a Rictodromeus, spiraling down 6 feet into the earth. At the end, a chamber, just big enough for a parent and 2 juveniles. They stay there through the dry season, through the hottest months, sleeping, waiting, conserving energy. The deepest sleep of the Ankylosaurus is different. This armored tank, covered in bony plates, osteoderms, fused to its skull, its back, its tail, doesn't hide, doesn't need to. It sleeps in the open, on its belly, legs tucked beneath, knowing nothing can hurt it. Nothing can bite through that armor. Imagine that safety, that complete surrender. Your body armored too, by blankets, by darkness, by distance from everything that isn't this moment. 65 million years before you're born, the Cretaceous is blooming. Literally, Bo, blooming. The first flower that bloomed in the Cretaceous, tiny, white, insignificant, changes everything. Before this, only ferns, only cycads, only conifers, only brown and green. But now, colour, red, yellow, purple, pink. The golden haze of pollen around a flowering archaeanthus, drifting, settling on water, on leaves, on dinosaur scales, and dinosaurs notice Triceratops with its parrot-like beak, the crunch of cycad seeds in a Triceratops' mouth becomes the crunch of flowers, of fruits, of this new, sweet thing. And the flowers need dinosaurs too. Need them to spread pollen, to spread seeds. Everything. Connected. Everything. Feeding everything else. The drifting pollen of early Cretaceous plants just makes you want to sneeze, but you're too relaxed, too heavy. Just let it drift through you like sleep. A Triceratops walks slowly, its frill enormous, studded with bone. The patterns on a Triceratops frill, perhaps bright colours, perhaps displays, like a peacock's tail, used to attract mates or warn rivals, or simply be beautiful. Why does anything need to be beautiful? You're breathing, becoming shallower, softer. 3 horns. Give this creature its name. 1 above each eye, 1 on its nose. Each horn 3 feet long, sharp as spears. It lowers its head, testing, pushing against trees, against rivals. The low scraping sound of horn against horn, echoing through clearings, but most of the time, it just eats. The quiet diet continues, biting, grinding, swallowing. It has 800 teeth, constantly being replaced. old teeth falling out, new teeth growing in, like a conveyor belt of enamel, ensuring it can always chew. Let your jaw fall completely open, no tension, no grinding. Near water, something else stirs. Spinosaurus. The shimmer of water around a Spinosaurus sail as it wades chest deep. This is the largest predator I ever walk on land. 50 feet long, 7 tons, but it doesn't hunt on land. It hunts in rivers. Its jaws, long, narrow, crocodile-like, filled with conical teeth, perfect for catching fish. The hush before a Spinosaurus dives, everything going, silent, even insects, even wind, and then the sudden splash, the wet slap of a Baryonyx tail on a riverbank, water flying, fish scattering, but not fast enough, never fast enough. It catches something huge, a sawfish maybe, 6 feet long, struggling. The crack of breaking bone beneath T-Rex jaws is echoed here. Different teeth, different prey, same result. Life, feeding on life, the way it always has, the way it always will. Your body, feeding on rest, on darkness, on this moment. The sail on Spinosaurus's back, 6 feet tall, covered in skin, filled with blood vessels, catches the morning light, warming the creature's blood. Or maybe it's for display, for attracting mates. We don't know. We'll never know. Some mysteries stay mysteries, and that's okay. That's perfect. Not everything needs to be known. Another hunter stalks through shadow. Velociraptor, not as large as movies made you think. Only 3 feet tall, 6 feet long, covered in feathers. The fleeting shimmer of a feathered dinosaur in the underbrush. Blue, green, iridescent, like a magpie, like something beautiful and deadly. It hunts in packs. The hunting strategies of Velociraptor packs, sophisticated, learned, taught from parent to offspring. One draws the prey's attention, while others circle, wait, that sickle claw on each foot. The click of sickle claws on stone as Deinonychus leaps, precise, calculated, designed to slash, to open arteries, to bring down creatures much larger than itself. But tonight, this Velociraptor isn't hunting. The flicker of eyes in a nocturnal Trudon hunt belongs to something else, something smaller, something with the largest eyes, proportionally, of any dinosaur. Trudon with a brain, unusually large, unusually complex, possibly the smartest dinosaur that ever lived. It watches from the darkness, calculating, always calculating, but you don't need to calculate, don't need to watch, just close, just drift. The moon rises unseen by you. A moonless night, maybe, or clouds, or simply closed eyes. The fossilized footprints on a moonless night were made, but never seen, never witnessed. The Ceratosaurus, walking through river mud, the fading footprints of a ceratosaurus in river mud, filling with water, with sediment, with time, until millions of years later, someone brushes away stone and finds them still there, waiting. Every step preserved, 1 foot, then another, then another. You can see this creature was limping, favouring its right leg. You can see it was alone. No pack, no herd, just one animal crossing a river on a night when no one was watching. Except now you're watching from across an ocean of time, your heart echoing its heart. Somewhere else, in another valley, a herd gathers, Edmontosaurus, hundreds of them. They have walked from coastal lowlands, following rivers inland. Their lips, the salt-crusted lips of a seaside Edmontosaurus, are chapped, dry. They need fresh water, need the hidden streams where small dinosaurs drank, the quiet pools, the safe places. They find it as the stars wheel overhead, and they drink and drink and drink. The soft sound of water being pulled into mouths, into throats, into bellies, hypnotic, endless, like rain, but slower, more intentional. The ripple of a lake disturbed by a plesiosaur spreads outward, outward. These creatures, not dinosaurs, not quite, but living alongside them, in the water, long necks, paddle flippers, hunting fish, hunting ammonites, sometimes coming to the surface to breathe, to look at the sky. The slow turn of the pterosaur's eye meets theirs, an acknowledgement between creatures of different worlds, air and water, meeting at the surface. Everything so slow now. Your thoughts, like honey, like amber, preserving something precious. The Cretaceous sky darkens, not with night, but with wings. Quetzalcoatlus, the largest flying creature ever, a wingspan 36 feet, as wide as a fighter jet. The sudden shadow of Quetzalcoatlus' wings overhead turns day into dusk, into temporary eclipse. It doesn't flap, doesn't need to, just glides, riding thermals, rising, rising, on air heated by sun-baked rocks, by plains where Saltosaurus walk. The shimmer of heat above a sun-baked Saltosaurus carcass distorts everything, makes the air liquid. This titanosaur died 3 days ago. Already, the meat is gone, stripped by scavengers, by smaller theropods, by insects, by time. Only bones remain, white, gleaming, scattered like strange seeds that will never grow. The drip of resin trapping a feathered Archaeopteryx is happening somewhere else. This small dinosaur, the first bird or the last dinosaur, depending how you look at it, struggles in tree sap, amber. The more it fights, the deeper it sinks, until finally, it stops, and the resin hardens, and millions of years pass, and someone finds it, perfect, preserved, feathers and all, still struggling. Let the struggle go. Just stop, sink, settle. You're breathing barely there. In cold regions where seasons bite, another creature walks. Uterannus, a tyrannosauroid covered in primitive feathers. The soft crunch of snow beneath a wandering Uterannus is muffled, quiet. This predator, 30 feet long, 3 tons, is insulated, warm, even as ice forms on the hidden streams, on rocks, on ferns bent low with white weight. The crack of ice under a Cryolophosaurus foot echoes, sharp, sudden. This Antarctic predator, before Antarctica was frozen, before ice swallowed everything, walks through forests where now only penguins waddle. Everything changes, nothing stays. The warm hollow beneath a titanosaur's tail is a refuge for smaller creatures, for mammals, for early birds. They nestle there in that space between tail and ground, warmed by the giant's body heat. Safe, safe beneath something too large to notice them, like you, beneath blankets, beneath sleep, safe, unnoticed by the waking world. More time, folding, the metallic taste of blood on a Dakota raptor tongue after a kill, copper, iron, life. And then the sudden shriek of a fleeing Dryosaurus, cutting through the humid air, alarm, terror, speed. This small herbivore, built for running, can hit 30 miles per hour. The speed of an average ornithomima is faster, 40 miles per hour. These bird mimics have hollow bones, long legs, no teeth. They eat everything: plants, insects, small lizards, opportunists, survivors. They need that speed because something is coming. The thunderous heartbeat of a charging Torosaurus shakes the ground. This ceratopsian, even larger than Triceratops, crashes through underbrush, not hunting, not fleeing, just charging, displaying, males, competing. The soft thud of a Pachycephalosaurus headbutt, amplified, multiplied by the size. 7 tons of bone and muscle and rage and biology. They collide, horn to horn, the impact you can feel in your chest. Thump, thump, but then stillness. They back away, neither seriously injured, the ritual satisfied. They return to grazing, to existing, as if nothing happened. Your heartbeat settling again, soft, distant, in a clearing made by fire, made by lightning. New growth springs up, soft, tender. A herd of Inosaurus. The crackle of lightning over a herd of Inosaurus had scattered them briefly, but now they return, these centrosaurines with curved nasal horns pointing forward, down, like can openers. They use them to dig roots, to strip bark, to push through dense vegetation. Above them, storm clouds, clearing, revealing stars. Stars that won't have names for 65 million years. Stars that watch without watching, without caring, as life pulses beneath them. The iridescent throat of a calling Corythosaurus catches that starlight. This hadrosaur, with its helmet-shaped crest filled with looping airways, calls to the sky, to the herd, to itself, low, resonant, haunting, the sound travelling across water, the ripple of mud, the rustle of ferns, everything answering, everything connected by sound. Let that sound wash through you, vibration, more than noise, feeling, more than hearing. A microraptor sleeps in a tree, the colours of a feathered microraptor hidden now in darkness, but in daylight, stunning, black, with iridescent sheens, like a raven, like oil on water. This four-winged dinosaur with feathers on its arms and legs can glide, can swoop, can catch small prey mid-flight, but now it dreams. Whatever dinosaurs dream. Do you dream of dinosaurs? Or do dinosaurs dream of you? The steam rising from a fresh Sauroposeidon dung pile carries warmth into cold morning. This sauropod, even larger than Brachiosaurus, produces hundreds of pounds every day. Fertilizer for plants, for fungi, for beetles, for an entire ecosystem that depends on giants just existing. Everything feeding everything. The hiss of steam from a geothermal spring where Ouranosaurus drank mingles with dawn mist. This African dinosaur, with a sail-like ridge down its back, bends to drink. Careful, always careful. This is when predators strike, when prey is distracted, vulnerable. But this morning, nothing comes, only peace, only the soft lap of water against lips, against shore. The mournful lowing of a wounded Shantungosaurus drifts from somewhere distant. This massive hadrosaur, 50 feet long, 16 tons, has been injured, perhaps by a pack of Mapusaurus. The low rumble of a Mapusaurus pack closing in grows louder. These Carcharodontosaurids hunt together like wolves, like humans will someday. They've learned that even the largest prey can fall if you're patient, if you're coordinated, if you wait for weakness. The Shantungosaurus knows this. It keeps walking, keeps moving, because stopping means the end. But you can stop. You should stop. Let everything cease. Let your body become rare stone. The glint of quartz in a Gigantodontosaurus tooth catches firelight. This predator, slightly larger than T-Rex, stands over a kill. An Argentinosaurus, the largest land animal ever brought down after days of harassment, of attacks, of blood loss. Finally, it fell. The warm trickle of blood down a wounded Kentrosaurus flank as becomes a river, becomes a feast. The Giganotosaurus, tears, the crack of breaking bone, the wet sound of flesh separating, life ending, so other life can continue. This is not cruel. This is just the way things are, the way sleep takes you, the way dreams feed on waking thoughts, drift deeper now. The scrape of a Therizinosaurus claw through bark, looking for insects, for larvae. This strange dinosaur with claws 3 feet long, the longest claw of any animal ever, is gentle. Despite appearances, it eats mostly plants, uses those claws for pulling branches, for defense, for display. The faint scent trails left by a Therizinosaurus help others find food, find mates, find their way through forests where sunlight barely reaches. Everything darker now, deeper. This is not cruel. This is just the way things are, the way sleep takes you, the way dreams feed on waking thoughts, drift deeper now. The scrape of a Therizinosaurus claw through bark, looking for insects, for larvae. This strange dinosaur with claws 3 feet long, the longest claw of any animal ever, is gentle. Despite appearances, it eats mostly plants, uses those claws for pulling branches, for defense, for display. The faint scent trails left by a Therizinosaurus help others find food, find mates, find their way through forests where sunlight barely reaches. Everything darker now, deeper. The flutter of a Geholopterus wing in twilight is the last thing you notice before night falls, complete, total, and somewhere in the darkness, a Carnotaurus hunts. The echo of a Carnotaurus chase, bouncing between canyon walls. This predator, built for speed, has horns above its eyes and tiny vestigial arms, even smaller than T-Rex. It doesn't need them, needs only legs, jaws, and hunger. The rasp of a Carnotaurus horn through flesh is brief, final, and then silence. The kind of silence that only comes after everything stops. Your chest rising, falling, barely. The wind-carved patterns on a hadrosaur bone tell stories of seasons, of years, of decades, of centuries, layer upon layer upon layer, time, written in calcium, in phosphate, in stone. You are being written, too, in memory, in neurons, in the architecture of dreams. The fossilized nestlings of a Sinosauropteryx rest together forever. This small theropod, with the first preserved evidence of color, of stripes along its tail, shows us that dinosaurs were not grey, not brown, but vibrant, patterned, beautiful, even in death, beautiful. The glint of sunlight on iguanodon spikes, those thumb spikes, misidentified for decades as horns, catch the last rays before sunset. This herbivore, one of the first dinosaurs ever named, stands at the edge of a forest, waiting for darkness, for safety, for us to rest, like you, waiting for us nothing, just being. The sway of a Chasmosaurus frill in a breeze, so gentle, so pointless, and yet everything moves, everything responds to forces larger than itself, wind, time, gravity, sleep, all pulling down, down into softness, into earth, into forever. The silence after a Gigantoraptor display ends, stretches, a minute, an hour, a million years, all the same, when nothing moves. Nothing moves, your body still, finally, completely, somewhere, far away. The distant crash of waves on a Tylosaurus hunting ground continues. Waves that crashed before you and will crash after you, endless, patient, eroding everything to sand. The swirl of blood in water after a Leopleurodon strike disperses, fades, becomes invisible, becomes part of the sea, part of everything, like thoughts, dispersing, fading, becoming nothing. The sudden stampede of a herd startled by a storm is memory now, echo, something that happened or will happen or is always happening in some version of time that isn't this one. This moment is still, is quiet, is perfect. The delicate imprint of a Compsognathus footprint, so small, barely there, tells us even the tiniest things leave marks. Even you, even this moment, changes everything imperceptibly, but truly you are here, even as you drift away. The quiet shimmer of a Stegosaurus dome in sunlight, that thick skull, designed for headbutting, for competition, for survival, catches light one last time before darkness takes it, takes everything. The tremble of earth beneath a migrating Alamosaurus herd fades into distance, into memory. They walk on and on and on, through deep time, through your dreams, through everything. And you drift with them into the space between heartbeats, between breath, between everything. Thump, thump, your heart still there, but distant, like something happening to someone else. The warm breath of a brooding Sittipati on her eggs rises in small clouds, visible in cool evening air. This oviraptorid sits, wings spread, covering her clutch, just like a bird, protecting, warming, waiting. The nesting rituals of Oviraptor, misunderstood for so long. We thought they were stealing eggs, but no, they were protecting their own devoted parents, dying sometimes on their nests during floods, during sandstorms, choosing to stay rather than abandon. That devotion, written in stone, written in fossils, written in the arrangement of bones that lasted 70 million years. Let yourself be devoted to rest, to this moment, to nothing else. The dust devils dancing behind a fleeing Gallimimus spiral upward. These ostrich-like dinosaurs, running, always running, long legs pumping, 40 miles per hour across open plains, their eyes on the sides of their heads, watching for everything, for Tarbosaurus, for danger, for his death. But sometimes they run just because movement is what they are, what they do, running for the joy of muscles, working, of ground, disappearing beneath feet. Your muscles don't need to work, don't need to do anything. Heavy, sinking through the mattress, through the floor, through layers of rock, down to where fossils sleep, in those deep places in stone. Impressions remain, the softest dinosaur skin impressions, pressed into mud, into ash, into time. You can see the texture, tiny scales, bumps, patterns, the skin of a hadrosaur, pebbly, flexible. You can almost feel it if you could reach across time, warm, dry, alive. But it's gone, has been gone for so long. Everything goes. Eventually, even wakefulness, even thought. A nanotyrannus, if it is, its own species, and not a juvenile T-Rex. The cold stare of a nanotyrannus across a frozen floodplain, watching, waiting, ice crystals forming on its breath, on its scales, on everything. Winter in the Cretaceous, rare but real, cold, pressing down like darkness, like sleep. The flicker of fireflies around a nocturnal Lialinosaura, tiny bioluminescent beetles, not quite fireflies, but close enough, dancing in the polar summer. This small ornithopod, living near the South Pole, experiences months of daylight, months of darkness. Its eyes, enormous, adapted to the long night, seeing what others cannot. What do you see behind closed eyes? Dinosaurs, darkness, light that isn't quite there. Let it all blur together. The cold stare becomes the warm breath, becomes the dust, becomes nothing, becomes everything. A mosasaurus rests near the surface, the moonlit scales of a resting mosasaurus catching silver light. This marine reptile, not a dinosaur, but living in their world, in their seas, 40 feet of muscle and teeth and hunger, but now full, sated, drifting on with the current, eyes half closed, dreaming of fish, of ammonites, of nothing, like you drifting, dreaming of nothing. The faint glow of bioluminescent fungi on a cave-dwelling dinosaur. Impossible, probably, but beautiful to imagine. Pale light, green, blue, ghostly, illuminating. Wet stone, dripping water, and something small, sheltering from the storm, from predators, from the world. Sometimes the best thing is to hide, to rest, to wait for everything to pass. Everything passes. The whistle of wind through hollow Edmontonia spikes creates music, unintentional. These nodosaurid ankylosaur, covered in armor, have spikes on their shoulders, long, forward-pointing, and when wind catches them just right, they sing low, mournful, accidental. Beauty, nature, doesn't try to be beautiful. It just is, like breath, like heartbeat, like the slow drift into deeper water. A Lambeosaurus stands at water's edge, the flash of bright crest colours in a Lambeosaurus courtship dance. Red, maybe, or purple, or blue. We don't know, but we know they displayed. We know males competed for females through colour, through sound, through the hollow chambers in their crests, producing booming notes that carried for miles. I am here. I am strong. I am worthy. But you don't need to prove anything. Don't need to display. Just be quietly, invisibly, gone. The drifting scent of early conifers through a Jurassic forest. Pine, cedar, ancient, filling lungs, filling air. These trees, older than flowers, older than grass, watching as dinosaurs rise and fall and rise again, watching as continents drift apart, as seas rise and fall, as everything changes while they stay essentially the same. Patience beyond human, understanding your breath. Patient too, in, out, in, out. No hurry, no need. A Torosaurus, old now, perhaps 50 years, perhaps more, walks alone, its frill massive, 8 feet across, the largest skull of any land animal ever. Heavy, so heavy, but it has carried this weight its entire life. It doesn't know any other way. The weight of your body pressing down doesn't bother you, doesn't mean anything. Just weight, just gravity, just the way things are. In a river, brown with silt, something moves. Spinosaurus again, or perhaps Suchomimus, cousins, fish eaters, wading, patient, still, so still, and then sudden, explosive movement, water erupting, the wet slap of tail, of jaws, of success, and then stillness again, as if nothing happened, like sleep taking you suddenly, completely, and then nothing. A Kentrosaurus wounded, the warm trickle of blood down a wounded Kentrosaurus flank, slow, steady. This stegosaur from Africa, smaller than its American cousin, has been caught by a pack of Ceratosaurus. They've bitten and retreated, bitten and retreated, waiting for weakness, for blood loss, for inevitability. The Kentrosaurus keeps walking. What else can it do? Stop means death. So it walks and eventually stops anyway. Everything stops eventually. Your thoughts stopping, words losing meaning, becoming just sounds, just vibrations, just the flash of a Dryosaurus, fleeing, white tail raised, alarm signal to others. Danger, danger, run. But where? Where is there to run? The predators are everywhere, have always been everywhere. So you stay still, perfectly still, and hope they pass you by. They do. They always do. Sleep protects you, like invisibility, like not existing for a while. A Dakota raptor licks blood from its claws, the metallic taste satisfying. This large dromaeosaur from North America, one of the last, before the asteroid, before the end, doesn't know how close the end is. None of them know. Only a few million years, and everything they are, will be gone, buried under ash, under rock, under time, until humans dig them up, name them, try to understand what it meant to be alive 70 million years ago. But being alive then meant the same thing as being alive now, eating, breathing, resting, being for a moment, and then not being. Simple, so simple. The hidden roar of a Tyrannosaurus from deep in its chest resonates. This apex predator, 40 feet long, 9 tons, has a voice, low, powerful, below human hearing, infrasound that travels through ground, through air, through bone. You feel it before you hear it, a rumble in your chest, in your belly, fear, hardwired, ancient, prey animal, response. But you're safe. You're so far away, separated by time, by extinction, by impossibility. Nothing can reach you. Here, in darkness, in sleep, thump, thump, your heart, barely there. A herd of Centrosaurus, hundreds of them, thousands, crossing a river. The sudden stampede, triggered by a storm, by lightning, by panic. They push forward, trampling, drowning each other in their hurry to reach the other side. Some don't make it. Bones piling up in the riverbed. A bone bed that will confuse paleontologists. Thousands of bodies in one place. How? Why? And eventually they'll understand. Mass drowning during migration, tragedy on a scale hard to imagine, but individual Centrosaurus didn't know. Tragedy, didn't understand, didn't think. They just panicked and died, like flipping a switch on, off, being, not being, so quick, so simple, your consciousness flickering like that, on, off, dreaming, not dreaming, here, not here. A Pachycephalosaurus headbutts a rival, the soft thud. Dome to dome, skulls 10 inches thick, built for impact, built for this. They back up, charge again, thud, the sound echoing off canyon walls, off clouds, off time itself. Why do they do this? Competition, dominance, biology, compulsion. They don't choose any more than your heart chooses to beat. Everything just happens, like sleep, just happening, pulling you under. A Corythosaurus calls one last time before sleep, the iridescent throat flashing, sound pouring out. Here, 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 marking territory, marking existence. I am here, even though soon, so soon, it won't be. None of them will be. The distant rumble of a supervolcano darkening the Cretaceous sky begins. This isn't the asteroid, not yet, but something almost as bad. The Deccan Traps in India erupting for thousands of years, lava covering an area the size of France, ash circling the globe, temperatures dropping, acid rain falling, dinosaurs struggling, already stressed, already declining, and then the asteroid, the final blow. But not tonight. Tonight, they still walk, still breathe, still exist, not knowing that their time is ending that soon, so soon. Only birds will remain, everything else gone, like smoke, like dreams, like let it go, let everything go. The scrape of claws, the rustle of fern, the calls across valleys, all fading, fading into silence. The kind of silence that comes after. A gigantoraptor, 8 meters tall, covered in feathers, sits on eggs bigger than footballs, warming them, protecting them. This is one of the largest oviraptorosaurs, and yet it broods like a chicken, like something small and vulnerable. Size doesn't matter. Not really. Instinct is instinct. The silence after a Gigantoraptor display ends. Male showing off, dancing, flapping, trying to impress females, and then nothing, just sitting, waiting, existing, like you, sitting, waiting, existing in the space between wake and sleep. A young Argentinosaurus, only 2 tons, still growing, will grow for decades, will become 100 tons, the largest land animal ever. But now, small, vulnerable, it stays close to its mother, to the herd, knowing instinctively that alone it would die. The creak of ancient Araucaria branches signals mother overhead, feeding, her tail swinging accidentally, almost hitting the young one, but not quite. Never quite. She's more careful than she seems. Everything more careful than it seems. Your breath, careful too, shallow, quiet, trying not to disturb anything. The whistle of wind through spikes, through crests, through hollow bones creates a symphony, unintended, beautiful. The Parasaurolophus, the Edmontonia, the Pteranodon, all adding their voices to wind, to time, to your forever. Music that no one composes, that everyone hears. Do you hear it? In the space between thoughts, that music? Or is it just silence, pretending to be something else? A Deinonychus pauses, mid-hunt. Something has changed. The air, the light, the feeling. Prey animal, instinct, tells it danger. But from where? From what? Nothing visible, nothing obvious, just a sense that something is wrong. It retreats into shadow, into waiting, into stillness, like you, retreating into sleep, into safety, into the only place nothing can follow. The skeletal puzzles of a Deinonychus claw confuse paleontologists for years. That sickle claw, retractable, held up off the ground to keep it sharp for slashing, for killing, precision weapon evolved over millions of years, perfect for its purpose. Everything perfect for its purpose. Even sleep, even rest, even this moment, a city party dies on her nest. The sandstorm came too fast, too fierce. She could have left, could have survived, but she stayed, wings spread, protecting eggs that will never hatch. Devotion, stronger than survival. Instinct, stronger than sense. Found millions of years later, exactly as she died, still protecting, still trying. What do you protect? In sleep, dreams, memories, the sense of self that might dissolve if you let it dissolve just a little, just enough. The soft patter of rain on scales, on feathers, on stone, hypnotic, endless, each drop separate, but together becoming a wall of sound, white noise, perfect for sleeping. A Parasaurolophus stands in that rain, head raised, crest, collecting water, channeling it down to its mouth, drinking from the sky, from clouds, from nothing. You drinking from sleep, from dreams, from the space between. The gliding shadow of wings, Pteranodon, Quetzalcoatlus, Dimorphodon, all just shadows now, echoes of something that was impressions in rock, in mind, in imagination. Were they ever real? Or just stories we tell ourselves about time? They were real once, as real as you, as real as this moment. And then they weren't. Like how? You're here, now, and soon you won't be. Not gone, just sleeping, just elsewhere. A triceratops, the last one, maybe, walks through ash, the sky, dark, at noon. The asteroid has hit days ago, weeks ago. Time has lost meaning. It walks looking for food, for water, for anything, finding nothing. It keeps walking because what else is there? Eventually it stops, lies down in the ash, in the darkness, closes its eyes for the last time, not knowing that it's the last, not knowing anything, just tired, so tired, like you, so tired, the weight of extinction, of time, of existence, too heavy to carry any longer. So you put it down, let it fall, let everything fall away, the warm hollow beneath a tail, empty now. The small creatures that sheltered there, gone. The warmth, fading. Everything, cooling. Everything, ending. But somewhere, something survives. Small, furry things, burrowing, hiding, waiting for the darkness to pass. And it does, eventually. It always does. The sun returns. The plants return. Life returns. Different. Stranger. But life and millions of years pass like seconds, like breaths, like heartbeats, thump, thump, until now, until you, thinking of them, dreaming of them, bringing them back in imagination, in wonder, in sleep, they walk again through your mind, through darkness, through the space where dreams live. A brachiosaurus lifts its head into impossible sky, reaching for leaves that aren't there, for sun that set so long ago. But in dreams, in sleep, in this moment, it's there, it's real, it's alive. All of them alive, again, walking through deep time, through your consciousness, through the eternal now, where nothing ever dies, because nothing was ever truly born, just patterns in atoms that were dinosaurs, and then rocks, and then air, and then you, breathing in particles that were once part of a Tyrannosaurus, part of a Triceratops, part of everything. You are made of stars and dinosaurs and time itself. Feel that. Feel yourself dissolving back into everything. No boundaries between you and them, you and sleep, you and nothing. A velociraptor stalks through your dreams, feathers shimmering. Blue, green, gold, beautiful, deadly, impossible, perfect. The flicker of its eyes in darkness, watching, always watching. But you don't need to watch, don't need to do anything. The hunting is over, the running is over, the trying, the striving, the being is over. For now, just rest, just float in the warm water of deep time, where dinosaurs still walk, where they never left, where everything that ever was still is, somehow, somewhere in the endless loop of existence, loop that brings us back around to the beginning, that is also the ending, that is also the middle, that is also everything and nothing, and the soft crunch of snow, the whistle of wind, the thump of heartbeat, all fading into the quiet shimmer of scales in moonlight, the shadow of wings on canyon walls, the echo of calls across valleys that no longer exist, all still happening somewhere, somewhen in the place where time doesn't move linearly, but circles like birds, like thoughts, like breath, in, out, in, out, slower, slower, barely, barely, and the mysteries continue. The 100 mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, through your mind, through the space between stars, where Brachiosaurus still reaches, where Velociraptor still hunts, where Triceratops still grazes, where everything is always happening, has always been happening, will always be happening, in the eternal now, where you float, weightless, timeless, thoughtless, becoming part of the mystery yourself, another fossil, another impression, another echo in deep time. Thump, thump, your heart, ancient as earth itself. The hidden roar of thunder lizard echoes through your veins, through your bones, through everything. You are dinosaur, dreaming of being human, or human, dreaming of being dinosaur, or neither, or both, or nothing, but consciousness floating through time, witnessing everything, being everything. The dust devils dance, the ash falls, the rain patters, the wind whistles, the earth trembles, the stars wheel, the universe breathes, and you breathe with it, in, out, slower, slower, until breathing and not breathing are the same thing, until being and not being are the same thing, until everything is the same, one vast, warm, dark, endless thing, and you dissolve completely into it, into sleep, into peace, into the place where mysteries rest and wait to be discovered again by someone, somewhen, who will drift just like this through darkness, through time, through the endless loop of stories we tell ourselves to make the night less lonely. But the night isn't lonely. It's full of dinosaurs, of stars, of everything that ever was, still walking, still flying, still swimming through the dark, and you walk with them now through deep, deep time into the softest quiet that ever was, where nothing needs to happen, where nothing needs to be understood, where you can finally rest completely, totally, perfectly still. And in that stillness, in that perfect, endless stillness, something stirs. Not you, not really, just awareness, barely there, like the faintest impression of light on closed eyelids. A Coolosuchus waits in murky water, this giant amphibian, not a dinosaur, but their contemporary, 5 meters long, jaws like a bear trap, perfectly still. The sudden splash of a Coolosuchus ambush when prey comes close is over in seconds. Violence, and then stillness again, like thoughts surfacing briefly, and then sinking back into nothing. You barely notice, don't need to notice, just let them come and go, come and go, like pulls on water, fading, always fading, the swirl of blood in water after any strike, any kill, disperses, molecules spreading, becoming part of the river, part of the ocean, part of everything, individual becoming, universal, separate, becoming one, like you, becoming part of sleep, part of darkness, part of the endless drift, a mosasaurus in deep water, the moonlit scales catching silver like jewellery, like stars, reflected in ocean. This creature, built for water, built for depths, dives down, down, where light doesn't reach, where pressure would crush anything not built for it. But it belongs there, in the crushing, dark, in the cold, quiet, in the place where surface world doesn't matter, doesn't exist. You diving too into depths of sleep where pressure of waking world can't reach. Safe, so safe, down here in the dark, thump, thump, your heart slow, distant, like something happening in another room, another life, a herd of Alamosaurus, the last giant sauropods in North America, walking through the fading Cretaceous. They don't know they're last, don't know the asteroid is coming, just walk and eat and walk. The tremble of earth beneath a migrating Alamosaurus herd, rhythmic, eternal, thump, 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 like drumming, like heartbeat, like time itself, measured in footsteps, each step taking them nowhere and everywhere, just forward, always forward, because that's what living things do until they don't. Your chest rising, falling, forward, through time, through sleep, through the endless, now a Uteranus, its feathers ruffled by cold wind, the soft crunch of snow beneath a wandering Uteranus, muffled, quiet, it's hunting, but slowly, conserving energy in the cold. Every movement costs, every breath costs, so it moves minimally, efficiently. Predator, built by millions of years of winter, of scarcity, of survival. But you don't need to survive tonight, don't need to hunt, to move, to think, just exist, barely in the warm, dark, safe space of rest. The metallic taste of blood on a Dakotaraptor tongue fades. It has eaten, is full, hunger satisfied. Now just the urge to rest, to digest, to sleep. Even predators need sleep, need to surrender to vulnerability, to stillness, trust that the world will still be there when they wake, and it always is, always has been. Trust that. A Therizinosaurus, those enormous claws scraping through bark, the scrape of a Therizinosaurus claw through bark, looking for beetle larvae, for ants, for anything sweet, This strange creature, built like a nightmare, gentle as a deer, eating plants mostly, using those claws and for reaching, for stripping, for display, never for killing. Not everything dangerous looking is dangerous. Not everything that seems frightening wants to hurt you. Sometimes we just look how we look, and that's okay. You don't need to look like anything tonight. Don't need to be anything. Just formless, thoughtless, drifting through space. The flutter of a Geholopterus wing in twilight, barely visible. This tiny pterosaur hunting insects in the dim light between day and night. The liminal and space where things change, transform, where caterpillars become moths, where day becomes night, where wake becomes sleep. You're in that space now, not quite awake, not quite asleep, just floating in between, in the soft grey, endless in between. And that's the best place to be. The rasp of a Carnotaurus horn through flesh echoes in memory, in instinct, in the part of brain that remembers being prey, being hunted, being afraid. But that part who is so far away now, so distant, can't reach you here. Nothing can reach you. The crack of ice under a Cryolophosaurus foot in Antarctic forests, when Antarctica was green, was warm, was alive. This predator with the strange forward curling crest walks through ferns, through cycads, through morning mist, hunting, always hunting, because that's what predators do. But even predators rest. Even they need the soft, quiet, dark, where nothing moves, nothing hunts, nothing needs anything. Like now, the hiss of steam from a geothermal spring where creatures gather for warmth. Veronosaurus, Kentrosaurus, smaller theropods, all drawn to heat, to comfort, to safety, standing in warm water, in warm air, letting tension melt away, like you in bed, warmth, surrounding, holding, melting, everything that was tight, everything that was worried, everything that was awake, melting into softness. The iridescent throat of a calling Corythosaurus flashes one more time, colour in darkness, beauty for no reason, except that beauty exists, that colour exists, that sound echoes across valleys, across time, across everything, even in the dark, even in extinction, even in ending. There was beauty, there was colour, there was song, and somehow that matters, though you don't know. Why? Don't need to know. Just feel it, that it matters. The warm trickle of blood down a wounded Kentrosaurus flank has stopped. The wound clotting, or the animal dying. Either way, the bleeding stops. Everything stops. Eventually, pain stops. Fear stops. Thought stops. Everything falls into stillness, into silence, into the place where nothing hurts anymore. Thump, thump, softer, softer. A Gigantosaurus sleeps finally, belly full. The glint of quartz in a Gigantosaurus tooth, dulled now by darkness, by closed eyes. Even apex predators need rest, need to let down defenses, surrender to sleep. If they can surrender, so can you. Let everything go. The mournful lowing of a wounded Shantungosaurus fades into distance, into memory, into silence. It walked as far as it could, and then it stopped. And that's enough. That's always enough. You've come far enough to, you can stop now, can let the walking, the trying, the being just stop for a while, for the night, for however long you need. The crackle of lightning over a herd of Ankylosaurus illuminates briefly everything. Scales, horns, eyes wide, the sudden light, and then darkness again, deeper for having seen the light, like thoughts, like awareness, flickering on, off, and each time the off lasts longer, goes deeper until it's just off, just dark, just sleep. A Sittipati settles onto eggs. The warm breath of a brooding Sittipati on her eggs, rhythmic, steady. She'll stay all night, all the next day, barely moving, barely eating, just warming, protecting, being present. Sometimes presence is enough. Your presence in this moment, in this bed, in this breath is enough. That you don't need to do anything else. Just breathe. Just be. Just rest. The creak of ancient Araucaria branches under impossible weight. Wood bending, but not breaking. Holding, like the world holds you, like sleep holds you, like this moment holds everything. Safe, held, supported by forces larger than yourself. Gravity, time, sleep, darkness, all working together to give you rest. Let them work. Let them hold you. The distant crash of waves on a Tylosaurus hunting ground. Endless waves that crashed before you and will crash after you. Uncaring, unthinking, just happening. Because that's what waves do, what oceans do, what the universe does. Just happens, just is, like breath, like heartbeat, like existence. No reason, no purpose, just being. And in that being, there's peace. The delicate imprint of a Compsognathus footprint, smaller than your thumb, tells us even the smallest leave marks, even the lightest touch changes everything. Every breath you take moves molecules that will never be in quite the same place again. You matter even in Sleep, even in stillness, you matter, but you don't need to think about that. Just know it. Somewhere deep below thought, the quiet shimmer of a stegosaurus dome in sunlight, that thick bone built for impact, for competition, for display, catches last light before sunset, before darkness, before rest. Everything preparing for night, for sleep, for the soft ending of day, like you, preparing, or already prepared, or past, preparing, already, there in that soft, dark place. The tremble of earth fading, the calls fading, the light fading, everything fading into silence so complete. It has texture, has weight, has presence. The silence of a world 65 million years gone. The silence of creatures turned to stone, turned to carbon, turned to air. You breathe. They're in you, part of you, walking through your dreams, through your blood. Ancient, so ancient, and yet here, now, in this moment, time collapsing, past and present, merging, everything happening at once, or never, or always. A Tyrannosaurus roars, the hidden roar from deep in chest, infrasound, travelling through ground, through time. You feel it in your bones, in your belly, in the part of you that's still prey, still afraid, but the fear is distant, interesting, like remembering something from childhood, something that mattered once but doesn't anymore. You're safe here in sleep. Nothing can hurt you, not even the king of dinosaurs, not even time itself. The dust devils dancing behind a fleeing Gallimimus spiral upward into sky, dust becoming air, becoming cloud, becoming rain, becoming mud, becoming dust again. Circle, endless circle, everything returning to everything, nothing ever lost, just changed, transformed, continued, like consciousness cycling, wake to sleep, to dream, to wake, endless loop, no beginning, no ending, just continuation. And you're in the sleep part now, the deep, soft, quiet part where nothing is required, where everything is allowed. The shimmer of heat above a sun-baked Saltosaurus carcass distorts reality, makes solid things wavy, makes distance uncertain, makes everything dreamlike, like now, reality, uncertain, distance between you and sleep, impossible to measure. Are you asleep? Were you ever awake? Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. The drip of resin, preserving forever something that struggled briefly and then stopped. Amber, holding time, holding a moment, holding everything that was in perfect stillness, like sleep holding you, preserving this moment, this breath, this existence for as long as you need. The soft crunch of snow, the whistle of wind, the thump of heart, all layering, blending, becoming one sound, one sensation, one endless moment. The flash of bright crest colours in courtship, beauty and biology merging, everything serving purposes. You don't need to understand, just witness, if even that, just exist in the presence of mystery, of wonder, of everything you'll never fully know. And that's perfect. That's exactly how it should be. The drifting scent of early conifers, ancient smell, older than flowers, older than grass, smell that dinosaurs smelled, that you smell now, connecting across time, across your everything. We're not so different. We breathe, we sleep, we wake, we could live briefly, and then don't. The cold stare of a nanotyrannus across frozen floodplain, watching, calculating, but even predators need warmth, need comfort, need to close their eyes and rest. Everyone, everything needs rest. It's not weakness, it's survival. It's what living things do to stay living. So rest completely. Rest without guilt, without worry, without anything. The flicker of fireflies around a nocturnal Leolinosaura, tiny lights in darkness. Not fireflies, exactly, but close. Enough light for no reason except that light is possible, is beautiful, is there, like thoughts flickering occasionally in the dark of sleep, brief, meaningless, beautiful, and then gone. Let them go. Let everything go. The moonlit scales catching silver, the dust settling, the breath slowing until it's barely there, barely anything, just the faintest whisper of existence. And even that fading, the sudden shadow of Quetzalcoatlus, wings overhead, blocking stars, blocking moon, blocking everything, darkness within darkness, and then passing, and stars returning, universe continuing, indifferent, eternal, your consciousness and passing to into sleep, into dreams, into the place where nothing ever really ends. Because dinosaurs still walk there, still breathe, still exist in the eternity's moment before extinction, before ending, before the universe said enough. They walk through your dreams, through your mind, through the endless night, and you walk with them through deep, deep time, through soft, soft darkness, through quiet, so quiet you can hear the universe breathing, thump, thump, thump. Or maybe that's your heart, or maybe there's no difference. Maybe it's all one heartbeat, one breath. 1. Existence. The warm hollow beneath a titanosaur's tail, where small creatures shelter, seeking warmth, seeking safety, seeking the protection of something vast and gentle and there, like you, sheltered by sleep, by darkness, by the vast, gentle presence of rest. Nothing can reach you. Here, nothing wants to. Just peace, just softness, just the endless, comfortable, dark, where mysteries sleep and wait to be discovered tomorrow, or never, or always. The fossilized footprints leading somewhere, anywhere, nowhere, just evidence of movement, of existence, of being here once. You're here once, too, now, in this moment. And then you won't be, you'll be somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere beyond thought, beyond awareness, beyond anything that can be named. The universe keeps turning, keeps breathing, keeps existing, and the colossal dinosaurs keep walking through deep time, through your dreams, through everything, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, through your night, your rest, your sleep, until there's no difference between you and them, you and sleep, you and the dark, the soft, the endless dark, where everything that ever was still is, where Brachiosaurus still reaches toward impossible sky, where Velociraptor still hunts through forests of dreams, where Triceratops still grazes in meadows that never were and always will be, where you finally rest completely, totally, perfectly, gone into the soft, quiet place where dinosaurs walk and stars breathe and time stops pretending to be linear, where everything loops back to the beginning. That is also the ending. That is also right now, this moment, this breath, this, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries that never end, the mysteries of sleep, of time, of existence, of everything that walks through darkness, seeking always, seeking until it finds rest, until it finds peace, until it finds this moment where nothing moves, nothing needs, nothing is except breath and darkness and thump, thump, softer, barely, the blazing colours hiding on scales, lost to time, but here, now, in dreams, the hidden feathered world, stalking through sleep, the deep, earth-shaking voice echoing across prehistoric sky and across your mind and across the space between heartbeats, where dinosaurs walk forever, and you walk with them into the endless, soft, perfect dark, where mysteries loop, where stories circle, where time folds back on itself, and we begin again and again and again. Or maybe we never stopped. Maybe this moment has been happening forever, will happen forever, and is happening now and always. And sleep, sleep, sleep. The universe keeps turning, and the colossal dinosaurs keep walking through deep time, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 geology mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the ghostly whispers of fossils trapped in stone for millions of years. Continents slowly pirouetting across the planet, shaping oceans and mountains in secret, and the hidden inferno at Earth's core, burning unseen beneath our feet. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Other eyes, just drift. Now, let's drift into geology. Imagine the earth beneath you, older than time, breathing in rhythms measured not in seconds, but in millions of years. Thump, thump. The mountains around us, they weren't always here. They rose from flatness, pushed upward by forces so slow, so patient, that no human eye has ever witnessed their birth. The Himalayas, still growing, millimeter by millimeter, year after year, as the Indian plate slides beneath the Asian continent, pushing, folding the rock layers like blankets, crumpling them upward toward the sky. Let your breath match this slowness. In and out, heavier, heavier, sinking deeper into your bed. The Alps, once an ocean floor, can you imagine? Where mountain climbers now scale peaks, ancient seas once lapped, filled with creatures long extinct, their shells compressed, transformed over eons into the limestone that forms those sharp, white peaks. Every mountain tells a story written in stone, a language older than words. Drift with me now, down, down, through layers of time. The rocks beneath us, they cycle endlessly, igneous rock, born from fire, from the molten heart of the planet, magma rising, cooling, crystallizing into granite, into basalt, into obsidian black as midnight. These fire-born stones, they weather, slowly crumbling under rain, under wind, under the patient work of roots. Heavier, heavier, your eyelids so heavy now. The fragments wash away, carried by streams, by rivers, settling in deltas, in ocean floors, layer upon layer upon layer. This is how sedimentary rock forms from the dust of older worlds: sandstone, limestone, shale, each one a book of pressed pages, holding stories of ancient seas, of deserts that shifted, of forests that fell, and then, deep below, where pressure builds, where heat intensifies, these sedimentary layers transform again, metamorphosis, limestone becoming marble, shale becoming slate, mudstone transforming into schist. The rock cycle turns and turns and turns, like your breath, in and out, endless, eternal. Your heart slowing, matching the pulse of the deep earth. Let's drift now to the fossils, those ghostly imprints trapped in stone for millions of years. A trilobite curled in its ancient seabed, preserved in such detail you can see the segments of its shell. It lived. It crawled through Cambrian seas, 500 million years before the first human thought, and now it sleeps in stone, waiting, patient, forever. The process of fossilization, so rare, so precious. Most creatures that ever lived left no trace, but sometimes, when conditions align perfectly, a creature dies in just the right place. Sediment covers it quickly, protecting it from decay. Minerals seep through, replacing bone, replacing shell, molecule by molecule, until what remains is stone-shaped like life, a memory crystallized, floating, floating. You're so relaxed now, every muscle releasing. In amber, we find even more delicate preservations, insects caught mid-flight, suspended in fossilized tree resin, 40 million years frozen, their wings still visible, their bodies perfect, trapped in golden glass. Time stopped for them, but not for you. You keep drifting, deeper, softer. The continents themselves, they drift too, so slowly. Plate tectonics, the great dance of land masses, Africa and South America, once pressed together, one continuous shore. Then the Atlantic began to open, millimeter by millimeter, year after year. The mid-ocean ridge, still spreading, still pushing them apart, creating new seafloor, new basalt, rising from the mantle below. You're breathing, so slow now, so soft, thump, thump. 300 million years ago, all continents merged into one, Pangaea, the supercontinent. You could have walked from what is now New York all the way to Morocco without crossing water, and then it broke apart. Gondwana drifting south, Laurasia moving north, the Tethys Sea opening between them, ancient geography reshaping itself, endlessly patient, heavier, heavier, sinking into sleep. The evidence is written in the rocks, glacial striations, scratches left by ice sheets, found now in tropical Africa, telling us these lands once touched the poles. fossil ferns found in Antarctica, speaking of warmer times when that frozen continent hosted forests. The magnetic minerals in lava flows, they point to where north was when the lava cooled, and the direction shifts over time, showing us the poles themselves have wandered, have even reversed, flipped, north becoming south, south becoming north, hundreds of times throughout Earth's long history, drifting through time. Volcanic eruptions, they punctuate this slow story with moments of violence, of sudden change, magma rising from deep mantle, finding weaknesses in the crust, breaking through explosively, or oozing out in rivers of molten stone. Lava flows, glowing orange, slowly cooling to black, building new land, creating islands like Hawaii, born from a hotspot, a plume of magma rising from deep below. The Pacific plate slides over it northwest, and the hotspot stays still, burning through, creating island after island, a chain of volcanoes, tracking the plate's movement over millions of years. Your body, so still now, so quiet. The ring of fire encircling the Pacific, where plates converge, where ocean floor slides beneath continents, subduction zones, pulling rock down into the mantle, melting it. The magma rises again, changed, more viscous, more explosive, creating the volcanoes of the Andes, of the Cascades, of Japan, Mount St. Helens, Krakatoa, Mount Fuji, sentinels of fire, marking the boundaries where worlds collide, deeper into rest. Volcanic islands tell stories too. The Galapagos, each island a different age, the oldest worn and weathered, the youngest still smoking, still building. Basalt columns form when lava cools quickly, contracts, fractures into geometric patterns, hexagonal pillars, like the Giant's Causeway, like Devil's Postpile, nature's architecture, precise, mathematical, beautiful, floating, so light, so heavy, both at once. Volcanic ash, when it falls, creates layers, tephra, preserved in ice, in sediment, marking moments in time. Geologists read these layers like calendar pages, dating eruptions, tracking climate changes. The ash from Santorini's explosion, found in ice cores, in ocean sediment, across the Mediterranean, a single moment, 3,500 years ago, frozen in stone, in ice, forever. Let your thoughts drift away, like ash on wind. Pumice, volcanic rock so full of gas bubbles, it floats on water, light as breath, born in explosive eruptions, when magma foams, trapping air, creating stone that defies stone's nature, and obsidian, volcanic glass, formed when lava cools too quickly for crystals to grow, smooth, sharp, black as the space between stars. Ancient peoples shaped it into blades, into mirrors, into tools that could cut through time itself. Thump, thump, your heartbeat, Distant now, soft, beneath volcanoes, magma chambers wait, vast reservoirs of molten rock. Sometimes, when a chamber empties suddenly, the ground above collapses, creating calderas, vast circular depressions. Crater Lake, Yellowstone's caldera, so large you can't see its edges from the ground. These sleeping giants, they dream in geological time, their last eruptions, measured in hundreds of thousands of years ago. But they're not extinct, just patient, heavier, heavier, dissolving into darkness. Earthquakes, the sudden release of stored energy when rocks along fault lines finally slip. The San Andreas Fault, where the Pacific Plate slides past the North American Plate. Most of the time, it's locked, stuck, pressure building, and then release. The ground shakes, waves ripple through the earth, primary waves, compression waves, arriving first, then secondary waves, shear waves, slower, then surface waves, rolling like ocean swells through solid stone. Your muscles released now, all tension gone. Some faults creep, moving so slowly, so steadily, they barely register as earthquakes at all. Just millimeters per year, sliding, grinding, patient as continental drift itself. The Hayward Fault, creeping beneath California, breaking curbs, offsetting fence lines, showing its slow dance. Seismic waves, they travel through the planet, revealing its hidden structure. We've never drilled deeper than 12 kilometers, but earthquake waves, they've shown us everything. The crust, thin as an apple skin, the mantle, thick, solid yet flowing over geological time, the outer core, liquid iron, swirling, generating Earth's magnetic field, and the inner core, solid despite the heat, compressed by the weight of all the world above, sinking into the Earth's embrace. That magnetic field, it protects us, shields us from solar wind, from cosmic radiation. Without it, the atmosphere would slowly blow away. Like Mars lost its air, the field reverses. We know this from rocks, basalt, cooling. Its magnetic minerals align with the current field, freezing that direction in place. Scientists have mapped these reversals, going back millions of years. The pattern random, chaotic. The last reversal, 780,000 years ago. Are we due for another? Only the Earth knows, and the Earth keeps its secrets until it's ready, drifting through stone, through time. Sedimentary layers, they're like pages in Earth's diary. The Grand Canyon exposing 2 billion years, layer upon layer. The oldest at the bottom, dark schist, transformed by heat and pressure. Above it, sandstone from ancient beaches, limestone from tropical seas, shale from quiet lagoons. Each layer a different world, a different climate, a different cast of creatures, all pressed together, visible now, because the Colorado River, over millions of years, carved through them, revealing, revealing. You're breathing, barely a whisper now. In those layers, we read climate history. Ice ages come and go. Glaciers advance, grinding, scraping, carrying boulders hundreds of miles, depositing them, erratic, out of place, evidence of journeys written in stone. Glacial moraines, piles of debris, mark the edges where ice sheets stopped, melted back, the Great Lakes, gouged by ice, filled with meltwater, our present geography, shaped by frozen rivers that flowed so slowly you could walk on them, heavier, heavier, melting into stillness. Ice cores from Antarctica, from Greenland, preserve ancient atmosphere, tiny bubbles, trapped when snow compressed to ice, contain air from thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Scientists extract them, analyze them, reading carbon dioxide levels, methane, temperature proxies. The ice remembers everything, written in layers, annual snowfall, visible as rings, like tree rings, counting back through time. 800,000 years of climate, frozen, waiting to be read, so faint, so far away. During ice ages, sea level drops, water locked in glaciers, continental shelves emerge, become dry land. Animals migrate across, from Asia to Alaska, from Britain to France, and then the ice melts, sea level rises, flooding those shelves, creating new coastlines. The geography we know is recent, temporary. In geological time, coastlines shift like clouds, never fixed, always changing, floating in the deep dark. Permafrost, ground that stays frozen year-round, holds secrets too. Mammoths, preserved, flesh, fur, intact, frozen for 40,000 years. Ancient pollen, preserved in ice, telling us what plants grew, when. The permafrost now, it's thawing, releasing carbon, releasing methane. Feedback loops we're only beginning to understand. The Earth, warming, changing as it always has, but faster now. Humans, writing our chapter in geological history, sinking into sleep's embrace. Coral reefs, they're geological structures too, built by living creatures, but creating rock, limestone, calcium carbonate, secreted by polyps, generation after generation. The Great Barrier Reef, visible from space, a living geological monument, and ancient reefs. We find them, now inland, now in deserts. Speaking of seas that vanished, of worlds that changed, coral skeletons, they record water temperature, salinity, like tree rings. Scientists core ancient corals, reading climate history, going back centuries, seasonal bands, light and dark, counting years, each coral a witness to its moment in time. Let it all go. Drift, drift, underground. Rivers flow, hidden, carving caves through limestone, through dolomite, water, slightly acidic, dissolving rock, grain by grain, creating vast chambers, cathedral-sized. Stalactites grow down from ceilings, formed by dripping water, depositing calcite. Stalagmites grow up from floors where drops land, splash, leave their mineral cargo. They grow so slowly a centimetre might take 100 years. Some meet, forming columns, connecting floor to ceiling, pillars in the darkness. Heavier, heavier, dissolving. Karst topography, where limestone underlies the surface, creates a landscape of sinkholes, of disappearing streams, of springs that emerge miles from where water vanished. The water circulating underground through networks of caves, aquifers, holding water, ancient water, sometimes older than civilization, water that fell as rain thousands of years ago, seeping down, moving so slowly, through pores, through cracks, finally reaching deep reservoirs. Your consciousness fading, softening. Some caves are lava tubes, formed when flowing lava crusts over, while interior keeps moving, draining away, leaving hollow tunnels. You can walk through them on Hawaii, in Iceland, corridors of stone where molten rock once flowed, the walls smooth, ropey, frozen mid-flow. Geology paused, waiting, thump, thump, almost silent now. Hot springs, where heated groundwater rises, touching the surface. Geothermal heat from Earth's interior, warming water, sometimes to boiling. Geysers, like Old Faithful, where pressure builds until water explosively vents, then refills. Cycles with regularity, predictable as breath. The heat comes from magma not far below, or from radioactive decay of uranium, thorium, potassium, deep in the crust, Earth's internal furnace, burning for billions of years, still burning, drifting through warmth, through darkness. Subterranean rivers flowing through caves, emerging as springs, the water crystal clear or milky with dissolved minerals. Blue Spring in New Zealand, clearest water on Earth, where you can see 100 meters down. The Dinaric Alps, riddled with caves, underground rivers, systems so vast. We're still mapping them, still discovering. Water, the great sculptor, patient, persistent, dissolving, creating beauty in the dark. Your body barely there, floating, weightless. Deserts, they tell geological stories too. Sand dunes, marching, shaped by wind. The individual grains, quartz crystals, weathered from mountains, carried by rivers, washed to seas, blown inland. Each grain, a journey of thousands of miles, thousands of years. The dunes themselves, they migrate, moving, slowly, burying, uncovering, preserving, destroying. Wind erosion, carving hoodoos, arches, like Arches National Park, delicate arch, standing, improbable, stone balanced, for now. Eventually, it will fall, as everything does, given time, deeper, softer, fading. Painted deserts, layers of coloured stone, red from iron oxide, white from gypsum, purple from manganese, the petrified forest, where ancient trees turn to stone, silica replacing wood, cell by cell, preserving the texture, the rings, even the bark, logs, lying on desert floor, brilliant, crystalline, no longer wood, but agate, jasper, rainbow stone. 225 million years ago, these were living trees. Now, geology, beautiful, eternal, almost asleep now, almost gone. The formation of natural arches begins with weathering, frost, wedging into cracks, expanding, breaking rock, water, seeping, dissolving cement between grains, wind, carrying sand, abrading, sculpting, and time. Time does the rest. Sometimes an arch collapses, suddenly, like Wall Arch in 2008, fell in the night. Nobody watching, just failure, gravity, entropy. The cycle continues, new arches forming, even as old ones fall. A whisper, barely there. Salt flats, where ancient seas evaporated, leaving behind salt, gypsum, borax. The Bonneville Salt Flats, once the floor of Lake Bonneville, which covered much of Utah. Now, white, flat, endless. You can see the curvature of Earth there, the horizon, so distant, in Death Valley. Salt polygons form as ground contracts, cracks, filling with new salt, creating patterns, geometric, natural, perfect, floating, weightless, through mineral dreams. Evaporate deposits. They form when seas shrink, concentrating minerals until they precipitate, crystal by crystal, settling. The Mediterranean, 5 million years ago, cut off from the Atlantic, evaporated almost completely, depositing salt, kilometers thick. Then, the Strait of Gibraltar opened, Atlantic water rushed in, refilling. The Zanclean flood, one of Earth's most dramatic moments, now buried beneath seafloor. The salt layers remain, evidence of a world stranger than we imagine. Your mind, quiet, so quiet, drifting. Deep beneath oceans, hydrothermal vents, black smokers, where superheated water, laden with minerals, jets from seafloor. The water, heated by magma, dissolves minerals from rock, rises, meets cold ocean water. Minerals precipitate, forming chimneys, towers, growing, and around them, life, chemosynthetic bacteria, turning chemicals into energy, whole ecosystems, independent of sunlight, thriving in darkness, in heat, in pressure, life, finding a way, always heavier, heavier, dissolving into peace. Oceanic trenches, the deepest places where one plate dives beneath another. The Mariana Trench, 11 kilometers down, deeper than Everest is tall. Pressure immense, water, still liquid, but dense, slow. And even there, in the Challenger Deep, creatures live, fish, amphipods, adapted to darkness, to pressure, to cold. The rocks there, constantly recycled, pulled down into mantle, melted, transformed, returned, eventually, as new crust. The cycle, endless. Thump, thump, softer than breath. Mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain chains, where plates pull apart, where new seafloor is born. Magma rises, cools, becomes basalt, the youngest rocks on Earth, forming, right now, spreading, pushing plates apart, the Atlantic growing, the Pacific shrinking, the Earth's surface constantly renewed, never static, always moving, sinking into the deep. Ophiolites, pieces of ocean floor, thrust onto land by tectonic collision. We can walk on them, study them, see rock that formed beneath the sea, now exposed. The sea-male ophiolite in Oman, kilometers thick, complete section of oceanic crust and upper mantle laid bare. Scientists study it, understanding how oceans are made from the inside out. Your breathing, so soft, barely moving. Subduction melange, chaotic mixtures of rock, scraped off, descending plates, jumbled together at subduction zones, blocks of basalt, serpentinite, limestone, all mixed, sheared, no order, just chaos, frozen in stone. These melange, they're windows into the violence of plate collision, the crushing, the mixing, the transformation that happens where worlds meet, drifting through stone, through time. Diamonds, they form deep in the mantle, 150 kilometers down, where pressure is immense, where carbon atom arrange themselves in crystalline perfection. Kimberlite pipes, volcanic conduits, bring them up explosively from depth, rising fast, fast enough that diamonds don't transform back into graphite. These pipes, rare, scattered, most in ancient cratons, old, stable, continental cores, South Africa, Siberia, Canada, where Earth's memory runs deepest, heavier, heavier, fading into darkness. Pegmatite veins, where minerals grow large, enormous crystals, meters long. The minerals crystallize from water-rich magma, slowly, deep underground, allowing time for crystals to grow huge. Beryl crystals, big as tree trunks. Spodumene, pink, meters across. These veins, they're treasure houses of rare elements. Lithium, tantalum, rare earths, elements we need for technology, hidden in Earth's deep places, floating in silence. Quartz crystals, silicon dioxide, arranged in hexagonal perfection, clear or coloured by impurities. Amethyst, purple from iron. Citrin, yellow from heat. Rose quartz, pink from titanium or manganese. Quartz, one of Earth's most common minerals, yet capable of such beauty. Found in geodes, hollow rocks, lined with crystals, pointing inward toward empty center, like cathedrals in stone. Your thoughts, distant, dissolving. Geodes form in gas bubbles, in lava, or in cavities, in limestone. Mineral-rich water seeps in, deposits layers, silica, calcite, gradually filling, lining, creating hidden worlds. You can't tell from outside, Which rocks hold treasure? You must break them open. Reveal the secret, the crystalline heart, waiting in darkness. Almost imagine now. Marble, limestone transformed by heat, by pressure. During metamorphism, the calcite crystals recrystallize, interlocking, creating stone, smooth, carvable. Michelangelo's David, carved from Carrara marble, white, pure, formed from ancient seafloor, compressed, heated, uplifted, quarried, shaped by human hands, into art, geology, meeting, culture, meeting, time, sinking, deeper into rest. Slate, formed from shale, compressed, aligned by pressure. It splits cleanly along plains where clay minerals, oriented, parallel, roofing slate, writing slates, stone that remembers its formation, its compression, its transformation. Dark, smooth, faithful to its nature. Your body forgotten, only breath remains. Schist, higher grade metamorphism, where minerals grow large enough to see mica, glittering in sheets, garnet, red crystals, dotting the surface, the rock, foliated, layered, but wavy, contorted. Speaking of pressure from multiple directions, of slow deformation, stone, flowing like cold honey over millions of years, drifting through layers of consciousness. Nice, even higher grade, where minerals segregate into light and dark bands, quartz and feldspar, light, biotite and amphibole, dark, striped stone, telling stories of heat, of pressure, of transformation, so complete, the original rock, sedimentary or igneous, can barely be recognized. Identity, lost, in change, almost gone, almost sleeping. Peridotite, mantle rock, olive green, from olivine, dense, heavy, rarely seen at surface, except where thrust up in ophiolites, or where mantle plumes bring fragments. This is the rock, beneath the crust, the rock that flows, slowly, convecting, driving plate tectonics, driving everything, hidden, powerful, patient. Thump, barely a whisper. Coal, formed from ancient plants, peat, compressed, heated, carbon concentrating over millions of years. Lignite, brown coal, soft, then bituminous, black, harder, then anthracite, hardest, almost pure carbon. Each grade, more time, more heat, more pressure. The Carboniferous, 300 million years ago, when vast swamps covered continents, trees fell, were buried, began their slow transformation into energy. We now burn, releasing in moments what took eons to store, floating in the deep dark. Oil and natural gas formed similarly, but from marine organisms, plankton, algae, settling to sea floor, buried, heated. The organic molecules break down into hydrocarbons. Oil migrating through porous rock until trapped beneath impermeable layers. accumulating, waiting for millions of years until humans drill down, release ancient sunlight captured by ancient life, transformed, stored, now flowing through our world, your consciousness, thin, translucent. Shale, oil shale, contains kerogen, organic material, not quite oil. Heated enough, it would have become oil, given more time, more depth. Now, we heat it ourselves, extracting what geology hadn't finished, fracking, fracturing rock, releasing gas, oil, from pores, from cracks, technology, meeting, geology, extracting resources that took epochs to form, drifting, dissolving, weathering, the slow breakdown of rock, physical weathering, frost wedging, thermal expansion, biological weathering, roots prying, chemical weathering, water, acids, dissolving minerals, feldspar, becoming clay, iron, oxidizing, rusting, turning red, the rock cycle, continuing, stone becoming soil, becoming sediment, becoming stone again, eventually, circle, unbroken, heavier, heavier, sinking. Soil, it's geology too, the product of weathering, mixed with organic matter, supporting life, different horizons, layers in soil, topsoil, rich, dark, subsoil, lighter, less organic, parent material, weathered rock, each forming, over time, soil, builds slowly, millimeters per century. Erosion can strip it away, faster, the balance, delicate, important. Soil feeds us. Geology sustains us. Your heartbeat, distant, calm. River valleys, carved by water, over time. Young rivers, V-shaped valleys, steep sides, cutting down. Mature rivers, wider valleys, meandering, cutting sideways. Oxbow lakes, where meanders cut off. Old rivers, broad floodplains, slow, depositing, building deltas where they meet the sea. Every river now tells its age, through its valley, through its shape, almost asleep, almost there. Alluvial fans where mountain streams emerge onto plains, drop their load, spreading sediment in fan shapes. The gradient decreases, water slows, can't carry as much. Gravel, sand, silt, clay, sorted by size, by distance, from source. These fans, fertile, watered civilizations, have grown on alluvial fans, fed by geology, fading, fading. Deltas, where rivers meet ocean or lake, depositing sediment, building land, seaward, the Nile Delta, the Mississippi, the Ganges Brahmaputra, vast, flat, fertile, layers of silt from upstream, from mountains being eroded, transported, deposited, new land, forming, constantly, the interplay of river and sea, of deposition and erosion, creating dynamic landscapes, floating in stillness. Tsunamis, waves generated by underwater earthquakes, by landslides, by volcanic eruptions, not wind waves, but displacement waves, in deep ocean, barely noticeable, fast, hundreds of kilometers per hour, but approaching shore, slowing, rising, the wave energy, compressed, lifted, creating walls of water, devastating. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, generated by megathrust earthquake off Sumatra. The earth shifted, the seafloor rose, displaced. Incredible volumes of water, waves, radiating, crossing oceans. The geology beneath the waves shapes what happens above your mind. Quiet, empty, peaceful, slow earthquakes, earthquake creep, movements too gradual to feel, but measured by GPS, by satellites, the rocks sliding past millimeters per day, per week, releasing strain slowly instead of suddenly. Why some faults creep and others lock and break. We're still learning. The earth, complex, variable. Each fault has personality, behavior, patterns, drifting through stone. Fossilized footprints, trace fossils, showing behavior, movement, not the organism itself, but its actions. Dinosaur trackways, crossing ancient mudflats, now stone, showing how they walked, how fast, whether they travelled in groups. Laetoli footprints, Tanzania, 3.5 million years old, hominids walking upright through volcanic ash, their steps preserved when ash, dampened by rain, hardened, each print a moment, a step, frozen, forever, heavier, heavier, dissolving. Petrified wood, where wood becomes stone, silica-rich water permeates dead wood, silica precipitates, replacing organic material. Cell by cell, the structure remains, rings visible, texture preserved, but composition changed. No longer wood, now quartz, chalcedony, agate, colourful, depending on impurities, iron, manganese, carbon. Each tree a different palette. Your breathing, soft, rhythmic. Fumaroles, vents in volcanic areas, emitting steam, gases, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, the smell of rotten eggs, deposits of sulfur, yellow, bright, crystalline, around the vents. These are signs of magma not far below. Heating groundwater, boiling, releasing, the earth, breathing, steaming, alive, with heat, thump, thump, barely perceptible. Landslides, mass wasting when gravity overcomes friction, rock, soil, sliding, flowing, sometimes slowly, creeping, sometimes catastrophically, sudden. The Frank Slide, Alberta, 1903, 90 million tons of limestone fell from Turtle Mountain, buried part of town, took 2 minutes. Geology can be sudden, violent, reminding us of the forces we build upon, drifting, soft, peaceful, Sandstone cliffs, layers of ancient sand cemented together, coloured by iron oxides, red, orange, yellow, white, where iron's been leached away, cross-bedding, angled layers within beds, showing ancient dune directions, wind patterns from millions of years ago, Zion, Canyonlands, Monument Valley, landscapes of sandstone, carved, shaped, glowing in sunlight, Earth's beauty, written in stone, almost asleep, almost floating away, glacial erratics, boulders carried by ice, deposited far from source, different rock type than surrounding, proof of glaciation, of ice that travelled and melted, Plymouth Rock, probably a glacial erratic carried from somewhere north, left, Weniace, retreated, geology, brought to pilgrims, your body, weightless now, impact melt rocks created by meteorite strikes, the energy immense, vaporizes rock, melts, splashes, falls back, cools, forming glass, breccia, mixed rock. The Chicxulub crater, Mexico, 66 million years ago. Asteroid impact. That likely killed the dinosaurs. The layer of iridium loss worldwide, marking that moment. Shocked quartz, impact spherules, evidence of catastrophe, preserved in stone, forever, barely there. Kimberlite pipes, volcanic pipes that brought diamonds to surface, named after Kimberley, South Africa, carrot-shaped, narrowing with depth. The rock, dark, contains fragments, xenoliths from mantle, brought up from depths, erupted, explosively, fast. These pipes, windows to Earth's interior, rare, precious, in more ways than one, drifting into darkness. Ancient volcanic plains, flood basalts, where massive eruptions poured lava over vast areas, the Deccan Traps, India, the Siberian Traps, millions of cubic kilometers of basalt, erupted over thousands of years, coinciding with mass extinctions. The gas released altered climate, poisoned, changed the world, geology as catastrophe, life responding, evolving, adapting, fading, tough volcanic ash, compressed, cemented into rock, soft, light, easily carved. The ancient Romans used it for buildings. Cappadocia, Turkey, people carved homes, churches, entire cities into tough. The rock yielding workable, protective ash from ancient eruptions, becoming homes for humans. Thousands of years later, your mind empty, floating. Sediment transport, rivers carry, particles rolling along bottom, larger stones saltating, bouncing, sand grains suspended in current, silt and clay, the river sorting by size, by weight, depositing where current slows, building bar, floodplain, deltas, sediment traveling from mountains to sea. The journey might take thousands of years, or after flood, just days. Thump, thump, imagined, remembered. Lava caves, tubes, networks, where lava flowed beneath crust, drained away, leaving hollow passages, skylights, where ceiling collapsed, let in light, ferns growing in eternal dusk, bats roosting in darkness. These caves, stable, temperature constant, refuges for life, created by fire, hosting life, geology and biology, always intertwined, almost gone, dissolving. Ancient mega floods, catastrophic releases of water. Glacial Lake Missoula burst through ice dam, repeatedly carved, channeled scablands. Washington in days. Floods with discharge greater than all rivers today combined. The landscape scoured, gouged, scarred. Geology happening in eye blink instead of eons. Catastrophism and uniformitarianism both true. The earth, patient mostly, violent occasionally, floating through the deep time, through the layers. Folded rock layers, they tell stories of pressure, of force. Anticlines, arching upward like waves frozen in stone. Synclines, bending down, creating troughs, valleys. The rock, once horizontal, now bent, contorted, folded, without breaking, because it happened so slowly. The rock had time to flow like cold taffy, millions of years of steady pressure, creating curves, creating beauty in mountain cores. Your body, so heavy, sinking deeper. Some folds, tight, isoclinal. Limbs parallel, compressed, intensely. Others, gentle, open, barely curved. Each style tells us how much force, how much time. Geologists measure, fold axes, plunge, orientation, reconstructing the stresses that shapes them, the earth, keeping records in every bend, every curve. Softer, softer, faulted layers where rock broke instead of bent. Normal faults where tension pulled apart, crust extending, one block sliding down. Reverse faults where compression pushed together, one block riding up over another. Strike slip faults where blocks slide sideways like San Andreas, grinding horizontally. Each fault type reveals the forces that created it. Heavier, heavier, dissolving into stillness. The offset in faulted layers can be measured meters, kilometers. The Tintina Fault, Alaska and Yukon, offset 430 kilometers over millions of years, slowly grinding. The evidence in rock types suddenly mismatched across the fault. Geology displaced, telling us about movement, about time, about forces incomprehensible, drifting through stone memories. Coral limestone platforms, building upward Towards sunlight, coral polyps need shallow water, warm water, light. They grow, secreting calcium carbonate, building reefs, layer upon layer, the Bahamas, entire platform of coral limestone, thousands of meters thick, built over millions of years by tiny creatures working generation after generation. You're breathing, barely a whisper, so soft. As sea level rises and falls, coral grows up, maintaining depth, keeps pace with rising sea, creating thick sequences of limestone, carbonate platforms, some still building, like Great Barrier Reef, others ancient, now uplifted, exposed. The limestone cliffs of Dover, white, chalky, made of countless microscopic shells, coccoliths from single-celled algae accumulating on Cretaceous seafloor, now towering above ocean. Thump, thump, almost imagined. Natural bridges forming through erosion, water flowing, finding weakness in rock, cutting through, leaving an arch, spanning the gap, or wind, sand blasting, creating holes, enlarging them. Rainbow Bridge, Utah, carved by water over millennia, the largest natural bridge in the world. Stone defying gravity, for now sinking deeper into peace. Hoodoos, those strange pillars topped with harder rock. The soft rock below erodes faster, but the cap rock protects what's beneath it, creating tall, thin spires. Bryce Canyon filled with them, standing like silent witnesses, orange, red, white, layered, each one temporary. Eventually, and the cap will fall, the pillar will erode away, but new ones forming constantly. The cycle continues, floating, weightless, timeless. Scientists now map geology with incredible precision. Geographic Information Systems, GIS, combining satellite imagery, elevation data, rock types, fault locations, all layered digitally. We can see patterns invisible before, predict where resources lie, where hazards threaten. Technology meeting ancient Earth, understanding, deepening, heavier, melting away. But geology brings complications. The resource curse, and they call it, countries rich in minerals, in oil, sometimes suffer economically, politically, conflict over resources, corruption. Geology, valuable but complex. Economic geology studies this, how Earth's gifts shape human society, for better, for worse. The stones, neutral. Humans, complicated. Your mind, quiet, empty, still. Land subsidence, or when ground sinks, can happen from groundwater withdrawal. The water-filled pores in sediment. Remove the water, sediment compacts, surface drops. Mexico City, Venice, sinking because aquifers being emptied, or from mining underground. caves, collapsing, the ground not as solid as it seems, drifting through darkness. Sinkholes, sudden, dramatic. The ground just opens, swallows, cars, houses. They form in karst terrain, limestone, dissolved by acidic water, creating voids underground. Eventually, the roof collapses suddenly, without warning. Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, prone to sinkholes, the limestone beneath riddled with dissolution cavities, invisible until they're not, barely there, barely real. Loose deposits, windblown silt, accumulated during ice ages, glaciers grinding rock to powder, wind picking up, carrying, depositing, where wind slows, lure settles, thick deposits in China, in central United States, fertile soil forms from loess, agriculture depends on it, gift of ancient winds, ancient ice, your heartbeat, synchronized with earth, the lowest vertical cliffs, despite being unconsolidated because of vertical root tubes, creating structure, cave dwellings, carved in loess in China. Millions live in these homes, cool in summer, warm in winter, the earth providing shelter as it has for millennia. Heavier, sinking, fading, submarine canyon carved beneath the sea, Monterey Canyon, deeper than Grand Canyon, but underwater, hidden. These canyons, formed by turbidity currents, dense mixture of sediment and water, flowing down, submarine slopes, fast, powerful, carving, depositing, building, submarine fans at canyon mouths, floating through submarine darkness, turbidity currents triggered by earthquakes, by storms, by sediment, overloading. They're dangerous, can break undersea cables. We know they happened from the evidence. Graded bedding in sediment, coarse at bottom, fine at top. Each layer, one turbidity current, one event, preserved in deep sea sediment. Your consciousness, fading like mist. Geothermal energy, heat from Earth, used for power generation, for heating. Iceland pioneers this volcanic heat, close to surface, water, heated naturally, used directly, or converted to electricity, clean energy from geology. The Earth's heat, gift from radioactive decay, from primordial formation, still radiating outward billions of years later. Thump, thump, softer than thought, hotspots in crust, where geothermal gradient steeper, where we can tap into this energy. Yellowstone, enormous heat, the geysers in California, geothermal power plants, utilizing what geology provides, ancient heat, modern use, the partnership between humanity and Earth, drifting, dissolving, peaceful. To know when rocks formed, we use radiometric dating, measuring radioactive isotopes and their decay products. Uranium decays to lead potassium to argon, rubidium to strontium. Each isotope has a half-life, the time for half to decay. By measuring parent and daughter isotopes, we calculate age. Heavier, heavier, falling into sleep. Carbon-14 for recent organic material. Uranium-lead for ancient igneous rocks. Each method for different timescales, different materials. Mass spectrometry measures isotope ratios with precision, incredible precision, parts per million, parts per billion. Technology revealing Earth's timeline, year by year, million by million. You're breathing, so slow, so soft. The oldest minerals, zircons, 4.4 billion years old, nearly as old as Earth itself, survived everything. Multiple cycles of erosion, of burial, of metamorphism, still preserving their original uranium-lead clock, ticking since Earth's infancy. Almost silent now. Metamorphic facies, categories of metamorphism, defined by pressure and temperature. Zeolite facies, low grade, barely changed. Green schist, medium grade. Amphibolite, higher still. Granulite facies, intense heat. Eclogite facies, extreme pressure, deep in subduction zones. Each facies has characteristic minerals, index minerals, telling us exactly what conditions the rock experienced floating in the deep. Garnet, kyanite, sillimanite, each forms at specific pressures and temperatures. By identifying with these minerals, we reconstruct the path the rock traveled through Earth's interior. Pressure, temperature, time, paths, like tracking, a journey through heat, through pressure, through transformation, drifting, so light, so heavy. Isostasy, the principle that crust floats on mantle like ice in water. Mountains have roots extending down into mantle, balancing us their height. When erosion removes mass from top, the root rises, mountain rebounds. This is why old mountains still have some elevation, still rising as they erode, seeking equilibrium. Your body forgotten, only peace remains. Scandinavia still rising, rebounding from ice age. Ice sheet, depressed crust, now melted. Crust slowly returning, millimeters per year for thousands of years. The Earth, elastic, responding to changing loads, patient, adjusting, always seeking balance, imagined, barely, sea level, changes through time, marine transgressions, when sea floods continents, during ice age ends, during warm periods, water advancing, shallow seas covering vast areas, marine regression when sea retreats, exposing continental shelves, creating land bridges, changing geography, changing climate, changing everything, heavier, dissolving into dreams. These transgressions and regressions create distinctive sequences in sedimentary rocks, deepening upward sequences, shallowing upward sequences, cyclothams, repeating patterns from sea level, oscillating. Coal seams form during particular parts of these cycles, when swamps dominated, when conditions were just right, floating through ancient seas. Ophiolites, as we mentioned before, but their formation remarkable. At mid-ocean ridges, magma rises, crystallizes in sequence. Peridotite at base, from mantle, gabbro, above, crystallize slowly, sheeted dikes, vertical, feeding, pillow basalts on top, erupted, underwater. This sequence preserved, thrust onto land, complete section, ocean lithosphere for study, your mind, empty, drifting, the sea mail in Oman, best exposed, ophiolite, you can drive through it. See mantle rock, see moho, the boundary between crust and mantle. See every layer, every zone, complete, preserved, accessible. Geologists pilgrimage there to see what's normally deep beneath oceans. Thump, barely a whisper, wind sculpts deserts, aeolian processes, creating dunes, Bakken, crescent-shaped, transverse, linear, star dunes, complex. Each shape tells us wind direction, wind strength, sand supply. The dunes migrate slowly, grain by grain, covering, uncovering. Ancient dunes, now stone, sandstone, with cross-bedding, showing which way. Wind blew millions of years ago, sinking into sand, into sleep. Yardangs, wind-carved ridges, streamlined, parallel to wind, ventifacts, stones, polished, faceted by wind-blown sand, desert pavement, where wind removed all fine particles, leaving only stones, covering surface, protecting what's below. Desert armor, natural, effective. Heavier, heavier, fading away. Mineral cleavage, the way. Minerals break along planes of weakness, mica, perfect cleavage, splits into thin sheets, feldspar, 2 directions, at right angles, calcite, 3 directions, creating rhombs, each mineral its own pattern, based on crystal structure. Atomic arrangement determines how it breaks, floating through crystal lattices. Fracture, when minerals break irregularly. Quartz, conchoidal fracture, curved like broken glass. No cleavage planes, just structure, breaking wherever stress concentrates. These properties help identify minerals in hand samples, in the field. Touch, look, test. The mineral reveals itself. Your breathing, soft as air. Hydrothermal vents, black smokers, we mentioned, but the detail. Superheated water, 400 degrees Celsius, still liquid because of pressure. At depth, the water, rich in dissolved metals, sulfides, meets cold ocean, 2 degrees Celsius. Minerals precipitate instantly. Black smoke, actually tiny particles of metal sulfides, almost gone. These vents support ecosystems, chemosynthetic, no sunlight needed. Bacteria oxidize, hydrogen sulfide produce energy, organic compounds, tube worms, clams, shrimp, all living in darkness, in heat, in poison, to us, but to them. Perfect life, adapting, always, drifting through chemical clouds, cryosystems, ice quakes in permafrost, water in ground, freezes, expands, cracks rock, boom, sound like explosion. In dead of winter, the ground fracturing from cold, from ice. People report houses shaking, but no earthquake, just ice expanding, contracting, the earth responding to temperature, heavier, sinking, deep, permafrost, ground, frozen, year-round, in Arctic, in Antarctic, in high mountains. It contains organic matter, frozen, preserved, as it thaws, methane, carbon dioxide, released, feedback to warming, the earth responding to change, as it always has, but faster now. Your consciousness, thin, transparent, salt domes, diapirs, salt, less dense than surrounding rock, rises like blobs in lava lamp, piercing through overlying layers, creating domes, anticlines, oil traps, often associated with salt domes, petroleum migrating until trapped against impermeable salt, economic importance from geology's buoyancy, thump, imagined, remembered, the Gulf Coast, full of salt domes from Jurassic salt deposits, thick, extensive, now rising, creating structures, some breach, surface, salt glaciers flowing slowly like ice, but salt, crystal, flowing, floating through salt, through time. The Mohorovičić discontinuity, the Moho boundary between crust and mantle, named for a Croatian scientist who discovered it by studying seismic waves. The waves speed up at this boundary because mantle, denser, different composition, peridotite instead of basalt or granite, drifting deeper. The Moho varies in depth under continents 30 to 50 kilometers, under oceans 5 to 10, thinner crust at ridges where new crust forms. The boundary, not perfectly sharp, but distinct enough to detect with seismic waves Earth's internal structure revealed by vibrations, heavier, heavier, almost asleep. Earthquakes measured on scales, Richter scale, older, based on amplitude of waves, on seismogram, logarithmic, each number 10 times larger, amplitude, moment magnitude scale, more accurate, based on energy released. Also logarithmic, a magnitude 8, releases 32 times more energy than 7. Your heartbeat, faint, distant, the largest, recorded, magnitude 9.5, Chile, 1960, released, energy equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs, the Earth capable of such violence, yet mostly patient, quiet, building strain for decades, centuries, then release in seconds, in minutes, barely existing. Fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, all from ancient life, organic matter buried, heated, transformed, coal from land plants, swamps, oil and gas from marine, plankton, algae, each requiring specific conditions to form source rock, rich in organics, heat to break down, molecules, time, millions of years, floating through ancient swamps, petroleum systems need source rock, reservoir rock, porous, permeable, to hold the oil, seal rock, impermeable, to trap it and trap, structure, anticline, fault, salt dome, all elements must be present in right sequence for oil field to form geology, must align perfectly, drifting through rock layers, porosity, space between grains in rock can hold fluids, water, oil, gas, measured as percentage, sandstone, high porosity, can be 30% permeability, how easily fluids flow through rock, connected pores, high permeability, isolated pores, low permeability, both matter for oil, for water, for geology, your mind, empty, still. The Wilson cycle, supercontinent, forms, stays together hundreds of millions of years, then rifts, breaks apart, oceans open between fragments, continents drift, eventually collision, ocean closes, new supercontinent forms. The cycle takes 500 to 700 million years, where midway through current cycle, Pangaea broke apart, next supercontinent not yet formed, heavier, dissolving. Tidal forces from moon, from sun, create tides in ocean, but also in Earth itself, solid Earth, tides. The planet flexes centimeters twice daily. This flexing can trigger earthquakes on faults already stressed, the final push from gravity's pull, moon shaping Earth, still, thump, softer than silence, paleosols, ancient soils, preserved in rock record, buried by sediment, they tell us, climate, vegetation of ancient times, red paleosols suggest oxidizing conditions, warm, seasonal, grey paleosols, reducing, wet, each soil a snapshot of surface conditions, when it formed, drifting through ancient ground. Mass spectrometry, powerful tool, ionizes, sample, separates, ions by mass, detects, with precision, used for isotope analysis, for dating, for determining composition, trace elements, parts per billion, detected, measured, the technology revealing secrets hidden in stone, your breathing, barely moving, and so the Earth continues, cycling, changing, patient, beyond measure, mountains, rising, falling, continents, drifting, colliding, the rock cycle, turning, forever, and we, brief as breath, are privileged to witness, to understand, to marvel at geology's endless dance, almost silent. Let the earth hold you, the ancient, patient stones. They've seen everything and they remember in their mineral, in their structures, in their very atoms. And tonight they hold you as you drift into sleep, into dreams, into the dark, heavier, gone into geological time, floating through deeper mysteries, through stone dreams, unconformities, gaps in the rock record where time is missing, angular unconformity where tilted layers are overlain by horizontal ones, millions of years eroded away between them. The older rocks were deposited, tilted, uplifted, eroded flat, then new layers deposited on top. 2 chapters of Earth history separated by blank pages, time lost forever, your body so heavy, sinking deeper still, disconformity where parallel layers show missing time, harder to spot, but fossils reveal it, species present, then absent, then different species, above, the gap, invisible to the eye, but written in life's record, a non-conformity where sedimentary rocks lie directly on igneous or metamorphic, the basement exposed, eroded, then buried again by seas. Each type tells stories of what happened in the interval. Thump, thump, softer than memory. The great unconformity found worldwide, Precambrian rocks, ancient, then nothing, then Cambrian, 500 million years or more, missing. What happened during that time? We can only imagine erosion on massive scale, or perhaps the rocks formed but were completely destroyed. The earth editing its own history, heavier, dissolving into stillness. Banded iron formations, layers of iron-rich and iron-poor minerals formed in Precambrian oceans. When cyanobacteria first produced oxygen, the oxygen combined with dissolved iron, precipitating iron oxides, settling to seafloor, layer upon layer, red and black, alternating. These formations, billions of years old, now are primary iron ore, ancient bacteria, creating modern industry, drifting through ancient seas. The banding shows cycles, perhaps seasonal, perhaps longer. Each band represents just a pulse of oxygen, production of precipitation. The oceans then were different, filled with dissolved iron, no oxygen in atmosphere, not yet. These rocks record the transformation when life began changing the planet, oxygenating everything. Your breathing barely ripples the darkness. Pillow lavas, distinctive structures, formed when lava erupts underwater. The outer surface chills instantly, forms a glassy rind. Interior still molten. Pressure builds, breaks through, forms another pillow, then another, stacked like cushions. Each pillow evidence of submarine eruption found at mid-ocean ridges in ophiolites, in greenstone belts, ancient, volcanic seafloors, thump, thump, almost forgotten, the pillows show us which way was up. When they formed, they sag downward, their tops rounded, their bottoms moulded to pillows below, in metamorphosed regions where rocks are deformed. Pillow structures help us determine original orientation before tilting, before folding the earth, keeping clues even through transformation, floating weightless through volcanic seas. Melanites, rocks, so intensely deformed, they flow like taffy, form in shear zones where rocks slide past each other. The minerals recrystallize, smaller, finer grained, the rock streaked, lineated, showing direction of shear. Geologists study mylanites, understanding how continents deform, how faults work at depth, where brittle becomes ductile, sinking into deep crustal flow. These shear zones can be kilometers wide, representing enormous movements. The Alpine Fault, New Zealand, has wide myelinite zones, where Pacific Plate slides past Australian Plate, the rock, remembering every increment of motion written in its fabric, in its minerals, in its structure, heavier, melting into the mantle's embrace, varves, annual layers in the lake sediment, light layer deposited in summer when glacial melt flows fast, carrying coarser sediment, dark layer in winter when lake freezes over, only finest clay settles through still water. Each pair, 1 year, scientists count them like tree rings, dating glacial lakes, tracking climate changes year by year by year. Your heartbeat matches the rhythm of deposition. The Green River Formation, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, contains millions of varves from Eocene Lake 50 million years ago, each layer perfectly preserved, recording that ancient climate. Fish fossils, plant fossils, even delicate insects preserved in fine mud. A window to the past, clear, detailed, beautiful, drifting through laminated time. Turbidates, we mentioned, but their structure, remarkable. Boomer sequence, named for the scientist who described it. 5 divisions, graded bed at base, coarse sand, fining upward, parallel laminations, above, then ripples, then mud. Each division represents different phase of the turbidity current, as it slowed, as it deposited, predictable, recognizable, worldwide. Thump, barely a whisper in the deep. These sequences stack one upon another in deep sea, in submarine fans, hundreds, thousands of turbidites, each one an event, a storm, an earthquake, sediment cascading down slope, the deep ocean floor not quiet, not still, but punctuated by catastrophes building, continental rises, abyssal plains, floating through turbid waters, xenoliths, foreign rocks, caught in magma, carried up from depth, mantle xenoliths in basalt, brought from 100 kilometers down. We study them, understanding mantle composition, temperature, pressure, without drilling. The magma samples for us, brings pieces of the deep to the surface. Gifts from below, heavier, sinking to the source. Diamond-bearing kimberlites contain xenoliths of eclogite, of peridotite, from depths where diamonds are stable. The kimberlite erupted explosively, fast enough to preserve the diamonds, to preserve the xenoliths. Without transformation, these rocks, windows to conditions we can never directly observe. Your mind drifting through the mantle, pseudomorphs, minerals replacing other minerals, retaining original shape, quartz after fluorite, the fluorite dissolved, quartz filled the space, keeping cubic form but wrong composition. These replacements tell stories of changing conditions, changing fluids, the mineral gone, but its ghost remains. Thump, thump, softer than transformation, pyrite, after wood, golden metallic, in shape of branches, of cellular structure, the organic replaced, molecule by molecule, until nothing organic remains, only sulfide, but remembering what it was. These fossils, deceptive, beautiful, teaching us about preservation, about change, drifting through chemical replacement. Regolith, the layer of broken rock, of soil covering bedrock, on Earth, on Moon, on Mars, everywhere. Impacts, weathering, breaking, surface rock into fragments. On Earth, biology contributes, plants, animals, making it soil on airless worlds, just shattered rock, impact debris, gardening by meteorites, floating over broken surfaces. Lunar regolith contains history of solar wind, of cosmic rays, implanted in the grains, no atmosphere to shield, no water to wash away. The surface remembers everything. Billions of years of bombardment, of radiation, waiting in grey dust, heavier, resting on ancient surfaces. Aeromagnetic surveys measure Earth's magnetic field from aircraft. The variations show rock types, structures beneath vegetation, beneath soil. Magnetic minerals in rocks create anomalies, patterns. Geologists map them, finding hidden faults, hidden intrusions, hidden ore bodies. Your consciousness, thin, fading. These surveys revolutionized exploration, revealing what cannot be seen. The magnetic map showing geology through overburden, through forest, through everything. Technology, seeing what eyes cannot. Thump, almost imagined. Spheroidal weathering, onion skin, weathering where rock weathers, from outside, inward, creating rounded boulders, from angular blocks, the corners weather fastest, most surface area exposed. Gradually, the block becomes spherical, layers spalling off, like an onion drifting through curved stone. These boulders scattered across landscapes, each one a testament to time, to water, to chemistry, the patient sculpting of stone into forms more gentle, more rounded than their angular origins, floating softly, deeply, and still the earth turns, cycles, continuing, mountains, building, eroding, sediments, depositing, lithifying, metamorphosing, melting, returning to magma, the great wheel, turning endlessly, patient beyond comprehension, heavier, heavier, almost gone. Let yourself sink into these cycles, into this patience. You are part of it, made from stardust, living on a planet of stone, returning eventually to stone. The cycle includes everything, everyone, all of us, temporary forms of geologies, elements, thump, thump, silence, soon. Sleep now, the rocks will be here when you wake, still changing, still moving, still patient, as they've always been, as they'll always be. The earth holds you in its eternal embrace, floating, weightless, through mineral dreams, vaporate deposits. They form when seas shrink, concentrating minerals until they precipitate, crystal by crystal, settling the Mediterranean 5 million years ago, cut off from the Atlantic, evaporated almost completely, depositing salt kilometers thick. Then the Strait of Gibraltar opened, Atlantic water rushed in, refilling the Zanclean flood, one of Earth's most dramatic moments. Now, buried beneath seafloor, the salt layers remain, evidence of a world stranger than we imagine. Your mind, quiet, so quiet, drifting, deep beneath oceans, hydrothermal vents, black smokers, where superheated water, laden with minerals, jets from seafloor. The water, heated by magma, dissolves minerals from rock, rises, meets cold ocean water. Minerals precipitate, forming chimneys, towers, growing, and around them, life, chemosynthetic bacteria, turning chemicals into energy, whole ecosystems, independent of sunlight, thriving in darkness, in heat, in pressure. Life, finding a way, always, heavier, heavier, dissolving into peace. Oceanic trenches, the deepest places, where one plate dives beneath another. The Mariana Trench, 11 kilometers down, deeper than Everest is tall. Pressure immense, water, still liquid, but dense, slow. And even there, in the Challenger Deep, creatures live, fish, amphipods, adapted to darkness, to pressure, to cold. The rocks there, constantly recycled, pulled down into mantle, melted, transformed, returned, eventually, as new crust. The cycle, endless. Thump, thump, softer than breath. Mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain chains, where plates pull apart, where new seafloor is born. Magma rises, cools, becomes basalt. The youngest rocks on Earth, forming, right now, spreading, pushing plates apart. The Atlantic, growing. The Pacific, shrinking. The Earth's surface, constantly renewed. Never static, always moving, sinking into the deep. Ophiolites, pieces of ocean floor, thrust onto land by tectonic collision. We can walk on them, study them, see rock that formed beneath the sea, now exposed. The seamale ophiolite, in Oman, kilometers thick, complete section of oceanic crust and upper mantle laid bare. Scientists study it, understanding how oceans are made from the inside out. You're breathing, so soft, barely moving. Subduction melange, chaotic mixtures of rock, scraped off, descending plates, jumbled together at subduction zones, blocks of basalt, serpentinite, limestone, all mixed, sheared, no order, just chaos, frozen in stone. These melange, their windows into the violence of plate collision, the crushing, the mixing, the transformation that happens where worlds meet, drifting through stone, through time. Diamonds, they form deep in the mantle, 150 kilometers down, where pressure is immense, where carbon atoms arrange themselves in crystalline perfection. Kimberlite pipes, volcanic conduits, bring them up explosively from depth, rising fast enough that diamonds don't transform back into graphite. These pipes, rare, scattered, most in ancient cratons, old, stable, continental cores, South Africa, Siberia, Canada, where Earth's memory runs deepest, heavier, fading into darkness. Pegmatite veins, where minerals grow large, enormous crystals, meters long. The minerals crystallize from water-rich magma, slowly, deep underground, allowing time for crystals to grow, huge, beryl crystals, big as tree trunks, spodumene, pink, meters across. These veins, they're treasure houses of rare elements, lithium, tantalum, rare earths, elements we need for technology, hidden in Earth's deep places, floating in silence. Quartz crystals, silicon dioxide, arranged in hexagonal perfection, clear or coloured by impurities, amethyst, purple from iron, citrine, yellow from heat, rose quartz, pink from titanium or manganese. Quartz, one of Earth's most common minerals, yet capable of such beauty, found in geodes, hollow rocks, lined with crystals, pointing inward toward empty center, like cathedrals in stone. Your thoughts, distant, dissolving. Geodes form in gas bubbles, in lava, or in cavities, in limestone, Mineral-rich water seeps in, deposits layers, silica, calcite, gradually filling, lining, creating hidden worlds. You can't tell from outside which rocks hold treasure. You must break them open, reveal the secret, the crystalline heart waiting in darkness. Almost imagined now. Marble, limestone transformed by heat, by pressure during metamorphism. The calcite crystals recrystallize, interlocking, creating stone, smooth, carvable. Michelangelo's David, carved from Carrara marble, white, pure, formed from ancient seafloor, compressed, heated, uplifted, quarried, shaped by human hands, into art, geology, meeting, culture, meeting, time, sinking, deeper into rest, slate, formed from shale, compressed, aligned by pressure. It splits cleanly along plains where clay minerals, oriented, parallel, roofing slate, writing slates, stone that remembers its formation, its compression, its transformation, dark, smooth, faithful to its nature. Your body was forgotten, only breath remains, schist, higher grade metamorphism, where minerals grow large enough to see mica, glittering in sheets, garnet, red crystals dotting the surface, the rock, foliated, layered, but wavy, contorted, speaking of pressure from multiple directions, of slow deformation, stone flowing like cold honey over millions of years, drifting through layers of consciousness. Gneiss, even higher grade, where minerals segregate into light and dark bands. Quartz and feldspar, light. Biotite and amphiboly, dark, striped stone, telling stories of heat, of pressure, of transformation. So complete, the original rock, sedimentary or igneous, can barely be recognized. Identity, lost in change, almost gone, almost sleeping. Peridotite, mantle rock, olive green, from olivine, dense, heavy, rarely seen at surface, except where thrust up in ophiolites, or where mantle plumes bring fragments. This is the rock beneath the crust, the rock that flows, slowly, convecting, driving plate tectonics, driving everything, hidden, powerful, patient, thump, barely a whisper. Coal formed from ancient plants, peat, compressed, heated, carbon concentrating over millions of years, lignite, brown coal, soft, then bituminous, black, harder, then anthracite, hardest, almost pure carbon, each grade, more time, more heat, more pressure. The Carboniferous, 300 million years ago, when vast swamps covered continents, trees fell, were buried, began their slow transformation into energy. We now burn, releasing, in moments, what took eons to store, floating in the deep dark. Oil and natural gas, formed similarly, but from marine organisms, plankton, algae, settling to sea floor, buried, heated. The organic molecules break down into hydrocarbons, oil, migrating through porous rock until trapped beneath impermeable layers, accumulating, waiting for millions of years until humans drill down, release ancient sunlight captured by ancient life, transformed, stored, now flowing through our world. Your consciousness, thin, translucent. Shale, oil, shale, contains kerogen, organic material, not quite oil. Heated enough, it would have become oil, given more time, more depth. Now, we heated ourselves, extracting what geology hadn't finished, fracking, fracturing rock, releasing gas, oil, from pores, from cracks, technology, meeting, geology, extracting resources that took epochs to form, drifting, dissolving, weathering, the slow breakdown of rock, physical weathering, frost wedging, thermal expansion, biological weathering, roots prying, chemical weathering, water, acids, dissolving minerals, feldspar, becoming clay, iron, oxidizing, rusting, turning red, the rock cycle, continuing, stone becoming soil, becoming sediment, becoming stone again, eventually, circle, unbroken, heavier, heavier, sinking, soil. It's geology too, the product of weathering, mixed with organic matter, supporting life, different horizons, layers in soil, topsoil, rich, dark, subsoil, lighter, less organic, parent material, weathered rock, each forming, over time, soil, builds slowly, millimeters per century, erosion can strip it away, faster, the balance, delicate, important, soil feeds us, geology sustains us, your heartbeat, distant, calm, river valleys carved by water, over time, young rivers, V-shaped valleys, steep sides, cutting down, mature rivers, wider valleys, meandering, cutting sideways, oxbow lakes, where meanders, cut off, old rivers, broad floodplains, slow, depositing, building deltas where they meet the sea. Every river tells its age through its valley, through its shape, almost asleep, almost there. Alluvial fans where mountain streams emerge onto plains, drop their load, spreading sediment in fan shapes. The gradient decreases, water slows, can't carry as much. Gravel, sand, silt, clay, sorted by size, by distance, from source. These fans, fertile, watered civilizations have grown on alluvial fans, fed by geology, fading, deltas where rivers meet ocean or lake, depositing sediment, building land, seaward, the Nile Delta, the Mississippi, the Ganges Brahmaputra, vast, flat, fertile, layers of silt from upstream, from mountains being eroded, transported, deposited, new land, forming constantly, the interplay of river and sea, of deposition and erosion, creating dynamic landscapes floating in stillness. Tsunamis, waves generated by underwater earthquakes, by landslides, by volcanic eruptions. Not wind waves, but displacement waves, in deep ocean, barely noticeable, fast, hundreds of kilometers per hour, but approaching shore, slowing, rising, the wave energy, compressed, lifted, creating walls of water, devastating. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, generated by megathrust earthquake, off Sumatra, the earth shifted, the seafloor rose, displaced, incredible volumes of water, waves, radiating, crossing oceans. The geology beneath the waves shapes what happens above. Your mind, quiet, empty, peaceful. Slow earthquakes, earthquake creep, movements too gradual to feel, but measured by GPS, by satellites, the rocks sliding past, millimeters per day, per week, releasing strain slowly instead of suddenly. Why some faults creep and others lock and break. We're still learning. The earth, complex, variable. Each fault has personality, behavior, patterns, drifting through stone. Fossilized footprints trace fossils, showing behavior and movement, not the organism itself, but its actions. Dinosaur trackways, crossing ancient mudflats, now stone, showing how they walked, how fast, whether they travelled in groups. Litoli footprints, Tanzania, 3.5 million years old. Hominids, walking upright through volcanic ash, their steps preserved when ash, dampened by rain, hardened, each print a moment, a step, frozen forever, heavier, heavier, dissolving. Petrified wood, where wood becomes stone. Silica-rich water permeates dead wood. Silica precipitates, replacing organic material cell by cell. The structure remains, rings visible, texture preserved, but composition changed. No longer wood, now quartz, chalcedony, agate, colourful, depending on impurities, iron, manganese, carbon. Each tree a different palette. Your breathing, soft, rhythmic. Fumaroles, vents in volcanic areas, emitting steam, gases, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, the smell of rotten eggs, deposits of sulfur, yellow, bright, crystalline, around the vents. These are signs of magma not far below. Heating groundwater, boiling, releasing. The earth, breathing, steaming, alive with heat. Thump, thump, barely perceptible. Landslides, mass wasting, when gravity overcomes friction. Rock, soil, sliding, flowing, sometimes slowly, creeping, sometimes catastrophically, sudden. The Frank Slide, Alberta, 1903, 90 million tons of limestone fell from Turtle Mountain, buried part of town. Took 2 minutes. Geology can be sudden, violent, reminding us of the forces we build upon, drifting, soft, peaceful. Sandstone cliffs, layers of ancient sand cemented together, coloured by iron oxides, red, orange, yellow, white, where iron's been leached away, cross-bedding, angled layers within beds showing ancient dune directions, wind patterns from millions of years ago, Zion, Canyonlands, Monument Valley, landscapes of sandstone, carved, shaped, glowing in sunlight, Earth's beauty written in stone, almost asleep, almost floating away. Glacial erratics, boulders carried by ice, deposited far from source, different rock type than surrounding, proof of glaciation, of ice that travelled and melted. Plymouth Rock, probably a glacial erratic carried from somewhere north, left when ice retreated. Geology brought to pilgrims, your body weightless now. Impact melt rocks created by meteorite strikes. The energy, immense, vaporizes rock, melts, splashes, falls back, cools, forming glass, breccia, mixed rock. The Chicxulub crater, Mexico, 66 million years ago, asteroid impact. That likely killed the dinosaurs. The layer of iridium, worldwide, marking that moment, shocked quartz, impact spherules, evidence of catastrophe, preserved in stone forever, barely there. Kimberlite pipes, volcanic pipes that brought diamonds to surface, named after Kimberley, South Africa, carrot-shaped, narrowing, with depth. The rock, dark, contains fragments, xenoliths from mantle, brought up from depths, erupted explosively, fast. These pipes, windows to Earth's interior, rare, precious in more ways than one, drifting into darkness. Ancient volcanic plains, flood basalts, where massive eruptions poured lava over vast areas. The Deccan Traps, India, the Siberian Traps, millions of cubic kilometers of basalt erupted over thousands of years, coinciding with mass extinctions. The gas released, altered climate, poisoned, changed the world. Geology as catastrophe, life responding, evolving, adapting, fading, tough volcanic ash compressed, cemented into rock, soft, light, easily carved. The ancient Romans used it for buildings. Cappadocia, Turkey, people carved homes, churches, entire cities into tuff. The rock yielding workable, protective ash from ancient eruptions, becoming homes for humans. Thousands of years later, your mind empty, floating. Sediment transport, rivers carry particles rolling along bottom, larger stones saltating, bouncing, sand grains suspended in current, silt and clay. The river sorting by size, by weight, depositing where current slows, building bars, floodplains and deltas, sediment travelling from mountains to sea. The journey might take thousands of years, or after flood, just days. Thump, thump, imagined, remembered. Lava caves, tubes, networks, where lava flowed beneath crust, drained away, leaving hollow passages, skylights, where ceiling collapsed, let in light, ferns growing in eternal dusk, bats roosting in darkness. These caves, stable, temperature constant, refuges for life, created by fire, hosting life, geology and biology, always intertwined, almost gone, dissolving, ancient megafloods, catastrophic releases of water, glacial Lake Missoula burst through ice dam, repeatedly carved, channeled scablands, Washington in days, floods with discharge greater than all rivers today combined, the landscape scoured, gouged, scarred, geology happening in eye blink instead of eons, catastrophism and uniformitarianism, both true, the earth, patient mostly, violent, occasionally, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 life on earth mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through a 4.5 billion year old forest, frozen beneath Antarctic ice, yet still reaching for life. The immortal jellyfish that can reverse time within its own body, defying death itself, and glowing fungi that transform entire valleys into otherworldly galaxies of cold blue fire. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you. Every muscle softening. Your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into life on Earth, beneath Antarctica, beneath miles of ancient ice. There's a forest that fell silent millions of years ago, when the continent was green, when warmth still touched those southern lands. The trees are still there, frozen, perfectly preserved, their wood, their leaves, their seeds, waiting in darkness, roots still gripping rock, branches still reaching toward a sun they'll never feel again. And yet, deep in that cellular memory, deep in the structure of their wood, life hasn't quite surrendered. The pattern remains, the code remains, waiting, just waiting for impossible warmth. Thump, thump. Your heart knows this rhythm, the rhythm of waiting, of patience written into bone and blood, and in warm waters, Drifting through tropical seas, there's a jellyfish, no bigger than your smallest fingernail, Turritopsis dohrnii, translucent, delicate, pulsing softly through the dark. When it grows old, when its bell begins to weaken, when other creatures would simply fade, it does something impossible. It sinks slowly down to the sea floor and begins to dissolve. But this isn't death. This is transformation. Its cells, every single cell, begins to change, reverting, becoming young again. The adult body melts away, reforms, becomes a polyp, a baby, and the cycle begins again. It has been doing this forever, possibly forever, refusing death again and again and again, heavier, heavier, your eyelids growing heavy, like time itself is pulling in your body, pulling you down, gently, so gently. In the forests of Brazil, at night, when the last light dies, the trees begin to glow, not the trees themselves, but the fungi growing on their bark, bioluminescent mushrooms, hundreds of species, glowing soft green, cold blue, like tiny galaxies scattered across the forest floor, like stars fell down and nested in the moss. They glow to attract insects. The insects spread spores, and the forest becomes something otherworldly. Valleys filled with living light. A traveller could walk through these woods at midnight and see their breath, see their hands, painted in ghost light, reflected in a million tiny lamps, deeper, sinking deeper into the soft darkness behind your eyes, in the Arctic waters, in the deep, where sunlight becomes memory. The Greenland shark drifts, 400 years old, maybe older, maybe 500, swimming slowly, so slowly, through eternal cold. It was born when Shakespeare was writing, when the first ships crossed to unknown continents, and it's still there, still moving. Its flesh is toxic with ancient compounds, its eyes clouded with parasites that dangle and glow. But it doesn't need to see, not down there, not in darkness that absolute. It just drifts, hunting by smell, by patience, outliving empires, outliving memory itself. Thump, thump, slower now, your pulse settling, matching the rhythm of deep time, deep water, beneath your feet. If you stood in a forest, there's another forest, a network of threads finer than hair, mycelium, fungal highways connecting every tree to every other tree. The trees are talking through these threads, sharing sugar, sharing water, sharing warnings. When one tree is attacked by insects, it sends chemical signals through the network, and distant trees begin producing defensive compounds. Mother trees, the oldest ones, send nutrients to their children, to saplings struggling in shade. The forest isn't individuals, it's one vast organism, breathing together, thinking together, without a brain, without a voice, just connection pulsing through the dark soil. Let go. Let your thoughts drift like spores on wind, scattered, soft, dissolving. In Central America, in the rainforest streams, there's a frog, a glass frog. Its skin is transparent, perfectly transparent. If you held one in your palm, you could see its heart beating, red and alive. You could see its organs, its bones, its blood flowing through crystalline vessels. The frog is invisible on leaves. Predators can't see it, can't focus on it. It's there but not there, a living window, a heartbeat in glass, watching the world with golden eyes, while the world looks through it, never quite seeing, melting, your muscles melting into the mattress, boundaries dissolving between you and the darkness, between waking and dreaming, and in the vacuum of space, where nothing should survive, where radiation tears molecules apart, where cold is absolute. There are travelers, tardigrades, water bears, eight-legged and microscopic. They've been sent to space, exposed to the void, and they simply pause. They dry out, their bodies crystallizing, metabolism stopping completely, and they wait for water, for pressure, for possibility. Years can pass, decades, and when water touches them again, they inflate, stretch, and continue living as if nothing happened, as if death was just an intermission. Floating, you're floating now, between thoughts, between heartbeats, suspended, in Mexico, in mountain streams, the axolotl drifts, pink, feathered gills waving like coral, a salamander that never grew up, that stayed young forever, neotenic, keeping its larval form its entire life. But that's not the miracle. The miracle is what happens when you damage it, lose a leg. It grows back, perfectly, bones, muscles, nerves, all correctly arranged. Damage its brain, and it regenerates to brain tissue, memories reforming in new neurons. It can repair its heart, its spine, its eyes, over and over, understanding death as something temporary, optional, reversible. Your breath so slow now, barely there, like waves on a distant shore, soft, rhythmic, eternal, at the bottom of the ocean, in trenches so deep the pressure would crush steel, in darkness so complete that eyes became obsolete millions of years ago. Life thrives. Fish with teeth like needles, transparent heads filled with glowing organs, bodies that produce their own light, their own heat. They've never seen the sun, never known anything but pressure and cold and dark. Their entire existence, hunting, mating, dying, in conditions that would seem like another planet, and yet they persist, generation after generation, perfectly adapted to hell and calling it home, sinking through layers of consciousness, down, into the deep, in the desert, where years pass without rain, where soil cracks and bleeds heat. There are plants that look dead, brown, brittle, crumbling to dust, resurrection plants. They can stay like this for decades, 50 years, 70. Cellular processes stopped, waiting, just waiting. And when rain finally comes, when water touches their desiccated leaves, They unfurl, turning green in hours, chlorophyll flowing again, roots drinking deep. They were never dead, just patient. So patient, heavier, everything heavier. Your body made of warm sand, flowing, settling. The octopus moves through reef shadows. 3 hearts pumping, 2 for the gills, 1 for the body, and all of them pushing blue blood, copper-based blood, through a brain that wraps around its throat. But the brain is only part of the story. Each arm has its own neural cluster, its own mini-brain. The octopus can taste with its skin, change colors it cannot see, solve puzzles, recognize faces, remember, mourn. It squeezes through gaps smaller than its eye. Its only hard part, the beak. Everything else, soft, fluid, intelligent tissue capable of independent thought. 8 minds working as one, or sometimes arguing with themselves, drifting, your thoughts drifting like autumn leaves on still water, circling, settling, dissolving. In Ethiopia, in the Afar region, a volcano has been erupting continuously for over 2 million years. Erta Ale, the smoking mountain, a lava lake that never sleeps, churning, glowing, exposing Earth's molten heart to the stars. Tribes call it the gateway to hell, but extremophile bacteria call it home. They live in the liquid rock, in temperatures that break down most molecules. They eat sulfur, breathe metal vapors. Their existence proves life doesn't need gentle conditions, doesn't need comfort, just possibility, just the thinnest crack of viable chemistry, and life pours through. Thump, thump, your heart barely audible now, a distant drum echoing in caves of sleep. In the Himalayas, in monasteries and mountain meadows, grows a flower that waits. Some flowers bloom once every 12 years, others every 100 years. The bamboo blooms, then dies. All of them together, across entire mountain ranges, synchronized. The plants know, somehow, counting years without a brain. And when they bloom, they give everything. One desperate explosion of color, of pollen, of seeds, and then silence, death, just waiting, counting, remembering. The forest floor carpeted in purple, in yellow, in white, for weeks, and then bare stems, for decades, for a century, until the cycle begins again. Your eyelids, impossibly heavy, sealed with warm honey, with soft darkness. The hummingbird hovers, heart beating 1,000 times a minute, wings invisible with speed, and inside that tiny skull, behind those black bead eyes, is a map of every flower, every garden, every feeder it has ever visited. It remembers the location, the time of day, how long ago it drank there, whether the nectar was rich or thin. Its brain, barely larger than a grain of rice, holds territories spanning miles, updated daily, a living GPS of sweetness, of survival calculated in seconds and millimeters, melting into the darkness like sugar into warm water, boundaries dissolving. In Siberia, In permafrost that hasn't thawed in 24,000 years, scientists found them rotifers, budelloid rotifers, microscopic creatures, frozen, still as death. And when the ice melted in the lab, when warmth touched them for the first time since the Ice Age, they woke, they began swimming, eating, reproducing, as if 24 millennia were just a nap, a brief pause. Their cells had vitrified, turned to glass, preserving every structure, every molecule, waiting in crystalline suspension for impossible rescue, for a future they couldn't imagine. And yet, here they are, living ancestors, swimming in modern water, floating. You're floating in warm darkness, supported by nothing, by everything, perfectly balanced. In the Sonoran Desert, at night, cacti bloom, their flowers open to darkness, and they sing, not with sound we can hear, but with shape. The petals curve and fold into parabolic dishes, perfect reflectors of ultrasound. When bats approach, hunting for nectar, their sonar screams bounce back, amplified. A beacon in acoustic space, the bats follow the echo, land on flowers strong enough to hold them, drink deeply, and carry pollen to the next singing blossom. The desert hums with conversations we cannot hear, exchanges older than human language, deeper, drifting deeper, past thought, past image, into pure feeling, pure rest. In caves beneath Mexico, in chambers that never knew light, fish swim blind, their eyes never developed. Why would they? Smooth skin covering the space where eyes should be, and yet they wake and sleep, their bodies following circadian rhythms despite eternal darkness. Their cells remember sunlight their ancestors felt millions of years ago, remember day and night, and continue the cycle, faithfully, in total black, like monks keeping prayer schedules in sealed monasteries, honoring light they have never witnessed. Your breath, barely moving, the gentlest tide, in, out, in, automatic, forgotten. In Utah, spreading across mountainsides, is panda, called the trembling giant. It looks like a forest, 47,000 aspen trees, golden leaves shimmering in unison, but it's one organism, one male quaking aspen, connected by a single root system. Each tree is a clone, a stem, sprouting from the vast underground network. The organism weighs 6,000 tons, has lived for 80,000 years. It was here before humans drew in caves, before we learned to farm, before civilization, just trembling, cloning itself, covering hillsides with copies of an original that exists only as memory and roots, sinking through the mattress, through the floor, through Earth, toward the planet's warm core. On Socotra Island, trees grow like mushrooms, dragon blood trees, umbrella-shaped canopies, ancient, alien. When you cut the bark, red sap bleeds out, sticky, bright as arterial blood. The islanders call it dragon's blood, have used it for dye, for medicine, for ceremonies spanning millennia. The trees are dying now, slowly. Climate shifts, but some have stood for 500 years, watching empires rise offshore, watching ships pass, bleeding slowly, drop by red drop onto rocky soil. Thump, thump, your heart barely there, a whisper in the dark, a secret between moments. In the rainforest, a cordyceps fungus finds an ant. The spores enter through the breathing holes, begin growing, spreading threads through the ant's body, and then the fungus takes control. It commands the ant to leave the colony, to climb a leaf, to bite down on the central vein at just the right height, just the right humidity, and the ant bites and dies, and the fungus erupts from its head, a long stalk pushing through the skull, fruiting body extending, spores raining down to infect more ants below. The ant wasn't killed, it was driven, piloted, turned into transport for something that needed height, needed moisture, needed the perfect launch pad, dissolving. You're dissolving boundaries between self and darkness, self and silence, fading, fading. In the deep ocean, coral reefs glow when touched, when stressed. Fluorescent proteins activate and the coral lights up, electric blue, acid green, magenta. It's a sunscreen, protecting symbiotic algae from too much light, or a warning, or communication we don't understand. Entire reefs pulsing with neon conversations. Divers swim through living light shows, forests of antler coral glowing like signs in some underwater city. Some species glow only when dying, a final desperate beauty, a death scream in colour, heavier, impossibly heavy, yet floating, paradox of sleep, of letting go. In Yellowstone, wolves returned after 70 years, and the rivers changed. The wolves hunted elk, and the elk stopped lounging in valleys, stopped overgrazing willows. The willows grew back, their roots stabilizing riverbanks. The rivers narrowed, deepened, carved new paths. Beavers returned to build dams, creating wetlands. Fish populations exploded. Birds returned. Bears found more berries. The entire ecosystem shifted, cascading through trophic levels. All because wolves walked the ridgelines again. Predators don't just kill, they reshape the land itself. They sculpt geography with fear and movement. Your thoughts, like smoke now, curling, dispersing, gone before you can hold them. In the Venus flytrap, in the green jaws lined with trigger hairs, is a counting mechanism. One touch, nothing happens. 2 touches within 20 seconds, and the trap explodes shut, faster than an animal strike, 10 times faster than the blink of an eye. The plant moves with no muscles, no nerves, just hydraulic pressure and cellular memory. Counting touches, calculating risk, deciding when the energy cost of closing is worth the potential meal. A plant doing mathematics. A plant that moves faster than most predators. In a careful, considered, vegetable violence, melting into warmth, into softness, into the vast forgiving dark. In Antarctica, Adelie penguin's caught. The male waddles across ice, searching for the perfect pebble, smooth, round, the right weight. He picks it up in his beak, carries it to the female he's chosen, and presents it, bowing, offering this tiny stone like a diamond. If she accepts, she places it in their nest, and they're bonded. The pair will return to each other year after year, crossing frozen seas, recognizing each other's calls among thousands, all because of a pebble, a small stone meaning forever. Drifting. You're drifting on dark water, stars reflected beneath you, above you, everywhere, the same. In Tanzania, Lake Natron spreads red and hostile, alkaline water so caustic it burns skin, so salty that calcification happens almost instantly. Animals that die in the water turn to stone, preserved, calcified, mummified by chemistry. Birds, bats, frozen mid-flight in their death poses. The lake is beautiful, deadly, red algae staining the water crimson. Only one creature thrives here, the lesser flamingo, breeding in millions on caustic shores, protected by water that kills everything else. They've made a fortress of poison, raised families in the toxic shallows, dancing pink against volcanic ash. Thump, thump, barely audible, like footsteps in the next room. Fading, fading, the wood frog freezes. In autumn, when cold comes to Alaska, its heart stops, blood stops flowing, ice crystals form in its cells. 65% of its body becomes solid ice. It's not hibernating, it's frozen, dead by any reasonable definition. And yet, when spring warmth returns, when the ice melts from its tissues, the heart stutters, begins beating, blood flows again, the frog blinks, breathes, hops away. Glucose had flooded its cells before freezing, acting as antifreeze for vital organs. The frog orchestrated its own death and resurrection, every single year, floating, suspended in honey-thick darkness, time stretching, warping, becoming irrelevant. The mudskipper drags itself onto land, using its fins like crutches, breathing air through its skin, through water stored in its gill chambers. It climbs mangrove roots, territorial, aggressive, fighting other mudskippers for the best mud plots. Males build elaborate burrows, creating swimming pools by spitting water. They court females with dorsal fin displays, leaping, dancing on the border between sea and land. Neither fish nor amphibian, but something in between. Something making the same journey our ancestors made millions of years ago, testing the possibility of air, of sun, of another way to live, sinking through layers of sleep, REM approaching, dreams gathering like clouds on the horizon. The bee orchid blooms, and the flower is obscene. It looks exactly like a female bee, furry abdomen, striped pattern, even the scent, perfect pheromone mimicry. Male bees see it, smell it, dive down in lustful certainty and attempt to mate with the flower. They thrust, confused, determined, and pollen sticks to their bodies. They fly to the next flower bee, try again, and pollinate in their frustration. The orchid is a liar, a seductress, offering nothing, taking everything, exploiting desire millions of years old, heavier, so heavy, sinking through the bed, through the foundation, toward the planet's dreaming core. The slime mold spreads, Viscerum polycephalum, a single cell that grew too large, yellow, branching, pulsing slowly across forest floors. It has no brain, no neurons, just cytoplasm and nuclei sharing one membrane. And yet, scientists put it in mazes, food at the exit, and it solves them efficiently, taking the shortest path. They mapped Tokyo's rail system with slime mold, placing food at station locations, and the mold recreated the subway network, optimized it. A brainless organism doing city planning, making decisions, remembering paths, through mechanisms we still don't understand. Your breath, a distant whisper, barely disturbing the silence. In Australia, the malleefowl builds, using its legs, its beak. It creates a mound 6 feet tall, 15 feet across, a massive compost heap of soil and vegetation. The rotting plants generate heat, and the male monitors temperature constantly, adjusting, adding material, removing it, maintaining exactly 93 degrees. The eggs incubate in this thermoregulated incubator. The male works for months, obsessively, checking temperature with his tongue, adjusting architecture. A bird behaving like a thermometer, like an engineer, constructing technology from dirt and intuition, melting, dissolving, your edges uncertain, merging with darkness, with silence, with peace. The diving bell spider carries the surface below. It weaves a web underwater, between plants, and swims to the surface, trapping air bubbles in leg hairs. It carries the bubbles down, releases them into the web, building an air chamber, a silver bell of atmosphere beneath the water. Inside this bubble, the spider lives, breathes, raises young, occasionally swimming up for fresh air, but existing in its own private atmosphere, a creature that refused to choose between land and water, that engineered a solution, carried its own sky into the depths, drifting. You're drifting between thoughts, each one fading before completion, soft, scattered. The horned lizard faces the coyote, threat too large to fight, too fast to flee. And so, it does something impossible. Blood vessels in its eyes rupture, deliberately. Blood sprays from the corners of its eyes, shooting several feet. The blood tastes foul, filled with compounds from its ant diet. The predator recoils, confused, disgusted, and the lizard escapes. It weaponized its own blood, turned circulatory system into chemical weapon, accepting self-injury to ensure survival. A desperate, brilliant, horrifying defense. Thump, thump, your heart like distant thunder. Storm on the horizon, fading, fading. The cicada emerges after 17 years underground, 17 years in darkness, drinking tree sap, growing, waiting. And then, all at once, millions surface together, synchronized. They climb trees, split their skins, unfold wings, and begin screaming. Mating calls loud enough to damage hearing, filling forest with sound. For weeks they mate, lay eggs, die. Billions of bodies carpeting the forest floor, fertilizing the soil, and the fungus Massospora emerges, infecting some. The fungus eats the cicada's abdomen, replacing it with spores. The cicada keeps flying, keeps trying to mate, even as its body crumbles, even as half of it is fungus, piloting a half-dead host through its final desperate movements, floating, suspended, cradled by darkness, by warmth, by the vast gentle nothing. The squid changes. Deep-sea squid with powers beyond camouflage. It can edit its own RNA on the fly, changing genetic instructions outside the nucleus, altering proteins, adapting to temperature, to pressure, to circumstance. Most organisms are locked into their genetic code, blueprint fixed, but squid rewrite themselves, moment to moment, becoming different versions of themselves as needed. It's like having access to your own source code, making real-time adjustments, evolution happening not across generations but across minutes. Your eyelids sealed, warm, darkness behind them complete, comfortable, eternal. The humpback whale sings, a song that lasts 20 minutes, complex, layered, structured like human music with themes and variations. Males sing during breeding season, and the song changes, evolves. New phrases introduced, old ones dropped. The song spreads across the ocean. Whales thousands of miles apart singing the same tune, learning from each other, creating hits, versions that spread faster, become more popular. The ocean has its own music industry, its own viral trends, songs that rise and fall in cetacean popularity, compositions passing between vast singers in the dark, sinking through the planet, through molten rock, through iron core, emerging on the other side into stars. The bacterium survives. Deinococcus radiodurans. It can withstand radiation levels that would sterilize everything else. Thousands of times the lethal dose for humans. It's been boiled, frozen, dehydrated, exposed to acid, to vacuum, to the inside of nuclear reactors, and it just repairs itself constantly. Its DNA shatters and it puts it back together perfectly, like a jigsaw puzzle completed in hours. Scientists found it growing in cooling ponds of nuclear waste, thriving, surviving on meteorites. It might have come from Mars, or lived through conditions we can't imagine. It's the closest thing we have to indestructible life, heavier, so heavy, yet weightless. Paradox, impossibility, sleep. The corpse flower blooms, Rafflesia arnoldi, biggest flower on earth, 3 feet across, burgundy petals thick as meat, and the smell, rotting flesh, decomposition, death made botanical. Flies arrive in swarms, drawn by the promise of carrion, landing on the flower, crawling inside, searching for the body that must be here, must be somewhere, and they pollinate, deceived, angry, departing covered in pollen to deceive the next flower. The plant invested everything in this lie, this elaborate smell, blooming once, maybe twice, then dying. A brief magnificent deception, drifting, thoughts like distant lights, cities seen from airplanes, incomprehensible, beautiful, fading. The electric eel isn't an eel. It's a fish that weaponized its nervous system. It generates 800 volts, enough to knock a horse unconscious. But the sophistication goes deeper. It can remotely trigger muscle spasms in prey. Like a puppeteer, it sends electric pulses that make fish twitch, revealing their hiding spots. Then it strikes with calculated voltage, stunning, killing. The eel has turned electricity into both sonar and weapon, into communication and defense. Its entire body is a battery, most of its organs compressed into the front 20%, the rest all electric cells, all weapon, melting into the mattress, into the molecules, into the spaces between atoms. Gone. The hydra doesn't age. This tiny freshwater polyp, tentacles waving, continuously replaces every cell in its body, every few weeks, entirely new. Ship of Theseus made flesh. It can be cut into pieces, and each piece grows a new hydra. Head removed, it grows another. Each hydra is simultaneously ancient and brand new, carrying genetic memory millions of years old in cells that are days old. Scientists haven't found a maximum lifespan. They just continue, potentially forever. Biological immortality through constant renewal, through refusing to keep any part long enough for it to wear out. Thump, thump, barely there. Echo of an echo, memory of heartbeat. This sandbox tree drops seeds, but first it builds grenades, seed pods like tiny pumpkins, growing, swelling with pressure, hydraulic force building, and then they explode, loud as gunshots, flinging seeds at 150 miles per hour. Shrapnel flying in all directions, seeds embedding in trees, in soil, in anything nearby. The tree is called Monkey No Climb, covered in toxic spines, filled with poisonous sap, defending itself aggressively. Its seeds escape the parent canopy through violence, through controlled detonation, botanical artillery, floating in the space between thoughts, the gap between breaths, where nothing exists but peace. The Namib fog beetle stands motionless. In the driest desert on earth, where years pass without rain, it waits for morning, for fog rolling in from the Atlantic. When moisture touches its back, water condenses on hydrophobic bumps, rolls down grooves to its mouth. The beetle drinks from air, from humidity, harvesting drops so small they're barely liquid. This is how it survives. No lakes, no rivers, no rain. Just patience and geometry, and fog arriving on schedule every dawn. The beetle has been doing this for millions of years, watching civilizations rise and fall while it sips morning clouds, sinking deeper, past dreams, past REM, toward the core of sleep where nothing exists. The crow remembers your face. Studies show they recognize individual humans, remember who threatened them, who fed them. They gossip, teaching other crows about dangerous humans. The knowledge spreads through populations. Crows you've never met will scold you because their cousin's friend saw you once near a nest. They hold grudges for years, decades potentially. A woman who wore a mask while trapping crows for science is still scolded by their descendants. The mask has become legend, warning passed through generations. The crows remember, and they will never forget. Heavier, your body made of stone, of sand, of water, of nothing. The clownfish changes. In the anemone, in the hierarchy of the small school, the largest is female. Then comes the breeding male, then smaller males. If the female dies, the breeding male transforms. Over weeks, gonads shift, behavior changes, coloration alters. He becomes she. The largest small male becomes breeding male. Everyone moves up. Gender is strategy, is social position, is fluid response to circumstance. The fish carry both sets of potential, activating what's needed, becoming what the group requires. Identity is negotiable, practical, determined by context and survival. Drifting past the edge of consciousness toward the vast, comfortable dark. The mantis shrimp sees. Its eyes contain 16 types of color receptors. Humans have 3. The shrimp sees colors we cannot imagine, cannot describe, colors that don't exist in human experience. Ultraviolet, polarized light, distinctions we lack the hardware to process. And it strikes. Its club-like appendages punch at 50 miles per hour, creating cavitation bubbles. The water itself vaporizes from the speed, creating a second shockwave. The shrimp hits things twice. With the punch and with the bubble collapse, it can shatter aquarium glass, crack crab shells. It's 6 inches of impossible violence, wearing colors we cannot perceive. And deeper still, we drift deeper still into the mysteries that connect everything. The web of life pulsing, breathing, transforming. Thump, thump, your heart settling into the rhythm of deep time, of patient evolution, of change measured in millennia. In the soil beneath your feet, if you could see, there are more organisms than stars in the galaxy. Billions upon billions. Bacteria, fungi, nematodes. All working, all transforming death into life. They take what falls, what dies, and remake it. Carbon cycling through their bodies, nitrogen fixed, minerals released. The soil is alive. The soil is an organ, the planet's digestive system, processing, converting. and we walk on it, never knowing, never feeling the vast civilization beneath each step, heavier, heavier, your body sinking deeper into the mattress, becoming part of it, boundaries softening, the mycorrhizal networks extend, not just between trees, but between species, across kingdoms. The fungi connect to plant roots, the partnership ancient, older than flowers, older than leaves. The fungus provides minerals, phosphorus, nitrogen, water from far away, and the plant provides sugar, photosynthesized sunlight, converted, shared. Neither could thrive alone, not in poor soil, not in competition, but together they transformed the planet, made forests possible, made grasslands, made the green world we know. Two kingdoms holding hands beneath the ground, melting into warmth, into darkness, every muscle releasing its grip on wakefulness. In the deep ocean, near volcanic vents, where superheated water erupts from Earth's mantle, where chemistry becomes violence, life clusters, tube worms, 8 feet long, red plumes waving, no mouth, no gut, no way to eat, but inside their bodies, bacteria. The bacteria eat sulfur, process chemicals that would poison us, and feed the worm. The worm is a vessel, a home, and the bacteria are farmers, tending their host, keeping it alive. It's a partnership so complete that neither is truly individual anymore. They're one organism, 2 genomes, 1 life, drifting, your thoughts drifting apart, dissolving like sugar in water, sweet, slow, gone. The lichen on the rock looks simple, but it's 3 organisms, a fungus, an alga, and often a bacterium, living as one. The fungus provides structure, holds water. The alga photosynthesizes, creates food. The bacterium fixes nitrogen from air. 3 kingdoms cooperating. They colonize bare rock, begin the long process of making soil, breaking stone through acid, through expansion, through patient chemical erosion. They survive Antarctica, survive deserts. Some are 4,000 years old, growing slower than fingernails, but growing, always growing, preparing the world for what comes next, sinking through layers of awareness, down past conscious thought, toward the dreaming depths. In your gut, right now, are trillions of bacteria, more bacterial cells than human cells in your body. They digest what you cannot, produce vitamins you need, train your immune system, communicate with your brain, releasing neurotransmitters, affecting mood, affecting thought. You're not one organism, you're an ecosystem, a walking forest, a mobile coral reef of species, all cooperating, competing, communicating. You've never been alone, never been singular. Every human is a we, is a civilization, is a planet. Thump, thump, your heartbeat fading, becoming distant, like drums in another room, another house, another world. The fig tree and the fig wasp, one cannot exist without the other. The wasp is born inside a fig, crawls out, flies to another tree, another fig, squeezes inside through a tiny opening, so tight she loses her wings, her antennae. She's trapped now. She pollinates the flowers inside, lays her eggs, days, her body absorbed, her children hatch. Mate. The males die inside, never seeing sky. The females crawl out, wings intact, fly to continue the cycle. Every fig contains a wasp, or the ghost of one. Every fig tree depends on this sacrifice, this ancient contract written in genes and behavior. Neither partner can break it. Neither can survive alone. Floating, suspended in the warm dark, like floating in amniotic fluid, safe, contained, dissolving. The acacia tree in Africa has hollow thorns, and ants live inside. Acacia ants. The tree provides shelter, provides nectar, special protein nodules the ants eat, and the ants patrol, attack anything that touches the tree. Herbivores, other insects. They even trim vegetation around the base, keeping competitors away. The tree-bred warriors. The ants domesticated a fortress, and both flourish. The undefended acacias get eaten. The homeless ants starve. But together, they thrive, protected, fed, a castle with soldiers, an army with a home, heavier, impossibly heavy, yet somehow lighter, as if weight and weightlessness are the same, as if contradictions resolve in sleep. In the coral reef, every relationship is entangled. The coral itself is animal and plant, polyp and zooxanthelle. The algae photosynthesize, feed the coral. The coral provides home, access to light. Clownfish live in anemones, immune to stings that kill others. They clean the anemone, provide nutrients from their waste, drive away predators. The anemone provides protection. The reef is built from cooperation, from symbiosis stacked on symbiosis. A city of mutual dependence, where independence means death, where partnership means survival, melting, every cell relaxing, every synapse quieting, the brain waves slowing, delta approaching. The remora fish rides the shark, suck a disc on its head, attached. The shark swims, and the remora rides, eating parasites from shark skin, eating scraps from shark meals. The shark is cleaned, is healthy. The remora is transported, is fed. Neither planned this, neither chose this. Evolution found the fit, found the matching shapes, and now they're paired. The shark rarely alone, the remora rarely swimming free, just together, moving through ancient seas in ancient partnership, drifting past the boundary between awake and asleep, that thin membrane, that invisible threshold, crossed without noticing. The oxpecker bird lands on the buffalo, walks across its back, picking ticks, eating parasites, warning of predators with alarm calls. The buffalo is groomed, protected. The bird is fed, has a mobile feeding station in Africa, across savannas. This scene repeats. Buffalo and bird, rhino and bird, giraffe and bird. The pattern is ancient, the agreement unspoken but absolute. Both benefit, Both survive because the other survives. Cooperation emerging from hunger, from need, from the mathematics of mutual advantage. Sinking down through the bed, through the floor, through the building, through bedrock, right toward the warm center, the flowering plants and the bees. 100 million years of partnership. The flowers evolved color, scent, nectar guides, landing platforms perfect for bee weight. The bees evolved pollen baskets, fuzzy bodies, color vision, navigation, memory. The flowers compete for bee attention. The bees choose flowers for reward, but neither could abandon the other now. Most plants need pollinators. Most bees need flowers. They're locked together. Evolution's handshake, sealed with pollen and nectar, binding species across kingdoms, across millions of years. Thump, thump, your heart barely audible, a whisper, a suggestion of rhythm. Life maintaining itself while consciousness fades. In the termite mound, in the vast clay cathedral rising from African soil, lives a civilization. Millions of termites, blind, pale, and in their guts, protists, single-celled organisms with flagella. The termites eat wood, cellulose, but cannot digest it. The protists can. They break down cellulose, feed themselves, feed the termite. The termite is a vehicle, a mobile home. The protist is an organ, an external stomach, and together they eat the forest, transform wood to soil, recycle carbon. Neither could eat wood alone. Together they consume trees, floating in the space between thoughts, between breaths, where time becomes optional, where self becomes negotiable. The cleaner wrasse swims its rounds, small fish, striped, setting up cleaning stations on the reef. Other fish line up, predators, groupers that could swallow the wrasse whole. But they don't. They open their mouths, spread their gills, let the wrasse inside. The wrasse eats parasites, dead skin. The predator is cleaned, is healthy, and the wrasse is safe, is fed. The predators wait in line, patient. The rules are clear. No eating at the cleaning station. Trust established through repetition, through mutual need. Even enemies cooperate when the benefit is clear enough. Heavier, so heavy, your body made of lead, of stone, of collapsed stars, of the weight of sleep itself. The fungus growing ants discovered agriculture. 50 million years before humans. They cut leaves, but don't eat them. They chew them to mulch, fertilize fungus gardens. The fungus they grow exists nowhere else, domesticated so long it cannot survive wild. The ants tend it, protect it, harvest it, and in turn, the fungus feeds millions, feeds the colony, feeds the queen. The partnership is so old, so established, that separation is impossible. The ants are farmers, the fungus is crop, and both are prisoners of success, of specialization so complete it becomes dependence, becomes one extended organism, melting, dissolving, your edges uncertain. Where do you end and the darkness begin? Does it matter? Does anything? The squid and the bioluminescent bacteria. Bobtail squid, Hawaiian, small. At night it hunts, and on its underside, in a special organ, bacteria glow. The glow matches moonlight, erases the squid's shadow, makes it invisible to predators below. The squid provides home, provides food. The bacteria provide camouflage, provide survival. Each morning, the squid expels most bacteria, keeps a small culture. By evening, they've regrown, ready for another night. The squid is not one animal. It's a partnership, a conspiracy of light, drifting like dust motes in slanted light, like pollen on spring wind, purposeless, patient, peaceful. In every ecosystem, predator and prey are dancing. The cheetah runs faster. The gazelle evolves to run faster still. The cheetah evolves again. Arms race measured in millennia, in tiny increments, both species sculpting each other. The predator makes the prey strong. The prey makes the predator efficient. Neither can stop, neither can rest, but together they maintain balance. They create stability through endless competition, through evolutionary pressure that never releases. The dance continues, has continued for hundreds of millions of years, will continue long after we're gone, sinking through the last layers of waking toward the core of sleep, where dreams begin, where consciousness transforms. The monarch butterfly migrates, but no single butterfly completes the journey. It takes 4 generations. The great-great-grandchildren arrive where their ancestors departed. They've never been there, never seen it, but they know the way. The route is written in genes, in magnetic sensitivity, in sun position, in molecular memory. The butterfly is individual, but also part of a meta-organism, a distributed intelligence, a relay race run across generations, where memory is inherited, where the map is in the blood. Thump, thump, almost imperceptible now. Your heart like distant thunder, like footsteps fading down a long hallway. The wolves and the ravens in Yellowstone, in the north, they hunt together. The ravens spot prey from above, call to wolves, lead them to herds. The wolves make the kill. The ravens wait, then feed on the remains. The wolves learn to follow raven calls. The ravens learn wolf hunting patterns. Neither species is the same anymore. Both adapted to the other, changed by the partnership. Intelligence recognizing intelligence across species. Cooperation emerging not from similarity, but from complementary abilities. From what each can offer the other, floating in the vast dark, in the warm nothing, supported by shadows, by silence, by the gentle gravity of sleep pulling you down, down into rest. The human and the dog. 30,000 years of partnership. We changed them, made them smaller, friendlier, loyal. They changed us, made us more social, more cooperative, more capable. We hunted together, guarded together, survived ice ages together. Neither species would be what it is without the other. The dog is not wild wolf. We are not solitary apes. We're paired species, co-evolved, bound by millennia of shared fires, shared hunts, shared evolution. Looking into a dog's eyes, they look back and both recognize, both remember, the ancient contract, still honored, still binding, heavier, impossibly heavy, yet dissolving. The paradox of sleep, of letting go, of surrendering to the vast patient dark. And all of this, all of these partnership, these entanglement, these dependencies, they tell us what life is. Life is not individuals, not separate, not alone. Life is connections, is relationships, is the space between organisms where exchange happens, where molecules pass, where information flows, where cooperation emerges. We are all nodes in networks, all threads in webs, all words in conversations that started before language, before consciousness, conversations written in chemistry, in behavior, in the patient negotiation of survival. Your breath, barely moving now, the gentlest tide, in, out, automatic, forgotten, the body breathing itself while the mind drifts away. And you are part of this vast web, this planetary cooperation, bacteria in your gut, mites on your eyelashes, viruses in your blood that protect rather than harm. You're an ecosystem, a walking world, connected to every other ecosystem, every other world. Through air you breathe, water you drink, food you eat, all connected, all one. The boundaries are illusions, convenient fictions. In truth, there is only the web, only the connection, only the vast breathing living pattern that includes everything, includes you, has always included you, will always include you, melting into the darkness, into the web, into the pattern, becoming part of something larger, something ancient, something that knows how to sleep, how to rest, how to let go. Thump, thump, your heart barely there, but still there, still beating, still participating in the vast rhythm, the planetary pulse, the universal breath that includes every heart, every organism, every partnership, every symbiosis, every cooperation, every connection, all beating together, all breathing together, all drifting together, through the mysteries, through the night, through the endless patient dark, and will keep drifting, floating together, through these connections, these partnerships, these ancient bonds that show us what we are, what life is, not separate, not alone, but joined, always joined, in the vast living network, the planetary organism, the web of all life, breathing, pulsing, regenerating, together, always together. Thump, thump, your heart barely whispering, almost gone, almost silent. The planarian worm is cut in half, and both halves grow. The head grows a tail, the tail grows a head. Cut it into 10 pieces, 10 new worms emerge. Each one remembers. Scientists trained planarians to find food, then cut them up. The regenerated worms remembered their training. Memory stored not just in brain, but distributed through body. in cells we don't understand. The worms are immortal through division, ancient through constant birth. Each piece is original and copy simultaneously. The line between individual and clone dissolved in regenerative tissue, melting, boundaries dissolving between self and not self, between awake and asleep. Gone, gone. The emperor penguin walks 70 miles across Antarctic ice to breeding grounds used for millennia, finds last year's mate among thousands, recognizing voice, specific call learned and remembered. They reunite, breed. The female lays one egg, transfers it to the male, and walks away, back to the sea. The male balances the egg on his feet, covered by belly fold, for 2 months, in 100-mile-per-hour winds, in temperatures that drop to -80. He doesn't eat, doesn't move, just stands, protecting, waiting, losing half his body weight. And when the chick hatches, when the female returns, they switch. The penguin travels 8,000 kilometers every year, completing this pilgrimage, this ancient obligation, this journey for the sake of one small egg, floating in infinite darkness, supported by nothing, needing nothing, complete. The mushroom creates wind, the giant puffball, when mature, filled with trillions of spores, creates its own microclimate. Heat from respiration rises, creating air currents, updrafts that carry spores high, far. The mushroom engineers its own dispersal mechanism, using thermodynamics, using physics. A fruit that manipulates atmosphere, that creates weather on mushroom scale. Spores drift for miles, continents, carried by winds the mushroom itself initiated, by currents it summoned from decay. Your breath, almost still, the gentlest movement, like leaves settling on still water. The salamander repairs everything. Cut off a leg, over weeks. Cells at the wound site dedifferentiate, become stem cells, then specialize again, building bone, nerve, muscle, blood vessels, in perfect arrangement. The salamander doesn't scar, doesn't approximate. It rebuilds exactly, even the spinal cord, even brain tissue. The secret is in the cellular memory, the blueprint somehow preserved, accessible, executable. Humans have lost this ability, locked into our final forms, but salamanders remain perpetually revisable, forever draft, never final, sinking through the last layers, toward absolute rest, toward silence complete. The leafcutter ants march, carrying leaf pieces like sails, green flags in brown columns, but they don't eat the leaves. They're farming, underground chambers, millions of ants, tending gardens of fungus. They chew leaves into mulch, fertilize the fungus, harvest it. The fungus grows nowhere else in nature, domesticated millions of years before humans domesticated anything. The ants cultivate, rotate crops, dispose of infected material, their agricultural civilization, complete with waste management, crop protection, selective breeding of fungal strains, and they herd aphids on roots, protecting them from predators, harvesting their honeydew. The ants are ranchers and farmers, subterranean agriculturalists with cities housing millions. Heavier, impossibly heavy, yet dissolving. Paradox of sleep, of surrender. The pufferfish inflates, threatened. It gulps water, fills elastic stomach, balloons into a sphere 3 times normal size. Spines that lay flat stand erect. Toxic. Covered in tetrodotoxin, one of the deadliest poisons known. A predator that bites dies. Paralyzed. The poison shutting down neural transmission. And yet, humans eat it, carefully prepared. The chef trained for years to remove every trace of poison. People pay fortunes to flirt with death, to taste the fish that inflates with terror, that weaponized its own body into a sphere of spines and poison, drifting, thoughts like soap bubbles, iridescent, fragile, popping silently, gone. The parrot uses tools. The New Caledonian crow gets attention, but parrots, cockatoos specifically, fashion sticks, shape them, use different tools for different tasks. They strip bark, adjust length, create hooks, and they teach their young deliberate instruction, parent demonstrating, chick watching, practicing, failing, improving. Tool use passed culturally, not genetically. Each generation learning from the last, building on knowledge. Avian technology, avian education, consciousness we're only beginning to measure, melting into warmth, into the soft pulse of existence. Barely there, barely anything. The bunchgrass catapults. Pollen needs to travel. The flower builds tension, hydraulic pressure in cells, and releases 600 miles per hour, faster than sound in some air conditions. The pollen launches like projectiles, microscopic bullets carrying genes. The fastest movement in the plant kingdom, a botanical railgun, a flower that decided wind wasn't enough, that needed violence, needed speed, needed to throw genetic material like artillery shells across meadows. Thump, thump, heartbeat fading, becoming background, becoming memory, inside the volcano at 250 degrees Fahrenheit. In water, acidic enough to burn, microbes thrive. Thermophiles, hyperthermophiles, they love heat, require it. In Yellowstone hot springs, in geothermal vents, in conditions that denature proteins, they flourish. Their enzymes are stable at temperatures that would cook most life. Scientists isolated these enzymes, used them for PCR, for DNA replication. Every medical test, every genetic analysis relies on proteins from organisms that live in boiling acid. Evolution stored solutions in extreme places, waiting for us to find them, to need them, floating, suspended in honey, in amber, in the slow, golden nothing between thoughts. The paradise tree snake flies, sort of. It climbs high, launches into air, flattens its body, ribs spreading, creating a wing shape, an airfoil. It undulates, S-curves rippling through airborne body, gliding 40 meters, steering, adjusting, landing on target branches, a snake that refused to accept gravity, that found a loophole. That turned cylindrical body into aerodynamic surface through pure determination and evolutionary time, flying without wings, without feathers, without anything but physics, sinking deeper past the place where dreams form, toward the silent core. The sea turtle navigates, hatchling on beach, days old, crawls to ocean, and then, decades later, mature, ready to breed, it returns to the exact beach where it hatched, across entire oceans, thousands of miles, using Earth's magnetic field, magnetite crystals in its brain, acting as compass, as map. The turtle can sense magnetic intensity, inclination, distinguish positions within meters. It carries GPS older than satellites, inherited from ancestors who crossed prehistoric seas. Following invisible lines humans needed technology to detect. Heavier, so heavy, your body sinking through the bed, through floor, through foundation, toward magma, toward core. The caterpillar calls for help, specific vibrations, drumming signals through leaves, and ants come, recruited, summoned by sounds they cannot resist. They patrol the leaf, attack anything that threatens the caterpillar, wasps, other ants, predators. The caterpillar pays them, special secretions from glands, sugary, addictive. The ants guard their charge, aggressive, devoted, a larva that domesticated warriors, that learned to broadcast distress, to communicate across species, to hire bodyguards with chemistry and sound, drifting like pollen on still air, like spores in darkness, purposeless, peaceful. The crystal jellyfish glows when hurt, Aquaria Victoria, when disturbed, when compressed, when screaming in its silent way. It flashes blue-green, bioluminescence from a protein, green fluorescent protein, GFP. Scientists isolated it and changed biology forever. Now we tag proteins, track cells, watch cancer spread, watch neurons fire, watch life happening in real time. The jellyfish gave us vision. Its scream became a tool, became medicine, became Nobel Prizes and countless lives saved. A creature that glows when hurt became the lantern illuminating microscopic worlds. Your breath, a whisper, a rumor of movement, barely disturbing the silence. The moss survives centuries. Tortula ruralis. It can lose 98% of its water, become brittle, brown, seemingly dead, and stay that way for 400 years, maybe longer. No metabolism, no processes, just structure preserved. And when water returns, when rain touches desiccated leaves after centuries, within hours, photosynthesis restarts, growth resumes, as if 400 years were 4 hours. The moss doesn't track time, doesn't age without water. It simply waits, patient beyond comprehension, beyond any animal understanding of patience, melting, dissolving. the boundaries between you and the darkness, uncertain, fading. The barn owl flies in perfect silence, hunting at night. It makes no sound. Specialized feathers, serrated leading edge breaking up turbulence, soft trailing edge-absorbing sound. The owl is stealth technology, is acoustic invisibility. Prey hear nothing until talons strike, until death arrives in perfect quiet. The owl sacrificed speed for silence, traded velocity for surprise, and it works, has worked for millions of years. Silent death drifting through moonlight, through shadow, hearing everything, heard by nothing, sinking through the last resistance, through the final tension, into complete release. The virus hijacks minds, a hairworm parasite infecting grasshoppers, growing inside them, and then, when mature, it releases chemicals, neurological hijacking. The grasshopper becomes confused, seeks water, drawn by irresistible compulsion. It jumps into streams, into ponds, drowns itself, and the worm emerges, wriggling free from the corpse, ready to reproduce in water. The parasite didn't just kill, it reprogrammed, turned terrestrial insect into aquatic suicide. The grasshopper's final act, compelled by something that rewrote its deepest instincts. Thump, thump, your heart barely there, echo fading into vast quiet. The Darwin's frog carries his children, Rhinoderma darwini. After the female lays eggs, the male guards them, and when they begin to hatch, he swallows them, not to eat, to protect. The tadpoles develop in his vocal sac, in his throat. He doesn't eat for weeks, carries his children in the space he uses to call for mates. They develop, grow, metamorphose, and when they're ready, tiny froglets, he opens his mouth and his children hop out, born from throat, from voice box, from the chamber of song, the father birthing through his scream, floating in the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, where time stops. The nectar bat flies through rainforest darkness, and flowers wait, night blooming, big, sturdy enough to hold a hovering bat. The bat drinks, face covered in pollen, and flies onward, pollinating entire forests. One bat can visit hundreds of flowers, carrying genetic material miles, connecting populations. Without bats, rainforests would collapse. The trees know this, evolved for this, shaped their flowers to match bat faces, matched their blooming to bat hunger. Coevolution so complete that neither can exist without the other. The ant doesn't know it's essential, just knows flowers, just knows hunger, just knows the sweetness waiting in the dark. Heavier, impossibly heavy, yet weightless. The paradox complete, sleep approaching. The mantis shrimp carries clubs, stomatopods with hammers, calcified fists on modified legs. They smash, cracking mollusk shells, breaking crab carapaces. The strike so fast water vaporizes, cavitation bubbles forming, collapsing, creating shock waves. The shrimp hits you twice, once with the club, once with the bubble burst. It can shatter aquarium glass, hospitalize careless aquarists. 6 inches of rage, of hunger, of violence compressed into chitin and muscle and speed approaching ballistic, drifting past the edge, past the boundary, into sleep proper, deep sleep, healing sleep. The sensitive plant folds when touched. Mimosa pudica, touch a leaf and it collapses, drooping. Motor cells releasing ions, changing pressure, the whole leaf falling within seconds, then slowly, over minutes, rising again. Reset. The plant isn't hurt, just defensive. Touch equals threat. And the response is dramatic, is visible, is plant behavior that seems almost conscious. The mechanism is hydraulic, chemical, but it looks like fear, like flinching. The plant responds to stimulus faster than most animals, proving that movement, reaction, doesn't require nerves, doesn't require brains, just chemistry, just pressure released at the right moment, melting into the mattress, into the molecules, becoming indistinguishable from darkness. The army ants build bridges from themselves when they encounter gaps, rivers, cliffs. They link legs, form living architecture, ants gripping ants, creating spans. The bridge stays as long as needed, supporting traffic, then dissolves. They calculate, somehow, weight of traffic, distance to span, cost versus benefit. The bridge is always optimal, always the minimum number of ants sacrificed to structure. The colony makes decisions, processes information. No ant knows the plan, but the plan emerges from simple rules, from pheromones, from touch. Intelligence without brain, mathematics without numbers, engineering without blueprints. Thump, thump, barely perceptible, like distant thunder. Storm beyond the horizon, fading. The Jesus Christ lizard runs on water, basilisk lizard. When threatened, it doesn't swim, it runs across the water surface, slapping feet creating air pockets, moving so fast it doesn't sink. The lizard can run 15 feet, more if young and light, defying density, defying physics, just through speed, through desperation, through absolutely refusing to drown. And when momentum fails, it swims the rest. But those first seconds, those impossible steps on liquid, earned it a divine nickname. Lizard that walks where only God should, floating in perfect darkness, perfect silence, perfect peace. The bombardier beetle sprays fire from its abdomen, boiling liquid, 100 degrees Celsius, a mixture of hydrogen peroxide and hydroquinone, combined in reaction chamber, catalyzed by enzymes, exploding. The beetle aims, can direct spray precisely at approaching threats. It's carrying chemistry, carrying explosives, using exothermic reactions as weapons. The spray burns, blinds, sends predators fleeing, and the beetle walks away intact, having survived detonating chemical weapons inside its own body, having made peace with controlled explosions, sinking deeper than thought, deeper than image, pure sensation fading. The Antarctic ice fish has transparent blood in water cold enough to freeze, except its blood doesn't freeze. It produces antifreeze proteins, glycoproteins binding to ice crystals, preventing growth, and its blood is clear, no hemoglobin, no red blood cells. It absorbs oxygen directly through skin. The fish is pale, ghostly, adapted so completely to cold that warm water would kill it. It cannot exist anywhere else. Specialized into a corner of existence most life abandoned, and thriving there. Proof that extreme works if conditions stay stable, heavier, your body made of lead, of stone, of quantum foam, of nothing. The flatworm remembers, even when beheaded. Scientists trained them, then cut off their heads. The bodies regrew heads, and those new brains remembered. They retained training, memory stored in body, not just brain. Scientists fed trained worms to untrained worms, and the cannibals learned faster. Knowledge transferred through consumption, written into tissue we don't understand. Memory is everywhere, apparently distributed, encoded in ways we haven't decoded. Drifting, like seeds on wind, like thoughts at dawn, disappearing, gentle, gone. The water spider descends with sky, Argyroneta aquatica, carrying air bubbles, constructing underwater bells, staying under for months. The bell acts as gill, extracting oxygen from water, releasing carbon dioxide. The spider breathes underwater, using physics, using surface tension. It hunts, mates, lives its entire life submerged. A spider that chose water, that engineered breathing apparatus from silken bubbles, that refused to be limited by being arachnid, melting, boundaries dissolving, self becoming porous, becoming optional, becoming forgotten. The cicada fungus controls precisely Ophiocordyceps, infecting carpenter ants, taking over motor control. The ant climbs, always north-northwest, to 25 centimeters height, finds a leaf, major vein, bites down at solar noon, exactly, and dies. The fungus grows, stalk emerging from head. The fungus knows, somehow, height, direction, time. The ant is piloted with GPS precision, driven to the perfect launch pad, consciousness hijacked for spore dispersal. Thump, thump, your heartbeat almost memory, almost imagination, barely real. The Humboldt squid hunts in packs, flashing colours, reds, whites, communication through chromatophores, synchronized. They surround prey, drive fish into killing zones, coordinate attacks, like wolves, but they're mollusks. They're solitary by nature. But hunger brought cooperation, brought communication. Strategies passed through observation. Young squid learning from old. And at night, The ocean flashes, red and white conversations, plans made in colour, in the language of skin, floating in the space between thoughts, between seconds, where nothing exists but rest. The sequoia survives through fire. Fire sweeps through, bark chars, trees torch, and the sequoia lives, thick bark, fire-resistant, but more. The heat opens cones, releases seeds, fire clears undergrowth, exposes mineral soil, perfect germination. The tree needs fire, requires it. Baby sequoias grow in ash, in clearings fire created. Some cones stay closed for decades, waiting, just waiting for fire, for heat to trigger release, patience and partnership with disaster, sinking through the mattress, through bedrock, toward the mantle, slow, warm, eternal. The mudskipper evolves before our eyes, using fins like crutches, dragging body across mud, breathing through skin, fighting for territory, building burrows. The fish is leaving the ocean, generation by generation, testing land, finding it viable in millions of years. Its descendants might have lungs, might have legs. The mudskipper is evolution in action. Is the fish becoming amphibian? We're watching the invasion of land happening again, in mudflats and mangrove swamps, drifting past the boundary of sleep into dreams, where memories sought, where the day dissolves. The fungus digests plastic, Pestilotopora microspora, found in Amazon rainforests, degrading polyurethane, breaking molecular bonds designed not to break. The fungus doesn't care about design, just food, just hydrocarbons. It evolved for millions of years and adapted to human pollution in decades. We create immortal trash, and life finds a way. The fungus's hope is the planet shrugging, adjusting, continuing, melting into the darkness, every muscle forgotten, every thought scattered. The sensitive plant sleeps every night, without touch. The leaves fold, closing for sleep. And at dawn, they open. The plant has circadian rhythm, internal clock, even in constant light. The pattern continues. The plant knows time, keeps schedule, without brain, without eyes, without anything but chemistry, but cellular memory spanning millions of years. Thump, thump. Your heart whisper quiet, almost silent, the body maintaining while consciousness fades. The glass frog's transparency is engineered. Its bones are green, tinted, scattering light, its organs covered with reflective tissue, guanine crystals. The frog isn't truly transparent, it's carefully designed to confuse edges, to blend, background visible through body. The frog is half ghost, half real, a heartbeat behind glass, watching with golden eyes while the world looks through, never quite focusing, sinking toward delta sleep, toward deepest rest, where healing happens, where the body rebuilds, sinking toward delta sleep, toward deepest rest, where healing happens, where the body rebuilds. The Cuvier's beaked whale holds breath for hours, diving 2 miles down, 3, staying under. The record is 3 hours 42 minutes, no breathing. Heart rate drops to 3 beats per minute, blood diverted to brain, to heart. The rest waits, muscle cells switching to anaerobic. The whale surfaces, breathes, and dives again, into darkness, into pressure. The whale carries its own air, deep into places we can only visit in submarines. Heavier, so heavy, yet dissolving, sleep embracing you. The alpine pennycress cleans poison, growing in soil contaminated with heavy metals, zinc, cadmium, nickel, concentrations that kill other plants, but pennycress thrives, absorbs the metals, stores them in leaves. The plant is a filter, growing in Superfund sites, in mine tailings, cleaning soil through growth, through harvest. It grows where nothing else can, on humanity's scars, green fingers reaching through contaminated soil, persistent, hopeful, drifting, like autumn leaves on a pond, circling slowly, sinking, gentle. The American dipper sings underwater, standing in mountain streams, submerging its head, singing to its mate. The song travels through water, distorted, strange, but recognizable. The bird adapted, changed frequency, to communicate in a medium birds shouldn't use. It walks underwater, hunting, using wings to swim. The bird refused barriers, refused categories. It exists between, in transitions, in places where one thing becomes another, melting, every boundary soft. You're not sure where your body ends, where the bed begins. Baby spiders balloon across continents, spiderlings, climbing to high points, releasing silk, long strands catching wind and lifting off, flying on silk, crossing oceans, landing thousands of miles away. Darwin saw them landing on the Beagle, miles from shore. The spiders are always traveling, always arriving, parachuting through atmosphere. Some die, but enough survive. The species spreads, on silk wings, on faith in wind. Thump, thump, barely there. Your heartbeat almost forgotten, body on autopilot. The Chernobyl fungus eats radiation, growing inside the reactor, on reactor walls, in the most radioactive place on Earth. The fungus thrives, uses melanin, radiosynthesis, converting radiation to chemical energy. Like plants use light, the fungus eats gamma rays, grows toward radiation. The disaster is its sun. Scientists consider it for Mars, for space voyages. The fungus that turns poison into food, that proves life finds a way, even in places designed to prevent it, floating in honey-thick darkness, warm, safe. Nothing can reach you here. The periodical cicadas emerge in prime numbers, 13 years, 17 years, never 12, never 15. The mathematics protect them. Predator populations can't sink. The cicadas emerge in overwhelming numbers, more than anything can eat. And then, silence for years. the nymphs underground, counting, somehow counting and emerging together precisely. The numbers are defense, prime cycles are shields, mathematics become survival, sinking through the last layer toward slow wave sleep, where time stops meaning anything. And the octopus dreams in color? Studies suggest patterns flickering across skin during sleep, like REM. Maybe the octopus is dreaming, hunting, hiding, reliving the day. 3 hearts beating differently, blue blood pulsing, each arm perhaps dreaming its own dreams. 8 semi-independent minds. Maybe they don't agree. Maybe dreams are negotiated. The octopus might be committee. 8 voices reaching consensus. Alien consciousness processing alien experience in ways we might never understand. And the earth continues turning, spinning through darkness, life clinging to its surface, in every extreme, in every niche, in places that seem impossible. Life adapts, life persists, life finds ways we haven't imagined, won't imagine, can't imagine. And all of life continues its ancient patterns. The forest frozen beneath Antarctic ice still holds the memory of green, of photosynthesis, of leaves that rustled in winds millions of years gone, waiting in cellular suspension. And the jellyfish drifts, turritopsis, dissolving back to youth, cells reverting, time flowing backward in its translucent bell, refusing the finality that claims everything else. Thump, thump, your heart settling into the rhythm of deep time. The bioluminescent fungi paint Brazilian nights in cold green light, in electric blue, valleys transformed into living galaxies, and the Greenland shark, 400 years old, 500 perhaps, drifts through Arctic darkness, older than nations, older than most trees, swimming slowly through centuries we cannot comprehend. Heavier, heavier, your body sinking into the mattress, into the earth, into time itself. Underground networks pulse with chemical messages, trees communicating through fungal threads, mother trees feeding saplings, warnings spreading through roots about dangers above. The forest thinks collectively, slowly, in languages of sugar and survival, and the glass frog's heart beats visible. Red muscle pumping behind transparent skin, every organ on display, the frog both hidden and completely revealed, melting, dissolving into the darkness, boundaries becoming uncertain, optional. Tardigrades drift in space's vacuum, dried, dormant, waiting decades for water that may never come, and the axolotl regenerates what should be permanent loss: brain tissue, spinal cord, limbs. The damage is temporary, death negotiable, the blueprint always accessible, always ready to rebuild, drifting past conscious thought, toward the dreaming depths, in ocean trenches where pressure crushes, where darkness is absolute, creatures glow, communicate in bioluminescence, hunt without eyes, thrive in conditions that seem impossible, and the resurrection plant waits, brown, brittle, decades without water, but when rain finally comes, green returns in hours, life flooding back, the pause ending, the breath released, sinking through layers of sleep, each one quieter, deeper. The octopus dreams. Perhaps colours flickering across its skin while it sleeps, 3 hearts pumping blue blood, 8 arms each thinking semi-independently, a distributed consciousness we're only beginning to understand, and in Ethiopian calderas, Eta al churns, lava lake that hasn't cooled in 2 million years, and in that inferno, bacteria thrive, eating sulfur, breathing metal vapor, calling hell home, floating, suspended, cradled by the warm, patient darkness. Some flowers bloom once in a lifetime, once in a century, waiting, counting years through mechanisms we don't understand. And the hummingbird remembers every flower, every garden, every quality of nectar, its tiny brain holding maps spanning miles, updated daily, survival calculated in milliseconds, your breath barely moving, the gentlest tide, automatic, forgotten. Rotifers frozen for 24,000 years, and when ice melted, they woke, they swam, they lived, as if the Ice Age were a brief nap, and desert cacti bloom at night with flowers shaped to reflect bat sonar, singing in ultrasound, calling pollinators through acoustic space we cannot hear, heavier, impossibly heavy, yet somehow weightless, the paradox of letting go. Blind cave fish follow circadian rhythms in eternal darkness, cells remembering sunlight their ancestors felt millions of years ago, honoring day and night that exist only in genetic memory, and across Utah mountains, Pando spreads, 47,000 aspen stems, but one organism, one root system, 80,000 years old, trembling as one, golden, vast, ancient, melting into warmth, into silence, into the space between heartbeats. Dragon blood trees on Socotra bleed red sap when cut, bright as arterial blood. And in rainforests, cordyceps controls ants, fungi spreading through their brains, commanding them to climb, to bite, to die at precisely the right height, the right humidity, turning insects into spore platforms. Thump, thump, barely there. Your heart a distant whisper. Coral glows fluorescent blue, electric green, when stressed, when dying, screaming in colours we're only learning to understand, and wolves returned to Yellowstone, and rivers changed. Elk fled valleys, willows regrew, banks stabilized, water carved new paths, predators reshaping geography just by existing, drifting past the edge, past the boundary, into sleep itself. Venus flytraps count to 2. 1 trigger, nothing. 2 triggers, snap. The plant doing mathematics without neurons, moving faster than most animals strike, and on Antarctic ice, penguins caught with pebbles, smooth stones meaning forever, meaning return year after year, promises made in rock, floating in the space between thoughts, where nothing matters, nothing hurts. Lake Natron turns flesh to stone, alkaline water so caustic that death brings calcification, preservation, mummification by chemistry, and wood frogs freeze solid in Alaska winters, hearts stopping, ice forming in cells, dead by any measure, until spring warmth, until resurrection, until the impossible return to life, sinking through the last layers toward absolute rest. Mud skippers test land, walking on fins, breathing air, evolution visible, repeating the ancient journey from sea to shore, and bee orchids seduce with lies, flowers shaped like female bees, scented like them, males pollinating in their confusion, in their desire, heavier, your body made of stone, of sleep, of the weight of ages. Slime molds solve mazes, navigate cities, remember, decide, all without a brain, without neurons, just cytoplasm and mystery. And malleefowl build temperature-controlled mounds, monitoring constantly, adjusting, maintaining 93 degrees precisely. Birds as engineers, as thermometers, melting, boundaries dissolving completely now. Diving bell spiders carry air underwater, weaving silk chambers, breathing below, living in private atmospheres. And horned lizards spray blood from their eyes, deliberately rupturing vessels, weaponizing their own circulatory systems, self-harm as survival, your thoughts scattering, dissipating, gone before forming. After 17 years underground, cicadas emerge as millions at once, and fungus takes some, Massospora, eating their abdomens, replacing flesh with spores. But the cicada flies on, tries to mate, piloted by something else, and squid edit their own RNA, rewriting genetic instructions in real time, adapting moment to moment, becoming new versions of themselves as needed, drifting like dust, like pollen, like thoughts at dawn. Humpback whales compose songs that spread across oceans, evolving like pop hits, and Dinococcus radiodurans survives nuclear reactors, repairs shattered DNA perfectly, lives in conditions designed to sterilize, to kill, thriving in apocalypse, floating in perfect darkness, perfect peace. Corpse flowers bloom reeking of rot, of death, deceiving flies into pollination, and electric eels puppet their prey, sending pulses that trigger muscle spasms, remote control through electricity. And Hydra replace every cell, every few weeks. Ship of Theseus made flesh, potentially immortal through constant renewal, sinking through the mattress, through the planet, toward the core. Sandbox trees explode their seeds, detonating like grenades, flinging them at 150 miles per hour. And Namib fog beetles harvest water from air, from morning mist, drinking clouds in the driest place on earth. Thump, thump, almost imperceptible, almost gone. Crows remember faces, hold grudges across years, teach other crows about threats, and clownfish change a sex as needed, female to male, male to female, gender as strategy, as social adaptation, and mantis shrimp see 16 types of colour, perceive distinctions we cannot imagine, and strike so fast water vaporizes, hitting twice, once with club, once with cavitation bubble, melting into the vast forgiving dark. Planarian worms regenerate from pieces and remember. Training surviving in new brains grown from tails, and emperor penguins walk 70 miles across ice, fast for 2 months on eggs balanced on their feet, losing half their body weight, waiting, protecting, loving through Antarctic winter. Your breath almost still, barely there. Mushrooms create their own wind, heat from respiration generating currents that carry spores, and salamanders rebuild limbs perfectly, bone, nerve, muscle, in exact arrangement. No scarring, no approximation, just perfect reconstruction, floating, suspended in honey-thick nothing. Leaf-cutter ants farm fungi underground, cities of millions tending gardens, and pufferfish inflate with water, become spheres covered in toxic spines, and parrots fashion tools, teach their young, pass knowledge culturally across generations, drifting toward the quiet core, where all is rest. Some flowers catapult pollen at 600 miles per hour, faster than sound, and thermophiles love boiling acid, require it, thriving at temperatures that denature most proteins, and paradise tree snakes flatten their bodies, glide 40 meters through air, flying without wings, heavier than stars, lighter than thought. Sea turtles navigate oceans using Earth's magnetic field, magnetite in their brains, returning to birth beaches across thousands of miles. And caterpillars call ants with vibrations, hire bodyguards, pay them in sweet secretions. And crystal jellyfish gave us GFP, their scream of light becoming medicine, becoming Nobel Prizes, becoming vision into the microscopic, sinking, almost there, almost completely dissolved into sleep. Moss survives 400 years without water, then greens in hours when rain returns, and barn owls fly in absolute silence, specialized feathers absorbing all sound, death arriving unheard, and hairworm parasites hijack grasshopper minds, commanding them to drown, to seek water, to die so the worm can emerge. Your heartbeat, memory, suggestion, barely real. Darwin's frogs carry tadpoles in their vocal sacs, birthing children from their throats, and nectar bats pollinate entire rainforests in single nights, and mantis shrimp with hammer claws shatter shells, create shock waves, strike with ballistic force, melting, gone, almost gone into the darkness. Mimosa leaves fold when touched, and army ants bridge rivers with their own bodies, living architecture, and basilisk lizards run on water, and bombardier beetles spray boiling chemicals, detonating inside themselves, surviving explosions, floating in the space where self dissolves. Antarctic icefish have transparent blood, no hemoglobin, and planarians fed trained worms learn faster, memory transferred through consumption, and water spiders breathe underwater in silk bells, and zombie fungus knows time, direction, navigates ants to perfect death spots, drifting, almost sleeping, almost dreaming. Humboldt squid hunt in coordinated packs, flashing colour plans, and sequoias need fire to germinate, and mud skippers evolve before our eyes, and fungi digest plastic, and sensitive plants sleep every night, and glass frogs hide transparent in plain sight, and whales hold breath for hours, and pennycress cleans poisoned soil, and dippers sing underwater, and spiderlings balloon across continents, and Chernobyl fungus eats radiation, and prime number cicadas emerge on schedules that prevent synchronization with predators, and the octopus dreams 8 dreams all at once, perhaps, colours flickering, minds negotiating, in sleep, in darkness, in mystery. Life on Earth, breathing, pulsing, regenerating. 4 billion years of impossible becoming possible, of boundaries dissolving, of everything connected, everything reaching, everything adapting, and you're part of this, part of the pattern, part of the great breathing, drifting with the mysteries, with the sharks outliving empires, with the forests whispering in darkness, with the fungi glowing like fallen stars, with all the life that survives, that thrives in extreme cold, extreme heat, in pressure, in poison, in darkness, absolute. There's nothing you need to remember, nothing to hold, just drift, sink, let go, your body healing, rebuilding, while you float, while you rest, while you dissolve into the gentle dark. The universe keeps turning, life on Earth keeps breathing, pulsing, regenerating, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 life on Earth mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 nature mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the silent forests where ancient trees still whisper, the glowing secrets hidden beneath moonlit oceans, the quiet pulse of the planet guiding every living thing. There's nothing you need to do now, just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into nature. Feel the breath of a waking meadow, rising gently, as if the earth itself were stretching after a long, peaceful night. Every blade of grass holding a drop of dew that trembles, almost weightless, catching the faintest silver light and in that quiet shimmer, the whole world feels newborn, soft, open, calm, drifting slowly into your thoughts, wrapping around you like cool morning air. The drift of pollen in warm twilight moves like gold dust suspended in a dream, each tiny grain designed for travel, for wandering, for the gentle connection of living things, drifting on slow currents, brushing against petals, carried by evening breezes that whisper through half-lit meadows, and you drift with it, floating, lighter, softer, carried on the same warm current. A quiet heartbeat lives in untouched forests, a pulse beneath the roots, slow, steady, ancient. The trees rise like cathedral pillars, each ring of wood a memory, a season, a whisper of rain and sun. Some have stood longer than cities have existed, listening to storms, sharing signals beneath the soil through hidden fungal threads. A communication network older than words, guiding growth, sending calm. And as you listen, your own heartbeat drifts into sync, thump, thump, slower, deeper, steadier. Morning mist rises like a soft veil, rolling over fields, drifting between trunks, wrapping stones in a cool embrace. It moves with its own delicate rhythm, the invisible breath of earth becoming visible for a moment, softening edges, quieting shapes, making every step slower, dreamier, as if the world were pausing, waiting, breathing with you. Freshwater springs shimmer beneath moss and fern. They emerge pure, clear, rising from deep aquifers where water has travelled for decades, sometimes centuries, through layers of rock, quietly warmed, filtered, shaped. The surface dances with the gentle distortion of moving water, sparkles flickering like stars beneath your gaze, inviting you to drift, sink, float. Beneath wide skies, birds trace migrations older than human memory, following magnetic roads only they can sense, crossing continents, oceans, drifting on invisible pathways guided by the Earth's magnetic field and the slow arc of the sun. Their wings carve soft curves in the air, the whisper of feathers passing overhead, a sound so gentle that it drifts straight into your thoughts, settling softly inside you. Snow settles on branches with a hush so tender it feels sacred, each flake unique, delicate, crystalline, each one drifting for miles, silent, swirling, then melting into others, smoothing the forest in a soft white glow. The air becomes still, muffled, almost like dreaming while awake, letting your mind fall into the same deep quiet. Beneath the forest floor, life pulses unseen, roots weaving into roots, insects tunneling through soil rich with fallen leaves, fungi spreading glowing threads of mycelium, turning decay back into nourishment, a slow cycle, patient, steady, a reminder that even in darkness, life moves, breathes, transforms, and your mind follows that rhythm, slow, warm, steady. Desert sands drift one grain at a time, moved by winds shaped by distant storms, each dune a temporary sculpture, always changing, always flowing, even when you cannot see it. The surface shimmers under moonlight, cool and silver, the silence stretching for miles. A quiet so deep it feels like time itself is resting, sinking, settling around you. Along coastlines, bioluminescent shores glow softly with blue fire, tiny organisms lighting the waves with electric whispers. Each step sends a ripple of light through the water, each movement traced by a soft radiance that fades, returns, fades again, like the ocean breathing in slow, glowing pulses, guiding you deeper into calm. Waterfalls, distant and ancient, give off rhythms that repeat endlessly. Drops striking stone, pools overflowing, mist rising like breath. The sound is soft from far away, a steady murmur, a natural lullaby that smooths the edges of the world, letting your thoughts drift, float, dissolve into spray and sound. Wind shapes stone over centuries, patient, precise, carving arches, smoothing cliffs, sculpting canyons layer by layer. A motion so slow it feels timeless, like the earth dreaming itself into new shapes, letting gravity, air, frost, sunlight all work together in a long, quiet dance, shaping the world as you drift deeper, slower. Night flowers bloom in secret, opening only when darkness falls. Petals unfolding under the cool shimmer of moonlight, releasing scents that drift on still air, calling to moths, to tiny night wanderers. Their blossoms glow faintly, pale blue, soft violet, colours meant for starlight eyes, a reminder that beauty does not always bloom under the sun. Old mountain pines sway with the patience of centuries. Their needles hiss softly as the wind drifts through them, a sound like distant whispers, their trunks bending but never breaking. Their resin carries the scent of deep time, of storms endured, of winters survived. You breathe it in, slow, deep, letting it settle inside you, steadying you. Leaves drift down a gentle river, swirling, spinning, touching the surface with feather-light taps, creating ripples that expand, soften, fade. Each ripple carries the quiet memory of the tree that released the leaf, the season, the wind, the sun, the slow turning of the world. And as you listen, you drift with the leaf, carried by a current that asks nothing of you. Grasslands roll like waves when the wind touches them, tall stems brushing one another, creating a soft whispering chorus that stretches for miles. The air feels warm, golden, endless, a place where everything slows, expands, drifts into stillness, letting your mind sway gently with the plains. Evening breezes carry songs you almost hear, the vibration of distant wings, the rustle of small creatures settling into burrows, the soft hum of insects preparing for night. All of it blends into one long exhale from the world, soothing, gentle, wrapping around your ears like a soft blanket. Moss-covered stones hold deep peace, their surfaces soft, cool, ancient, slowly growing over decades, maybe centuries. The moss cushion's sound makes every footstep lighter, quieter, as though the world is intentionally softening itself, giving you a place to rest, to breathe, to drift. Quiet lakes shimmer under faint moonlight, their surfaces glassy, still, reflecting stars so perfectly the sky looks doubled. Above and below, the boundary between water and heavens dissolves, and you float between them, drifting, suspended, surrounded by silver calm. In untouched valleys, time moves slower, shadows stretch across cool earth. Air settles into gentle layers, and every sound feels softened by distance. These valleys hold memories in silence, in stones that have not moved for centuries, in grasses untouched by wind, in the way stillness itself becomes alive, breathing softly around you. Reeds sway in slow arcs, dancing with the slightest movement of water, bending, rising, bending again. Their rustle is faint, rhythmic, almost musical. The pattern repeats, over and over, like a cradle rocking, drawing you deeper into that gentle sway. Seasons turn with patient, endless cycles. Leaves unfurl, then fall. Rivers swell, then fade. Snow blankets the world, then melts into streams. Everything changes, yet remains, an eternal rhythm guiding all life. And your thoughts drift along that turning, slow, circular, continuous. Clouds drift silently overhead, their shapes soft, shifting, dissolving into one another, forming new forms, then melting again, carried by winds invisible from below. Their movement is slow, soothing, like thoughts forming and dissolving as you fall deeper into quiet. Ancient mountains hold memories in their stones. They rose from oceans, were carved by glaciers, reshaped by storms. Their ridges mark eons, each layer a whisper of what once was, and yet they stand, steady, unmoved, guiding winds, catching early sunlight, watching the world turn beneath them. Their presence feels protective, grounding, settling over you like a warm, steady hand. Fireflies glow in warm air, drifting through meadows in slow, gentle arcs. Each tiny lantern blinks in soft pulses, a language of light shared across dark fields, rising, falling, floating. The night becomes sprinkled with moving stars, each one flickering like a quiet heart. Thump, thump, thump. Streams wander through forests, following paths carved by centuries of melting snow, curving around stones, roots, fallen logs, each bend shaped by persistence, not force. The water murmurs, soft and constant, smoothing thought, smoothing breath, smoothing everything inside you. Cliffs rise with quiet strength, towering shapes carved by wind and rain. Their faces hold streaks of mineral colors, stories locked in stone, standing as guardians of coastlines, deserts, valleys. Their shadow brings cool relief, stillness, a slow exhale of the earth. Look beneath the roots of old trees, and you find hidden worlds. Tangles of wood, threads of fungi glowing faintly in the dark, beetles moving through hollow spaces, tiny ecosystems thriving where no sunlight reaches, soft, sheltered, ancient. A reminder that even in darkness, life creates its own quiet light. Dawn glows along distant hills, first a faint grey-blue, then soft rose, then gold. The curve of the land catches each shade, unfolding like a slow breath. Light touches grasses, stones, the edges of leaves, awakening the world with tenderness, and you drift with that rising. Lighter, warmer, untouched wetlands hush the world. Reeds whisper, shallow water ripples, frogs murmur in low tones, and everything moves slowly, carefully. The wetlands breathe with a rhythm entirely their own, a soft pulse beneath the surface, guiding you deeper. Coral gardens breathe in slow underwater harmony, polyps opening and closing with tidal rhythms, fish drifting through with gentle flicks of their fins, soft colours glowing under filtered sunlight. The entire reef feels like a living tapestry, woven by time, currents, and the quiet persistence of life. Prairies ripple when the wind touches them, waves of green and gold rolling outward, each blade bending, shimmering, rising again, an endless flowing movement across the land, soothing, gentle, timeless. Kelp forests sway beneath the sea, rising like underwater trees, their fronds drifting in slow currents, sea lions and fish weaving between them. The light filters down in beams, shimmering soft as candle glow, turning everything into floating shadows. Autumn fog drifts across fields, low, slow, cool, wrapping the land in silence. Each step disappears behind you, sounds softened, shapes blurred. The world feels wrapped in cotton, quiet, safe, peaceful. Coastal tides breathe in long, calming cycles, waves reaching, retreating, reaching, retreating. Each touch of water smoothing stones, carving sand, leaving lines that are rewritten with every tide. A rhythm older than memory, soothing, hypnotic, washing through your thoughts. Seeds travel on the wind, tiny boats of possibility, drifting miles before landing, guided by nothing but air, sunlight, chance. They carry the memory of forests not yet grown, meadows not yet blooming, and in their drifting they remind you that movement can be effortless, unhurried, calm. Deep canyons hold cool shade even in the heat of day. Their walls rise like silent giants, sheltering mosses, ferns, hidden springs. The deeper you walk, the quieter it becomes, until only your breath remains, soft, steady, drifting into the stone. Moonlit fields shimmer in silver, grasses bending gently under the faint glow, every movement soft, slow, dreamlike. Shadows stretch long, merging with one another, creating a landscape that feels half real, half dream. Rainforest floors pulse with soft life, the hum of insects, the drip of water from leaf to leaf, the rustle of small creatures moving unseen. Moss coats every surface, glowing faintly in the filtered light. The air is warm, thick, alive, yet soothing, like being wrapped in a living lullaby. Alpine winds carry echoes across high ridges, a soft, hollow sound that drifts for miles, touching snowfields, brushing past old stones, whispering through frozen valleys. The air is thin, cool, crisp, each breath slow, deep, steadying your thoughts. New leaves unfurl in slow spirals, bright green, delicate, soft as whispers, their growth quiet, gentle, a reminder that life expands without hurry, without noise, just calm persistence. Beneath river ice, drifting light ripples like pale blue breath. The water moves quietly, shaping frozen patterns above it, cracks forming soft branching lines. The world under ice is muted, softened, dreamy, your thoughts slipping into that same underwater stillness. Old stone ridges watch over valleys like ancient sentinels. Their shadows stretch long, their surfaces warmed by centuries of sunlight, cooled by countless nights. They are patient, grounded, steady, holding the land in a quiet, protective embrace. Insect worlds hum beneath leaves, thousands of tiny wings vibrating, antennae brushing against petals, small lives unfolding in miniature forests. The sounds blend into a low, soothing chorus, a soft reminder of how alive the world is, even in its smallest corners. Sunrise glows through thin clouds, scattering light like fine gold dust, turning the sky into soft layers of pink, lavender, pale orange, a gentle awakening, slow, delicate, warming the air, warming your thoughts. Floating petals whisper as they drift from branches, each one catching currents, spinning, swaying, touching the ground softly. They gather in small pools of colour, softening the earth, softening your mind. Dunes move in slow dances, shaped by wind that hums gently over their crests. Their surfaces ripple like water, patterns shifting hour by hour, always flowing, always calm. The desert breathes in warm, slow waves, wrapping the world in quiet. Midnight forests stand in deep stillness, trunks rising like dark pillars, branches holding pockets of shadow. The air cool and motionless, the silence complete, yet filled with presence. A soft, ancient calm that envelops you. Thunder rolls in the distance, low, soft, drawn out, drifting through hills and valleys, a sound that vibrates more than it breaks. A reminder of storm clouds passing far away, leaving you safe, calm, listening to the deep rumble fade. Warm coastal breezes rise from the sea, carrying the scent of salt and sun-warmed stone, wrapping around your skin like soft fabric, smoothing your breath, making each moment feel like a slow exhale. Rain moves across distant fields in gentle sheets, a hush travelling across the land, drops tapping leaves, grass, earth. A soft drumming that soothes the mind, clears thoughts, steadies heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. Dew forms on untouched grass in tiny, perfect spheres, catching first light, magnifying it, turning lawns into shimmering oceans of silver. Each droplet a lens through which the world looks softer, calmer, slower. Petals drift across quiet ponds, spinning lazily on still water, forming delicate constellations that shift with the faintest ripple. The surface reflects sky and leaf and colour, blurring into a watercolour dream. Sun-soaked stones hold warmth long after daylight fades. Their surfaces radiate soft heat, hugging the air, easing tension from your limbs, letting your muscles melt, heavier, heavier. A single falling leaf sends ripples spreading in widening rings, each ring fading gently, dissolving into stillness. The pond returns to calm, as all things eventually do, even your thoughts. Willow branches sway in evening light, their thin leaves brushing water, making faint, delicate sounds. Their silhouettes soften as dusk thickens, creating a scene that feels timeless, tender, soothing. Grasses rustle on open plains, each blade bending with the wind, creating waves of motion, a continuous, quiet song of the land. The rhythm washes over you, smoothing your breath, your thoughts, your entire body. Moonlit mist glows faintly above fields, drifting in gentle ribbons, rising, sinking, rising again, catching the pale shimmer of stars, wrapping the landscape in soft silver calm. Mountain streams wind through stone corridors, shallow water murmuring, pebbles glistening beneath the surface. The sound is gentle, persistent, like a whisper repeated over and over, drawing you deeper into rest. Dusk brings a sleepy hum to forests, wings slowing, leaves settling, the air cooling, every creature preparing for night, the entire world exhaling, easing into quiet, inviting you to do the same. Birds cast drifting shadows as they circle overhead, moving gracefully, silently, their silhouettes gliding across hillsides and stones, each pass slow, effortless, peaceful. Warm earth shimmers under late sunlight, heat rising in soft wavering lines. The air moves gently, carrying the scent of dry grass, wildflowers, warm soil, all of it blending into a serene, sunlit calm. Fern fronds curl slowly, spiraling outward in perfect natural patterns, a motion so patient it feels like a lullaby. Their unfolding is a quiet embrace, a reminder that everything grows gently, gradually, without rush. Forest dusk settles like a blanket, shadows lengthening, light fading, sounds softening. The world becomes muted, warm, restful. Twilight flowers glow faintly, their petals gathering the day's last light, releasing gentle colours into the darkening air. Soft purple, pale pink, silvery white, hues that soothe the eyes, the mind. Evening winds gather softly, brushing treetops, carrying scents of pine, grass, cool stone. The breezes drift in slow waves, calming the land, calming you. River currents at night shimmer with silver lines, moonlight tracing their shapes, guiding them around stones, roots, gentle bends. The water moves in quiet ribbons, smoothing everything in its path. Lily pads drift on still ponds, floating lightly, each one a small green island, frogs resting, insects stepping gently across their surfaces. The water beneath them remains calm, cool, deeply peaceful. Tall pines hush in early dawn, their needles catching the first quiet winds, making faint, soothing rustles. The forest inhales with the rising light, exhaling warmth into the cool air. Waves echo beneath rocky cliffs, resonant, low, rhythmic. Each wave enters a cavern, whispers against the stone, and flows back out with gentle foam, repeating, endless, calming. Alpine fog drifts over snow and stone, cool, clean, light as breath, wrapping the peaks in stillness, softening sound, softening everything. Distant glaciers melt slowly, drop by drop, shaping rivers, carrying ancient water toward new lands. Their slow retreat is quiet, steady, a soft, patient transition. Riverstones shift under gentle currents, smoothing over years, decades, centuries, their colors deepening, their edges softening. A reminder that even the hardest things can become gentle with time. Dragonflies hover with delicate precision, wings humming so fast they blur into soft halos, their movements light, graceful, threads of iridescence drifting through warm air. Wings rustle faintly in the dark, small creatures soaring between branches, navigating by instinct. Moonlight, quiet currents of night, their movements gentle, soothing, blending with the hush around you. Warm valleys breathe softly as night settles, releasing heat stored through the day, letting it drift upward like a slow exhale. The air becomes warm, calm, holding you gently. Clouds drift over rolling hills, spreading shadows that move like slow waves. A soft dance of darkness and light across gentle ridges, soothing in their steady, dreamlike motion. Soft rain descends over forests, tapping leaves, sliding down branches, gathering into tiny streams that run down bark. The sound is consistent, rhythmic, like 1,000 tiny whispers. Ancient oaks cast deep shade, their branches broad, their leaves thick, filtering sunlight into green-gold patterns that sway slowly on the ground. Their presence steady, grounding, older than memory. Frost sparkles before sunrise, tiny crystals catching the earliest light, glowing like scattered stars across cold earth, each shimmer brief, delicate, fading as warmth returns. A forest clearing holds quiet so deep it feels like holding a breath. The air still, the ground soft, light filtering gently through leaves, creating a pocket of pure calm, untouched, unmoved. Across distant hills, wildlife murmurs in low rhythms, calls blending with wind, with rustling grass, with evening air, forming a soft, natural chorus that settles over the land. Shadows flicker along canyon walls, cast by distant clouds, by soaring birds, by drifting sunlight. The walls glow with warm tones, shifting from gold to amber to rose as the day moves, calming, steadying. Still water holds ripples that spread slowly, softly, widening until they blend with the whole surface, until stillness returns again, a cycle of motion and calm repeating endlessly. Warm morning air rises from the ground, carrying the scent of sunlit soil, blooming flowers, soft grass warming under light, a gentle warmth that eases the body, the breath. Desert nights shimmer with quiet light, stars burning bright above cool sand, the air still, the world vast, endless, peaceful, the silence deep, stretching across dunes like a soft blanket. Underwater forests glow with filtered blue-green light, beams drifting down, illuminating rocks and fronds like floating lanterns. Fish hover, drifting with the slow currents, everything moving gently, peacefully. Sunlight glints through drifting leaves, sending golden speckles dancing across the ground. Patterns that shift with every breeze, a soft, mesmerizing play of shadow and light. The tides shift with subtle pulls at dawn, waters rising gently, retreating, rising again, following celestial rhythms, responding to the moon's quiet call. A movement that feels like breathing. Sunset glows on high ridges, painting stone with amber, rose, violet, hues deepening into night, each color slow, immersive, soothing. Hidden waterfalls murmur behind curtain-like moss, their flow soft, steady, blending with birdsong and with wind, with forest air, creating a layered, calming harmony. Coastal wetlands pulse with soft life, reeds swaying, water reflecting sky, distant birds calling lazily as evening cools, everything slow, everything warm, everything drifting. Wind-touched snow sparkles as it falls, crystals catching faint light, swirling gently in soft spirals, landing without sound, turning the world into a quiet white dream. Meadow flowers sway in waves, each stem bending in gentle response to wind, colors drifting, blending, moving together like a single serene breath. Savannas rest as night settles, tall grasses leaning into the breeze, warm ground cooling slowly, distant silhouettes of trees standing still against dusk, a vast, peaceful quiet spreading across the land. Ancient riverbeds lie silent, stones smoothed by waters long gone, patterns etched by histories of flow, deep grooves softened by time, a landscape at rest, patient, calm. Late summer evenings shimmer with warm air, cicadas humming, leaves glowing gold. The world held in a slow, dreamy heat that relaxes your muscles, loosens your mind. Mountain breezes drift down hillsides, carrying the crispness of pine. Stone, snow, they wrap around you gently, cooling your thoughts, clearing space for calm, deeper, deeper. And at the edges of forests, night hums softly, blending wind, wings, rustling leaves into a single, soothing breath of the world, and drifting onward. The next moment begins with the soft glow rising from quiet wetlands, a breath of water, grass, and twilight woven together. Each reed sways with the gentlest rhythm, as if nature inhales and exhales in long, slow, timeless waves. You can almost feel that breath brushing along your skin, cooling, calming, drawing you deeper into the hush. Pools of still water reflect the last strands of fading light, turning the world into a mirror of soft blues and deep shadow. And beneath those mirrored surfaces, tiny currents curl and unwind, shaping the edges of drifting leaves, guiding them, guiding you into an even softer quiet. The wetlands hold an old kind of silence, not empty, but full of patient life. Frogs resting beneath broad leaves, insects humming in low hypnotic tones, roots sinking deep into dark, nutrient-rich mud, all of it forming a slow pulse that beats in the background, steady, steady, grounding you more with every breath. And far above, thin clouds wander across a pale rising moon, drifting without hurry, without weight, like thoughts dissolving, fading, sliding away from the edges of awareness until you feel nothing but open space inside you, floating space, stillness expanding outward, inward, both at once. A gentle ripple slips across a wide pond, spreading in rings, softer, softer, fading into the distance, and that ripple carries the memory of falling petals, drifting down from trees that line the water, landing with barely a sound, a whisper, a sigh, disappearing into the darkening surface. The pond breathes out cool air, scented with damp earth, soft algae, and the faint sweetness of water lilies beginning to close for the night. Their pads float like tiny islands, unmoving, serene, a constellation of green drifting on black, just as your thoughts drift across the quiet of your mind, lingering, then settling, then finally dissolving into the darkness. Shadows stretch across the nearby meadow, long, soft-edged, blending into one another until the earth seems to melt into night. The grasses sway in slow arcs, each blade moving with a rhythm that feels older than memory, older than time, brushing against one another in a soft murmur that rolls through the open field. As twilight deepens, dew begins to form, shimmering in delicate beads along each blade, capturing the last faint light, turning the meadow into a field of stars beneath your fingertips. Cool, quiet, tranquil. Each bead of dew forms when warm air touches something colder, condensing, gathering, a small transformation happening silently all around you. And the scent of that dew is unmistakable, fresh, clean, tinged with the earthy breath of soil awakening beneath the cooling night. Soil alive with unseen worlds, tiny tunnels, soft roots weaving intricate paths, fungal threads trading nutrients like old storytellers passing secrets back and forth. Small insects hum between the grasses, moving in slow spirals, navigating by scent, by warmth, by the faint trace of moonlight falling across the meadow. Their wings vibrate in rhythmic pulses, delicate, precise, like tiny beating hearts threading soft sound through the open air. Just beyond the meadow's edge, trees gather in a gentle arc, watching, holding, sheltering. Their trunks rise in tall pillars, bark textured with years of storms, Sunlight, growing rings hidden deep inside like the memory of each season pressed into wood. Those rings form one for every year, circling, marking time even as the forest sleeps around them. Branches stretch overhead, intertwining, weaving a canopy so intricate it feels like a living tapestry, filtering moonlight into shifting silver patterns that move across your skin, flickering, rolling, calming, the way moving water soothes the mind. Owls glide through these shadows, silent, effortless, riding pockets of cool air, their feathers shaped to muffle the sound of flight, each edge finely serrated, breaking up turbulence, allowing them to drift like ghosts between the trees, watching, listening, guiding the forest's night. And beneath those branches, the forest floor breathes, soft hums of tiny worlds waking up, insects shifting beneath fallen leaves, beetles tracing slow lines across moss, roots pulsing with water drawn upward through capillaries thinner than a hair, carrying life from soil to canopy, from darkness to moonlight. Moss grows in plush velvety carpets, absorbing water like sponges, holding coolness, holding silence. And when you touch moss, it yields gently, springing back with a softness that feels almost alive. Mosses were some of the earliest plants to step onto land long ago, tiny pioneers shaping ecosystems before forests even existed. Their persistence echoes here, quiet strength wrapped in tenderness. As the night deepens, a thin mist drifts between the trees, forming slow rivers of white that wind through roots and stones. The air cools, condenses, creating droplets so small they hover, clinging to nothing, drifting as if weightless. The mist softens every edge, every sound, turning the forest into a blurred dreamscape. Somewhere in that dreamscape, fireflies begin to wake, glowing, pulsing, tiny lanterns of warm light floating through the dark. Their glow comes from bioluminescence, a chemical dance inside their lantern-like abdomens, releasing light with almost no heat, pure, gentle radiance drifting in the air. Each pulse seems to match your breathing, rising, fading, rising again, allowing your breath to become slower, softer, drifting into harmony with the forest around you, breath melding with breath, calm blending with calm. The firefly's shimmering path leads toward a clearing where the night opens wide above you, stars glittering through thin high clouds. The Milky Way stretches like a river of pale dust, tens of thousands of stars forming a soft arch across the sky. And even though each star burns fiercely, from here their light seems gentle, soothing, softened by distance, filtered through the quiet of night. A cool breeze drifts down from high ridges, carrying the crisp scent of stone and mountain air, untouched, unhurried. That breeze has travelled far, crossing forests, grasslands, riverbeds, gathering the scent of every place it's touched. Now it brushes across you, whispering stories older than memory. Those mountain ridges hold a presence that feels ancient, stone shaped over millions of years by wind, water, shifting earth. Their surfaces wear patterns of weathering, rings, grooves, lines, each one shaped by the patient work of time. And even though the mountains stand unmoving, they rise, fall, change over eons, slowly shifting as continents drift beneath them. High above the ridges, thin alpine fog drifts in long ribbons, moving across dark silhouettes of peaks. The fog carries a cool stillness, a hush that settles into your body, smoothing tension, smoothing thought, leaving behind only breath, only quiet. Snowfields glimmer faintly under moonlight, their surfaces reflecting light in crystalline patterns. Every snowflake, even the ones now resting in deep drifts, once formed around a single tiny particle. Dust, pollen, salt from oceans. A microscopic speck that gathered water, froze, branched outward into delicate, symmetrical crystals, each one unique, each one drifting from cloud to earth in gentle spirals. At lower elevations, a river winds through the valley, its surface dark and glassy, reflecting stars in long, wavering lines. Water molecules move together, slipping past one another in constant motion, forming ripples that travel outward from a falling leaf, a drifting petal, a soft breeze brushing the surface. Beneath the surface, stones shift slowly over years, decades, rolling when currents grow strong, smoothing into round forms as water wears away edges, shaping them into quiet forms that tell the story of every season the river has seen. Near the river banks, willows lean, their branches trailing like long fingers across the water. Their leaves catch moonlight and flutter with the breeze, creating soft patterns on the surface. The willow's roots reach deep, drinking from the river, anchoring the soil, providing shelter for tiny fish in the shade their branches cast. Downstream, a gentle marsh spreads wide. Grass is rising in soft waves. Each blade moves with the slightest touch of wind, tilting, swaying, brushing against its neighbors, producing a subtle rustle that settles easily into your ears, soothing, layered, hypnotic. Within the marsh, reeds rise taller, their hollow stems humming softly when the wind slides through them, creating long, low tones that resonate like distant singing, a natural lullaby drifting across still water. Shadows lengthen toward a distant grove, where older trees gather in a circle, their trunks thick, gnarled, shaped by centuries of growth. Their bark is rough and deeply furrowed, a record of storms, seasons, sunlight, rainfall, 100 years of quiet endurance. Above you, thin branches sweep across the night sky, catching starlight in small shimmering flashes that blink like signals from faraway worlds. Branches drawing delicate shapes in the dark, shapes that shift as you breathe, as the breeze moves, as the night deepens. Within that grove, the forest floor is carpeted with ferns, their fronds curled tightly at their tips in a spiral known as a fiddlehead. slowly unfurling as they grow, each spiral an ancient pattern repeated across millions of years, one of the oldest plant lineages on land, enduring, adapting, thriving quietly beneath taller trees. Ferns sway gently as the night air moves, brushing one another with barely a sound, their surfaces collecting droplets of dew, each droplet catching the moonlight and shining like a tiny crystal, clinging, reflecting, then falling silently as the fronds bend with the breeze. The air fills with the faint scent of damp earth and fresh greenery, a scent that relaxes your lungs, deepens your breathing, pulls you further into the softness of the moment, deeper, deeper into rest. Nearby, a small forest stream trickles between stones, its path winding, curving, shaped by years of steady flow. The sound is gentle, a whisper of water slipping around pebbles, a harmony of tiny cascades tumbling over miniature ledges, a sound so soft it feels like nature's own exhale, long, soothing, rhythmic. The stream leads toward a broader forest river, and the deeper you follow it in your mind, the more the world opens, revealing underwater forests of drifting plants, their leaves waving with slow currents, their stems rising in long threads toward the surface, catching the dim light that filters through water. Small fish dart between the leaves, navigating by sensing pressure changes in the water, their bodies shimmering in faint silvery tones. Some rest beneath overhanging roots, others drift beside stones warmed by the day, all moving with a softness that matches the calm drifting through your mind. As the river widens, it flows past cliffs rising steeply from the banks, cliffs shaped by countless cycles of freezing and thawing, water expanding in tiny cracks, widening them, breaking stone into fragments that fall, collect, and eventually form new soil at the base. The cliffs cast long shadows that pool across the river, shadows blending with reflections, creating patterns that shift as water flows, a dance of dark and light, weaving a moving tapestry beneath the night sky. You drift with the river, feeling lighter, calmer, the water carrying your thoughts away in long, streaming trails, dissolving everything that once felt heavy, leaving only softness behind. And far ahead, a faint glow appears, the shimmer of moonlight hitting calm lake water. The lake opens like a great mirror, wide, still, deep, its surface unbroken except for the quiet rings left by a single insect dancing across the water, delicate legs resting on a surface tension strong enough to hold them. The lake holds cool layers, warmer near the surface, colder in the depths, each layer shifting gently with the wind, blending slowly in the changing seasons, a quiet motion that never stops, just as your breath never stops, rising, falling, rising, falling. On the far shore, tall pines stand watch, their needles catching faint breezes, producing a soft, airy whisper that feels like distant voices calling from the mountains. Old stories carried through centuries of wind, their resinous scent drifts across the lake, warm, grounding, serene. Pine trees release their fragrance more strongly in warm air, tiny droplets of aromatic oils evaporating into the atmosphere, filling the night with a scent that soothes the senses, settles the mind. Somewhere within those pines, night flowers bloom, opening only after the sun fades, releasing sweet fragrances to attract nocturnal pollinators. Moths with soft wings brushing petals in a delicate drifting dance. Petals glowing pale in the gentle moonlight. Their bloom is slow, patient, unfolding one petal at a time. Each movement a quiet invitation. Each fragrance note a whisper guiding moths through the air. And beyond the trees, a wide grassland stretches, rolling hills covered in gently swaying grasses, moving like waves beneath starlight. The sound of those grasses brushing together is soft as breathing, steady as a heartbeat. Thump, 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 blending into your own. Here, the air is warm, open, free, carrying the scent of earth warmed through the day, a scent that lingers long after sunset, mixing with the coolness rising from the soil, forming a perfect balance, easing your thoughts, loosening the last bits of tension. Far above the grasslands, drifting clouds glide slowly, pulled by upper winds, changing shape with each moment, merging, separating, softening into long ribbons of pale mist. Clouds begin as tiny droplets or ice crystals forming around dust, clustering, growing, then gathering into shapes that hover over the world with unhurried grace. One cloud drifts across the moon, casting a slow-moving shadow across the plains, dimming the light, shifting the world into a deeper shade of blue. And as the shadow passes, the grasses brighten again, their tips shimmering with faint dew. At the edge of the grassland, a savanna rests quietly under the stars, acacia trees spreading flat crowns against the sky, their silhouettes strange and beautiful, shaped by the balance of sunlight and grazing animals. The night air here vibrates with the low hum of distant wildlife, soft, rhythmic, natural, and still you drift, deeper, slower, letting the night widen around you, letting every sound soften, blend, fade. The savanna gives way to a desert, broad, open, filled with low dunes that shift over years, wind carving their shapes, grain by grain. Each grain of sand once part of stone, broken by wind, water, time, polished smooth by constant motion, forming waves that move with the breeze. The dunes glow faintly in moonlight, bright blues shimmering along their edges, shadows sinking into hollows, patterns shifting moment by moment. The desert night cools quickly, releasing heat stored during the day, creating an airflow that brushes lightly across your skin. And there, in this quiet desert, the night deepens yet again, a hush so complete it feels like the world pausing, waiting, breathing in slow, even rhythms. In the distance, a canyon stretches into darkness, its walls rising like silent cathedrals of stone, layers revealing ancient histories of rivers that carved them, wind that smoothed their faces, rain that polished their edges, every layer a chapter of the earth written in sediment, pressed slowly over millions of years. Shadows flicker along the canyon walls, caused by moonlight shifting as thin clouds drift overhead, slow patterns moving across old stone, soft, ghost-like, peaceful. At the canyon floor, a river flows with gentle persistence, weaving through the narrow passage, smoothing stones, shifting sandbars, carrying cool moisture through an otherwise dry world. The sound echoes softly, bouncing between walls, stretching into long, soothing tones. Along the river's edge, dragonflies hover, their wings beating so fast they blur into faint halos, catching tiny glints of moonlight. Their wings are thin membranes supported by delicate veins, allowing them to maneuver with incredible precision, darting, pausing, hovering like living sparks of motion. As they drift away, the canyon opens into a broad valley, warm air rising from sun-soaked stone, merging with the cool night to form soft breezes that weave through tall grasses and shrubs. The valley breathes slowly, each gust rolling like a sigh across the landscape, brushing lightly through your thoughts, smoothing them into silence. And far beyond, hills rise softly, their silhouettes glowing faintly beneath thin clouds lit by the moon. The air above those hills shimmers with subtle warmth, rising even through the night, carrying the scent of dry earth and sun-warmed stone, calming, grounding, steady. Clouds drift low, wrapping the hills in delicate fog. Fog formed when moist air meets cooler ground, condensing into tiny suspended droplets that cloak the landscape in a soft, dreamlike veil. This fog moves slowly, flowing like water across the contours of the land, and at the peak of one ridge, a lone tree stands, branches reaching outward, leaves trembling in the faint breeze, collecting tiny beads of dew that glisten like stars clinging to the edges of each leaf. Beneath the tree, the soil is cool, shaded, rich with nutrients gathered from fallen leaves and decaying roots, a cycle repeating each season, feeding new life, new growth, quiet renewal. The night deepens around you, darker, softer, quieter, as if the world is settling into its own form of rest, and you drift with it, lighter, calmer, breathing in rhythms that match the slow turning of earth beneath the sky. Somewhere, the distant rumble of thunder rolls softly, echoing across wide fields. Lightning flickers inside clouds, illuminating their edges for a heartbeat, then fading back into darkness. Rain begins to fall far away, a whispering curtain of droplets moving across the land. You can almost feel the coolness of that rain. Tiny droplets forming, falling, striking leaves, stone, soil, releasing the scent of petrichor, a fragrance created when rainfall touches dry earth. Oils from plants, compounds from soil, mixing into a scent that signals renewal. The rain spreads across distant plains, moving slowly, gently, its sound a soft patter that soothes the world beneath it, washing dust from leaves, feeding roots, connecting sky and ground in a quiet cycle. And as the rain drifts farther away, the air cools, stills, leaving behind the faint freshness of wet earth, a calmness settling over everything, like a blanket of quiet wrapped around the night. This calm stretches into the darkness, where forest edges meet open fields, where shadows deepen, where creatures move quietly, unseen, unhurried, guided by scent and memory. The night becomes a single, endless breath, drawn in by forests, released by plains, drifting through valleys, brushing across deserts, flowing toward mountains, a breath shared by the world and by you. You float within that breath, warm, heavy, sinking deeper, deeper, held gently by the vastness of nature. And as the world around you softens into a seamless whisper, the next moment begins with, and as the air settles, soft, warm, gentle, another layer of the night unfurls around you, wrapping you in its quiet glow. The world feels slower here, quieter here, as though every sound has been softened by a velvet hand, muted, smoothed, so it melts into the dark without edges, without weight. Only the faintest hum remains, a natural lullaby, older than memory. Sometimes, in spaces like this, the grasses shift even when the wind is still, as though something deep within the earth sighs, exhaling warmth upward through their slender blades, creating tiny ripples, tiny waves, like breath travelling across the land, beginning here, drifting outward, softening everything in its path. These moments are reminders that nature breathes, slowly, deeply, patiently, each inhale shaping clouds, each exhale shaping currents and tides, everything connected by the same quiet rhythm that pulses through your own chest. Thump, thump, steady, slow, drawing you deeper, deeper. In twilight meadows, where light lingers long after the sun has slipped away, pollen drifts in almost invisible spirals, rising, falling, shimmering like tiny fragments of gold suspended in the air. They ride soft thermals of warmth, swirling gently between stems, carrying life to the next bloom, the next petal, the next quiet beginning. And above the meadow, clouds pass slowly, barely moving, their shapes stretching into long wandering forms, then softening, dissolving, merging back into the wide cooling sky. Clouds are always travelling, even when they look still, drifting on winds more subtle than breath, so faint they can only be felt by petals, by tiny airborne seeds, by the wings of hovering insects. A single dragonfly pauses above a patch of tall reeds, wings vibrating so quickly they blur into a shimmering haze, so delicate, yet strong enough to carry the creature through rain, wind, heat. They pivot effortlessly, feeling the air with each micro movement, using sunlight reflected off water to guide their flight, reading patterns we never see. The reeds below sway back and forth in long, slow arcs, bending with the memory of old rivers that once shaped their valleys. Each reed is hollow, allowing wind to slip through it with a low, ghost, soft note, like distant flutes playing somewhere beneath the horizon. Water moves beneath them, calm, steady, its surface catching faint streaks of moonlight, stretching them into long silver ribbons that drift with the current. The river doesn't rush here, it simply glides, carrying stories from mountains, forests, stones, every bend of its path a gentle retelling of time. Sometimes a leaf rests on the surface, drifting without resistance, carried effortlessly, spinning slowly, like a small wandering boat guided only by the softest currents. Each tiny ripple created by the leaf spreads outward in perfect circles, widening, dissolving, reminding you how easily small moments can travel far, how gently influence can move through the world. Along the riverbank, ferns unfurl in spiraled coils, each one opening at its own patient pace, responding to light, moisture, the softness of air. They've been unfurling like this for millions of years, long before mountains took their final shapes, long before birds first learned to ride the wind. And hovering above the ferns, fireflies pulse warm light into the night, drifting between low branches, rising toward treetops, floating in unpredictable patterns. Each tiny glow is a soft signal, a quiet language, flickering to call, to answer, to say, "I am here," drifting beside you. Their lights never startle, they only soothe, warm gold against cool air, slow pulses against slower shadows. The shadows themselves stretch across everything, pulled long by the moon, echoing the shapes of tall pines and stones and roots. Shadows shift even when the trees are still, swaying with the rhythm of the earth's turning, like everything is gently rocking, cradling the land in darkness. Deeper within the forest, old pines breathe resin-scented air into the night, needles whispering as they brush together high above the ground. The trunks stand like deep time made visible, layers of seasons stacked one upon another, thousands of days of rain, sun, wind, all held within their fibers, each tree a memory tower, silent, steady, watching everything. And beneath those towering trunks, the forest floor pulses with its own hidden life, networks of roots threading through soil, exchanging nutrients, messages, warnings, comfort, trees communicating in chemical whispers, telling one another when water is near, when drought is coming, when danger moves across the ground. Soft moss grows over the roots, glowing faintly in moonlight, holding moisture from earlier rainfall, releasing it slowly, like a sponge exhaling coolness into the air. Moss knows how to make stillness feel welcoming, gentle, safe, the kind of stillness that deepens your breathing, smooths your thoughts, loosens every muscle. The air here smells of earth and wood and quiet things, the kind of scent that settles deeply inside you, grounding you, anchoring you with invisible threads to the calm beneath your body, the calm rising from soil itself. Farther ahead, a clearing opens, just large enough for starlight to spill through, untouched. The stars glitter above like grains of crushed ice scattered across velvet, shimmering, drifting, pulsing. Each star sends its light from unimaginable distances, traveling through dark and dust and time, finally arriving here in this soft clearing, just to sparkle against your eyes. Gentle, gentle. A faint breeze brushes past, carrying the scent of damp leaves and stone, and something else. The cool mineral fragrance of nearby cliffs. They rise at the far edge of the forest, carved over centuries by wind and water, their shapes softened by erosion, smoothed like river stones, but on a scale as wide as valleys. Even stone moves in its own slow, patient way. Mountains breathe too, lifting and sinking over geological ages, shifting beneath their own weight, whispering through tremors, reminding the world that even the most solid things dance at their own pace. A tiny stream trickles from the base of one of the cliffs, slipping between boulders, forming miniature waterfalls that cascade just a few inches, droplets sparkling as they fall, each drop reflecting the world upside down in a brief flash before merging with the pool below. The pool is shallow, lined with round river pebbles that shine in muted colours beneath the water. Blues, greens, soft greys. These stones are constantly rearranged by the flow, even when it seems still. Water reshapes everything, gently, persistently, the quiet sculptor of the earth. A frog sits at the edge of the pool, still as a stone, its small chest rising and falling in slow, steady beats. It listens more than it moves, sensing vibrations through the ground, the faint tremble of approaching footsteps, the hum of insects, the agitation of water when a leaf falls from above. Then, with one soft ripple, it slips into the pool, disappearing beneath the surface with barely a sound, letting the world close behind it, smooth, seamless, like nothing ever disturbed the calm. And above the pool, branches stretch outward, their leaves drifting gently in the cool air, catching the moonlight at their tips, glowing silver. Each leaf is a tiny solar machine, converting sunlight into energy, feeding the tree quietly, tirelessly. They know when to open, when to fold, when to fall, following ancient rhythms written into their cells. A few of those leaves detach in the night, spiraling downward through the air, turning, drifting, before coming to rest on the soft forest floor. Their journey from branch to earth is always graceful, unhurried, an invitation for you to let go, gently, naturally, without force, just releasing, like a leaf surrendering to gravity. Somewhere deeper in the dark, a distant owl sends out a slow, resonant call, a long note stretching through the air, then fading, leaving behind a deeper quiet. Owls move silently, their wings shape to muffle sound, allowing them to glide through treetops without stirring even a single leaf. The silent watchers of the night, farther along the forest edge, where trees thin into open land, the first hints of distant thunderstorms roll across the horizon, soft, low, a deep rumble that feels more like a vibration than a sound. Thunder like this doesn't startle, it comforts, grounding the sky, reminding you that even storms have their gentle sides, especially when they drift far, far away. The thunder blends with the rhythm of warm coastal breezes travelling inland, carrying the memory of tides, salt, rolling waves. Every breeze has a history, shaped by the waters and lands it crosses, each one a messenger from distant shores. And when rain finally arrives, it comes softly at first, barely a whisper, a thin veil drifting across open fields, tapping gently on leaves, stones, petals, a sound like millions of tiny fingers brushing against the earth, soothing, calming, rhythmic. Dew gathers quickly afterward, settling into the curves of untouched grass, sparkling like small halos when light touches them. Each droplet acts like a lens, magnifying tiny worlds beneath it, tiny hairs of leaf stems, tiny grains of soil, tiny reflections of the sky. A petal falls from a blossom stirred by the breeze, landing on a quiet pond, sending out ripples that expand in perfect rings, widening, fading into the still surface, becoming one with the water, harmony returning instantly. Stones warmed by the day's sun hold their heat long into the night, radiating it slowly, gently, just enough to warm your hands if you rested them there. Stones remember temperature the way trees remember seasons, gradually absorbing, gradually releasing, never rushing. The rustle of grasses spreads across open plains, moving like waves, bending and rising in unison. Every stalk sways differently, yet together they form a single motion, a quiet dance of the wind, soft, flowing, hypnotic. Mist gathers in low pockets where air cools fastest, glowing faintly under moonlight, drifting in layers like pale veils spreading across the earth. Mist has no edges, no defined beginning or end, only soft gradients, gently rising and falling like breath. Mountain streams wind through rocky terrain, carving paths over centuries, smoothing their beds, carrying minerals and cold clear water toward lower lands. Their sound changes with every bend, sometimes a murmur, sometimes a whisper, but always continuous, always flowing, like thought gliding into sleep. Forests at dusk hum with a chorus so soft it becomes a background presence. Insects calling, wings fluttering, leaves brushing, everything contributing to the gentle tapestry of sound, a natural lullaby woven by countless tiny lives. Birds circle above, drifting shadows crossing over stones and branches. The movement is almost imperceptible, a dim flicker of shape sweeping silently overhead, reminding you of the vastness of the sky, even when only fragments are visible. The ground holds warmth from the day, releasing it slowly, creating shimmering layers of air above warm soil. Heat rising in wavering patterns, blurring the distance like watercolor. Nature's way of mixing earth and sky. Ferns curl into themselves as night deepens, saving moisture, protecting their delicate fronds. Every plant has its own way of resting, its own version of sleep, a nightly rhythm that mirrors your own sinking, softening, settling. Flowers that bloom at twilight release faint glows, subtle luminosity meant to guide nighttime pollinators. Their petals reflect moonlight with a pearly softness, gentle as exhaled breath. Wind gathers quietly, threading through branches and tall grasses, drawing together the scents of stone, soil, leaf, water, carrying them through the air like whispered stories. Rivers at night turn silver beneath moonlight, their surfaces smoothing with the absence of daytime winds. Their currents still flow, but quietly, a deep, steady motion that calms the land around them. Lily pads drift in gentle clusters, their round shapes floating like dark moons on the water's surface, unmoving except for the slow, subtle turning caused by eddies below. Tall pines stir softly as dawn approaches, the first hints of pale blue spreading across the horizon. Their needles catch the earliest light, glowing faint, delicate. Waves echo beneath rocky cliffs, their rhythm slowed by the shape of the cove, rolling inward with long, stretched out breaths, almost sighing as they meet the shore. Fog drifts down from alpine ridges, cool, soft, carrying the scent of snow and stone, settling into low valleys like a blanket pulled over the world. Distant glaciers melt drip by drip, feeding streams that wander for miles, each drop tracing a path older than almost anything else around it. Pure, cold, ancient. River stones shift over time, pushed gently by currents, smoothing against one another, rounding their edges, polishing their surfaces until they shine. Dragonflies hover near these waters, wings glinting under faint light, balancing on invisible currents of air, moving with perfect control, tiny dancers suspended above stillness. Wings rustle faintly in the dark, birds adjusting their perches, settling deeper into nests, finding comfort in the warmth of feathers pressed together. Valleys hold warm air, shimmering faintly as currents rise, as fall, drift. A breathing space carved between mountains. Clouds continue their slow journey, gliding across rolling hills, their shadows sweeping softly over grasses below. A gentle, temporary darkness. Rainfall descends in delicate threads, spaced evenly, drifting downward like strands of silver, touching earth with quiet applause. Ancient oaks spread cool shade beneath their broad branches, their limbs twisting in shapes formed across centuries, protective, steady, strong. Frost glitters faintly before sunrise, tiny crystals forming lace-like patterns on leaves and stone, melting as soon as the first warmth touches them. A forest clearing holds its breath, suspended in perfect stillness. even the air unmoving as if listening to the world waking around it. Wildlife murmurs from a distance, soft calls, low rumbles, blending into the soundscape unnoticed unless you listen closely. Shadows flicker along canyon walls, shifting shapes cast by moonlight filtering through passing clouds. Ripples spread across still water when a tiny fish breaks the surface, then fade into the calm, disappearing as gently as they came. Warm morning air rises from the land as light brightens, carrying scents of dew, soil, and sunlit leaves. Desert nights shimmer with cool starlight, sand reflecting the brightness of the sky, dunes glowing like pale silver waves. Underwater forests sway with the rhythm of currents, kelp drifting like long ribbons, rising, falling, breathing with the sea. Leaves catch sunlight as it filters through branches, scattering it into soft gold patterns that drift across the ground. Tides shift subtly at dawn, currents reversing, pulling water outward, then inward, in a never-ending cycle. Sunset glows along high ridges, light pooling in soft orange layers, then fading into violet, then into deep blue. Hidden waterfalls whisper from behind thick foliage, their voices blending with the forest until you feel the sound more than hear it. Wetlands pulse with soft life, plants filtering water, soil breathing beneath shallow pools, birds stirring in the reeds, snow sparkles when touched by wind, tiny crystals glinting like stars blown across the ground. Meadow flowers sway gently, following the breeze with graceful movements, never resisting, only flowing. Savannas rest in wide, spacious calm, grasses barely shifting, air warm, horizons stretching into forever. Ancient riverbeds lie quiet, dry, yet etched with the memory of water that once shaped them. Grooves carved like lines in a palm. Late summer evenings glow with warm softness, air thick with the scent of ripened earth. Everything slowing, calming, preparing for rest. Mountain breezes continue to drift, cool and clean, brushing past your skin like whispers of old snow and distant storms, relaxing your thoughts, smoothing the edges of your awareness. And night hums softly at the forest's edge, blending wind and wings and leaves into one continuous sigh, one gentle lullaby, drifting even deeper now. The world softens again, and the next quiet moment begins with the gentle unfurling of new leaves, soft, tender, still curled from their first reach into the world, each one formed from cells dividing in slow, steady coordination, following patterns shaped by sunlight, water, the quiet pull of gravity. Their edges breathe with tiny pores, opening, closing, exchanging air with the atmosphere. Every leaf a quiet lung of the planet. High above, branches cradle these newborn leaves, supporting them, guiding them, shading them until they strengthen. Their colours glow faintly under moonlight, pale greens touched with silver, trembling softly whenever the breeze stirs the canopy. And beneath those branches, shadows drift across a forest floor alive with hidden worlds. The soft hum of insects rises from moss. Beetles trace gentle paths between roots. Tiny spiders build dew-laced threads that glint like faint constellations, each one crafted with perfect geometry, anchored between leaves that sway like sleeping wings. Roots spread deep in the earth, weaving networks that share nutrients, water, signals, forests whispering beneath the soil in long, slow pulses of life. Mycorrhizal threads, delicate fungal filaments, carry messages between trees, warning of drought, sharing carbon, connecting the forest into one living, breathing, dreaming whole, and drifting outward. The forest gives way to a quiet valley, a soft cradle of land where moonlight pools in gentle blue shades. The valley floor is coated in mist, thin, weightless, sliding across grasses like silk drifting across skin. This mist forms when warm, moist air meets cooler ground, cooling, condensing, hovering low, blurring the world into softness. Every blade of grass catches tiny droplets, dewdrops gathering at their tips, shining like strings of pale jewels, each droplet shaped by surface tension, perfectly round, perfectly still, until it grows too heavy and falls silently into the earth. In the stillness, the air hums with faint energy, the quiet presence of life holding steady in the dark. You can almost feel the heartbeat of the valley, slow, deep, steady, matching your own as you drift deeper, heavier, softer into the night. A narrow stream winds along the valley's edge, water curling around smooth stones, reflecting the shimmer of the moon in long, trembling lines. These stones have travelled far, carried by currents over years, decades, worn down from jagged fragments into rounded shapes, softened by time and the persistent patience of water. Along the stream's edge, lily pads float in clusters, their circular leaves spreading across the surface like tiny green moons. Beneath them, frogs rest in hidden pockets of cool water, their skin glistening, their slow breaths matching the hush of the stream. Some species absorb water through their skin, drinking through their bodies instead of their mouths, staying hydrated in the quiet dark. A single dragonfly glides low across the water, its wings catching faint moonlight, leaving small ripples where its shadow touches the surface. Dragonflies begin life underwater as nymphs, breathing through gills, hunting in the stillness, emerging at last into the air, shedding old forms to become shimmering dancers of the night, and the stream, following its ancient path, leads toward a wide wetland, where tall grasses sway in long, graceful arcs, reeds rising like slender instruments of wind, humming low tones whenever breezes thread through their stems. These sounds drift across the marsh, joining the calls of distant night birds, creating a soft, living symphony that settles deeper into your mind, smoothing thought into silence. Fireflies flicker at the edges of the marsh, blinking in slow, irregular waves, tiny sparks pulsing with gentle light. Their glow is created by luciferin reacting with oxygen inside specialized cells. A chemical dance producing light without heat. Soft, safe, hypnotic. And as they drift upward, the marsh gives way to a stretch of rolling hills, silhouettes rising softly against the stars. The air warms slightly here, carrying the scent of earth still holding traces of the day's sun. Warm stone, dry grass, the faint sweetness of wildflowers lingering from earlier hours. The hills curve like waves, rising, falling, rising again. The land formed over millennia by tectonic shifts, by the slow creep of glaciers long vanished, by wind carrying grains of soil from one resting place to another, sculpting gentle contours that cradle night's quiet breath. At the crest of one hill, the sky opens wide, stars shimmering in innumerable clusters, each star a burning sphere of plasma, light traveling across vast distances, reaching your eyes as a soft glow long after its journey began. The constellations shift slowly as Earth turns, their positions changing with the seasons, guiding migratory birds who read the sky like an ancient map. A breeze glides over the hill, brushing past your thoughts, cooling them, clearing them, encouraging them to drift away like distant clouds, dissolving as they pass, leaving behind only stillness, weightlessness, quiet. And below the hill, a broad plain stretches out, its grasses rippling like a vast silvered sea under the moon. The sound of those grasses brushing together creates a soft, rhythmic murmur, steady, grounding, hypnotic, like the quiet rustle of pages in an ancient book being turned by the wind. Small animals weave through the grasses, moving with practiced ease, guided by scent and sound rather than sight. Their steps are soft, their movements slow, blending with the calm of the open field, becoming part of the quiet tapestry of night. At the plain's edge, stone ridges rise, their surfaces rough and cool, shaped by the patience of time. Weathering slowly removes fragments of their surface, while minerals within the stone shimmer faintly under moonlight, revealing patterns formed over millions of years, swirling colors pressed deep into rock during Earth's early chapters. You can feel the age in those stones, deep, ancient, timeless, grounding your body, quieting your breath, drawing you deeper into the soft gravity of sleep. From the ridges, a trail leads into a nighttime forest, a place of near silence, where pine needles cushion every step, where trunks rise like pillars into the dark. Their bark carries the scent of resin, warm, earthy, comforting, drifting around you like a protective aura. In the canopy above, branches sway ever so slightly, creating gentle whispers as they move. The pine needles release their scent more strongly in warm air, evaporating aromatic oils that soothe the senses, calming the mind, settling thoughts into long, drifting waves. Night birds perch quietly on branches, some resting, some watching, their eyes reflecting tiny glints of starlight, waiting for the soft rustle of prey moving through fallen leaves. Their presence feels steady, grounding, like sentinels watching over the calm of night. As the trail continues, moss grows thicker, lusher, a soft, deep green cushion that muffles sound. Mosses absorb moisture easily, holding water like small sponges, releasing coolness, creating a microclimate beneath the trees where tiny insects thrive, where roots drink, where silence deepens. A fallen log lies along the path, slowly decomposing, becoming home to fungi, insects, roots, new seedlings growing from the softened wood. A reminder that even in stillness, even in decay, nature continues to move, breathe, transform. Beyond the forest, the land shifts again, rising into steep inclines, foothills leading toward towering mountains, peaks that catch moonlight like silver crowns, their ridges glowing faintly, their shadows long and gentle. The air grows cooler as it climbs, crisp, thin, carrying the echo of distant winds swirling around high cliffs. Winds shaped by temperature differences, by rising warm air, by falling cool air, moving in patterns older than memory, always circling, always shifting, always breathing across the face of the earth. Snow lingers on high ridges, compacted into layered crystals, glowing with pale blue reflections beneath the stars. Each snow layer tells a story of the season that formed it, the storms that shaped it, the winds that swept across it, a record of winter written in shimmering lines. Glaciers once carved these mountains, slowly grinding stone into powder, shaping valleys, leaving behind moraines, lakes, wide plains. Their movement was slow, almost imperceptible, but powerful, sculpting entire landscapes through steady persistence. At the base of the mountains, alpine meadows stretch in quiet expanses, wildflowers resting closed for the night, stems heavy with dew, their petals waiting for the first warmth of dawn before opening again. Bees sleep in the folds of blossoms, nestled in warmth, still, calm, dreaming their own tiny dreams beneath starlight. The meadow grasses sway with the faintest breath of wind, their motion gentle, rolling, soothing, like the slow rise and fall of waves along a peaceful shoreline. Their rustle blends with the distant murmur of wind along the cliffs, creating a layered hush that wraps around you. And drifting past the meadow, the land descends into an ancient forest valley, where trees rise taller than any others, trunks thick with moss, branches heavy with age. Some trees have stood here for centuries, their roots entwined deep in the earth, forming networks so intricate they hold the soil itself together, preventing erosion, anchoring the valley through countless storms. The forest floor glows with faint bioluminescence from tiny fungi, soft blue and green tones shimmering like stars fallen into the earth, their glow created through chemical reactions that require almost no energy. Nature's quiet lanterns guiding your mind deeper into rest. Streams wind through the valley, some narrow and fast, others wide and calm, each one tracing paths carved over years, carrying minerals, seeds, life, creating habitats for countless unseen creatures. Water molecules bond and release in rhythmic cycles, forming the patterns you hear in flowing streams, soft murmurs, gentle cascades, soothing rhythms. The valley's air feels heavy with serenity, thick with the scent of pine, moss, cold stone, old rain. It settles into your lungs, cooling your breath, slowing your heartbeat. Thump, 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 matching the quiet pulse of the world around you. And as you drift further, the valley opens once more, revealing a vast coastline washed in moonlight. Waves roll in long, even strokes, shaped by the gravitational pull of the moon, each one rising, cresting, falling, a heartbeat of the ocean echoing through the night. The sand is cool beneath your feet, grains shifting, whispering soft sounds as they move. Each grain once part of stone, shells, coral, broken down over centuries, carried by tides, polished smooth, becoming part of the shore's endless drift. Kelp forests sway beneath the waves, their long fronds rising from the ocean floor, reaching toward the surface. They absorb sunlight during the day, releasing oxygen into the water, forming underwater forests where fish shelter, where currents weave soft patterns, where silence holds a deeper kind of calm. Bioluminescent algae glow in the shallows, bright blue pulses shimmering with each gentle wave. Their glow a response to disturbance, tiny sparks of light ignited by the ocean's movement, turning each ripple into a soft floating lantern. Far offshore, whales sing, their low resonant calls travelling through water for miles, songs shaped by complex structures in their throats, communicating across distances greater than any land-dwelling animal's reach. Their voices are slow, mournful, soothing, harmonizing with the rhythm of the waves. As the tide recedes, small pools remain between rocks, tide pools filled with starfish, sea anemones, tiny fish darting among shells. Each anemone opens soft tentacles to catch drifting nutrients, their colors muted under moonlight, their movements slow, patient, calm. The coastline stretches into the distance, cliffs rising where the land meets the sea. Waves crash softly against them, shaping their base, eroding tiny fragments, carving caves that echo with the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. The cliffs glow faintly with minerals reflecting the moon, creating shimmering veins across the stone. Above the cliffs, wind moves across open sky, carrying the scent of salt, seaweed, cold water, mixing with the faint sweetness of flowers growing along cliffside meadows, petals trembling in the air, releasing their fragrance into the drifting night. And high above, clouds sail slowly across a dark sky, illuminated gently from beneath. Their shapes shift, soften, dissolve, forming new shapes with each passing moment. Clouds formed around tiny particles drifting in the atmosphere, droplets gathering, merging, rising, falling, part of endless cycles of water moving between sea, sky, land. This gentle sky drifts on and on, until it opens into a broad savanna beneath the stars. Tall grasses swaying in slow waves, warm breezes rolling across the land, trees standing like sculptures carved by winds and time, their branches holding nests, resting birds, tiny creatures curled in quiet sleep. This savanna holds a deep stillness, broken only by the soft footsteps of nocturnal animals wandering through moonlit grasses, their movements careful, slow, blending into the quiet of night. Some follow ancient migration paths hidden beneath memory, guided by star, by the Earth's magnetic field, by instincts older than language. And beyond the savanna, the land settles into rolling dunes, desert sands drifting with the breath of wind, ripples forming patterns that stretch across the surface, each ripple shaped by the size of sand grains, by the wind's speed, by the angle of the sun earlier in the day, all of it forming delicate, precise lines that shift with each passing hour. The desert night cools quickly, radiating heat into the sky, creating thermal currents that rise, fall, move invisibly through the dark, forming breezes that brush lightly across your skin, easing your mind, melting tension from your chest, your shoulders, your jaw, leaving only softness, stillness, calm. At the center of the dunes, a wide basin holds pale moonlight like water, filling the space with cool, silent glow. Once, this place may have held an ancient lake, evaporated over centuries, leaving behind minerals, crystals, shimmering particles that reflect moonlight in faint blue flashes. A single cactus stands tall within the basin, its skin ribbed, holding water gathered during rare rains, tiny pores closing tightly in heat, opening at night to release moisture, breathing only in darkness, adapting perfectly to the desert's rhythms, a reminder of life's quiet resilience. And as the night deepens, distant thunder murmurs at the horizon, low, rolling, softening as it travels. The sound blends with the hush of sand shifting under wind, forming a long, soothing vibration that settles into your bones, easing your breath even further. Rain falls lightly at the edges of the desert, droplets cooling hot sand, releasing the unmistakable scent of petrichor, a fragrance formed when water interacts with plant oil stored in dry earth. Earth breathing out relief, renewal, calm. The night absorbs that scent, carries it across dunes, into valleys, into your thoughts, cooling them, slowing them, dissolving them into the drifting hush. And far beyond the desert, a wide river winds through ancient stone, its water dark and smooth, reflecting stars as long, wavering lines. Fish glide through its depths, sensing vibrations through lateral lines along their bodies, moving gently, quietly, guided by the subtle signals of flowing water. The river carries minerals from mountains, nutrients from forests, fragments of soil from plains, connecting ecosystems across vast distances, a ribbon of life weaving the world together in slow, steady currents. As the river widens, it opens into a large lake surrounded by dense forest. The lake breathes cool air upward, creating swirling currents that drift across the surface, shaping small waves that lap gently at the shore. A soothing rhythm, slow, cyclical, comforting. Mist rises from the lake's center, forming delicate spirals that climb into the night, condensing into droplets, drifting, dissolving, reforming. A soft dance of water returning to sky, continuing the endless cycle. At the lake's edge, stones warmed by the previous day still hold traces of heat, releasing it slowly, warming your senses, grounding your body, easing your breath, loosening your muscles, letting gravity cradle you. Trees along the shore lean softly toward the lake, branches dipping low, catching faint breezes. Their leaves rustle with soft whispers, creating a layered hush of water, wind, and foliage, blending together in a perfect, soothing tone. And the forest beyond the lake is alive with low sounds, insects chirping, wings brushing, tiny movements among leaves, a quiet chorus that settles into your awareness, steady, rhythmic, calming. You drift deeper along this forest path, where moonlight filters through high branches, scattering into pale beams that fall across the ground, illuminating patches of moss. Small flowers close tightly for the night, stones arranged by roots pushing through the soil. Here, the air holds the faint sweetness of blooming night flowers, petals opening under starlight to release fragrance that guides nocturnal pollinators. Moths drift between blossoms, their wings dusted with pollen, carrying life between flowers as they move in soft, fluttering arcs. The deeper you wander into the night, the more the world softens, edges blurring, colors melting into one another, thoughts drifting like leaves on quiet water, floating, spinning, dissolving into calm. And somewhere in that calm, the forest thins, blending into open space, a high ridge overlooking valleys, rivers, forests, deserts, oceans, all resting beneath the quiet sweep of stars. The ridge holds a stillness so deep it feels like time pausing, breath pooling, heartbeat slowing, thump, 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 merging with the slow rotation of the world beneath you. A thin layer of fog drifts along the ridge, cool, weightless, brushing your skin with soft vanishing touches, cooling your thoughts, dimming any last sparks of wakefulness, guiding you gently toward deeper rest. And as the fog disperses, the sky above widens even further, stars shimmering, drifting slowly with Earth's turning. The faint glow of the Milky Way stretches like soft dust across the sky, ancient starlight reaching you after travelling through vast distances, a gentle reminder of how connected everything is, how every particle of your body was once part of stars, of oceans, of stone, of drifting clouds. The ridge breathes in cool night air and releases it in long, slow exhalations, air warming slightly as it moves over stone, soil, scattered pine needles. The world breathes, and you breathe with it, in slow, heavy waves sinking deeper, deeper into calm. The night grows even quieter, sounds fading into a soft hum, the kind of silence filled not with emptiness, but with presence. With the steady pulse of nature surrounding you, holding you, guiding you gently towards sleep, and as all things soften, blend, drift into one another, you find yourself floating in the hush, carried by the slow turning of the world, by the gentle rhythm of air moving across land, by the silent glow of stars, by the endless cradle of nature. Everything merges into a single, endless breath, and the universe keeps turning as nature breathes its endless lullaby, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries.